Hello, 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 everyone, and welcome back to the Team JYCT podcast. I am your host and the local birthday boy, Raymond McNeil, aka the Celtic Phoenix. Joining me, as always, is the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello.
And the festive Kaiser Shonen.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
And joining us as guest is Periodic Pete.
Knock, knock, internet.
And I Know Nothing will be with us in 10, 15 minutes-ish. He's running a little bit behind today, but we knew that ahead of time, so he'll be here. Don't worry.
Yes.
But yes, it is my birthday. I am in oldening, and you know, I thought of like all the different ways we could celebrate it, and I couldn't come up with anything good for the stream. So I decided, how about we just cover one of the most legendarily bad videos in the critical discourse.
I mean, it would be weird to leave it unfinished after the first part last week, you know.
Happy birthday regardless.
Yeah, happy birthday,
next
man.
week you guys are, because next week you guys are doing Scorpio thing, whatever it's called.
Ooh,
Age of Scorpius?
I try to keep giving Twi time, but also she has a lot of other things on her plate, so it sounds like she kind of forgot.
A little bit, but also I wasn't sure exactly when we were doing that.
Yeah, we'll schedule that 2 weeks out.
How
about we schedule that 2 weeks out, set that in stone, and we give another week for us to do something else and give you a breather.
Yeah, okay.
Just be careful though, because Weird Al's horoscope for Scorpio says that you should be ready for an unexpected trip as you fall screaming from an open window. On another note, I hope you're.
Oh my god!
I hope you're on the first floor of your building.
God, I forgot about that song. That song is so good.
There is only one floor to this building. I am.
Okay. So it won't be a very long fall. All right, that's good.
Well, good thing I'm a Leo. Otherwise, I'd be very scared right now.
Well, I don't believe in that shit, so it don't matter to me.
Even better.
I mean, me neither. That's what I'm saying. I'm covered either way.
Now I'm just thinking of why does this always happen to me? just like there was a 5-car pile up, everybody dead. And I said, ooh, as I say, along with my friend Robert's disembodied head. And I said, ooh, poor Rob, I just had lunch with him. Hey, wait a minute, he still owes me money, what a jerk. Well, there's $5 that I'm never gonna see again. And worst of all, it looks like I'm gonna be late to work.
God, my favorite of his parodies is always going to be the drive-through.
Yeah.
And I looked
trapped in the drive-through,
and he looked at me,
and I looked at him.
Robert, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Congratulations to everyone that got caught in that blast. Welcome to the crew. Oh my god, 5 from Shark Jumping Walrus. Congratulations, everyone, except Deaderex.
Yeah, I think they're trying to catch Deaderex for the see if the birthday luck would come in.
Everyone enjoy that. Enjoy all the custom emotes that come with that. And if you have your YouTube and Discord linked, welcome to the Tundra. Hopefully you guys will be able to get in there, and YouTube and Discord won't be mean. Also, I Know Nothing. Hello.
Hello. I just got done fighting the shadow people. What did I miss?
We're gonna be biblically accurate for
not much really. My birthday happened a couple of days ago, and now we have to deal with this guy again. Why do you hate me, universe? No, look, we're the ones dealing with him. You're the one that gets to see us rage. Happy birthmas! Thank you, Celestial Warlock. And I see you've made it 12 months, so now you're Sparrowverse Talon, I believe.
Yeah, awesome. Kaiser, have you heard there's a girl in the comic shop? I think so, like once, but I don't think I've re-listened to that one. I think that's another parody, right?
I Know Nothing. Let me know when you get your VTuber.
Oh yeah, no problem. It'll be a bit, unfortunately. There's currently Fritz's happening.
I can put your standee on for you.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll be able to I'll let you know.
Oh, I stand corrected. No, you are Petty Corvid First Wing. That's that rank. Okay, I gotta remember the ranks that I have in here. It's we only have one other so far, and that's Isa. Where is the standee for I Know Nothing? Did I put that away? I think I might have put. No, I'm
in the back of the ritual circle next to the bookshelf.
There it is. There it is. I will transition that here and then go down here and bring that back up. Oh god, I gotta rearrange everything. I forgot that it's locked. God damn. There we go. There it is. Right. There we go. God, so many of them are still coming through. I really gotta update our alert system. Gotta make it so that it's not always ringing off the hook when all the memberships come through. I wonder if I can do a bulk deal kind of thing. But
I'm fully expecting a suffering from success Celtic to happen or something like that.
Oh, you know what? I'm okay with suffering from success. Absolutely. Also, Billy Donuts, welcome.
Hey, Billy Donuts.
Thank you for the birthday donuts.
I think I saw like a recent. Well, I saw a little bit of a recent stream that Cy Scribbles did, and she called Billy her favorite internet chat cryptid. I think she called it.
He's a chat cryptid now.
Cryptid. Yeah, I think the ones with gimmicks. I like that description. I think we should call them that.
Yeah.
Chat cryptids. I'll do it.
Oh
yeah, chat cryptids.
Sounds.
That was I recently went on to. Well, I didn't go on to her stream, but I like popped into one of her streams to look at it. I didn't know that there were so many people that followed us that also followed her.
No, a good chunk of people who followed us also follow her. From what I remember, Sai was covering she I think she was covering something about Anthony, and I just poked my head and it's like what the hell is this about? Okay, this is about like some sci-fi thing. And then I left it in the tab and I forgot to watch the rest of it, so I was only like 20 minutes in or something.
Oh, I probably popped in like after you did, because I wasn't in there for very long either. Maybe like 20-ish minutes myself, maybe half an hour.
Okay.
We really gotta do more with Sai. Like that's like I don't. We have not had her on, so
no.
It feels like we keep like kind of passing notes between each other, but we never like really interact.
Well, I think it's because we don't really have a lot in common in terms of like what we cover, because she's mostly into, well, no, she's technically into a lot of stuff, but she mostly covers like Steven Universe and Has Been Hotel and then she covers a lot of like internet drama stuff.
Yeah, things
that cover a little bit,
specifically like a lot of dramas that either like she's involved in or ones that like require a lot of backstory, kind of to kind of
Kaiser,
just like get into.
What was the stream that you did with her like a while back? Was that on Lily?
Yeah,
Orchard?
no, the one I did with her was about covering this person said sometimes Eli, this fucking crazy person. They were trying to they were making this video talking about how Arcane is how Arcane season 2 was bad. But then it wasn't like most of the video wasn't about Arcane season 2 being bad. It was basically trying to make this like one giant genetic fallacy that like, oh my god, the creators were a part of like these fandoms allegedly in like the early 2000s, and these fandoms are bad and have superficial tastes in media. Ergo, you know, this is how Arcane season 2 got bad. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck is this?
No?
What the hell?
Yeah, no, this shit is real. Y'all can watch the supercut I made of that stream on my channel.
Maybe we should cover that ourselves at some point.
Yeah. Because like we're no strangers to criticizing Arcane season 2.
Okay, here are the shows that they mentioned. They mentioned Avatar. They mentioned Korra. They mentioned Steven Universe, and they mentioned My Hero Academia.
What?
Wait,
okay.
those are like,
and
those are not outside of Avatar. Those aren't 2000 series. Those are 2010 series.
Yes, but he was making the argument that over time these fandoms, they gestated and freaking evolved into these other fandoms and these later shows, and then it affected its way into Arcane season 2.
What the
That
fuck?
makes no sense.
I'm gonna say it.
How do you think I felt watching it?
If Arcane season 2 was half the quality of something like MHA, I would have loved it a lot more.
Rita says, "Hey, happy birthday, Kelp." Kelp. I am a plant now. Hope you are having a wonderful.
Throw him
day,
into the drink.
and that this will be a fun stream. Thank you, Ritas. I hope so too. Ugox, happy birthday, Mr. Celtic Phoenix, sir. Funny enough, just watched a 3D live birthday concert from last week just to celebrate your birth live here. Oh, nice.
Good shit, man.
What is a 3D? No. Is 3D live like a idol series or idol?
I'm not sure.
Or a show, maybe.
Because I think they had fun, and that's all I care about.
Yes,
I'm glad you had fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh my God. Also, the dude was saying that like a lot of issues with fandoms were thanks to white queer people for some reason. He kept saying that throughout the video. I was like, what the fuck?
What?
No, I'm not.
We gotta cover this. Like,
I'm
you
not
find the video and add it to the list because oh my God.
Yeah. Oh my God. What would you rather like? Well, you know what? Yeah. We can cover the original video. I was like, would you rather cover that or my supercut?
How crazy is it? Something like, oh yeah, it's the dang queers. They're the reason why this fandom's bad. Like, what the heck?
It has nothing to do with the queers. What?
Yeah, exactly.
It has everything to do with the French. Noodles, happy birthday, Kel. Have a good one. Thank you.
No, but the thing is that this guy seems to be of the LGBT themselves, so which has me even more confused.
I don't think that matters.
I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm just saying, it's like, bro, do you have any idea how this comes off?
You know what? I think that this is just, especially when it comes to fandom, especially when it comes to Japanese media, like MHA, like all of those really big fandoms that have big ships that are gay. Yeah. They just don't understand that a lot of these shows, they're popular and they have they don't have toxic queers, they have toxic fujoshis.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, like, and that's the thing, is that they also, the people that make these shows, they know what they're doing. Like, let us not pretend, like, that is actually a thing in the industry I've heard about, is that they do lean into, like, the yaoi coding, and in certain shows, the yuri coding, because they know that it does attract a substantial enough fan base to appeal to it, but they do it in such, that's why you get, like, yaoi and yuri bait, is that, like, that's the goal.
You are absolutely right, but that's not what this dude was talking about, which is crazy. No, this is literally one of those people that legitimately thought that they were legitimately upset during that video that Bakugo and Deku didn't get together.
Really?
No, and that's all before. That's all. Literally, the only part where we actually get to talk about Arcane season 2 was in like the last 5 minutes of the video.
What? Is this guy going to cover the incredibly self-indulgent sex sequence that we had between Vi and Caitlyn that could have almost certainly been cut down or repositioned so it wasn't them having grody, disgusting sex, not like like in a jail cell that doesn't even have a bathroom? I still can't get over it. There was no toilet in that jail cell. Where the hell was Jinx going?
Dude, that's
probably
not even
a bucket off the side.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Dude, this
I-
video was so
oh.
freaking cracked. I swear you, it's real. All of this is real.
I want to do this video even more now because I will never
You want to
drop
cover that
an
next
opportunity.
week? That can be next week.
I will never drop an opportunity to shit on a Bakudeku fan.
You guys need to understand.
Listen,
You guys,
they're not only a Bakudeku fan, they're also a Togacho fan.
no, you need to understand. You need to understand. There are so many fan artists that do really cute Toga Choco art that I want to follow.
Yeah.
But then they're
Yeah.
almost inevitably paired with, for like, I think 50 to even 70% of them are also Deku Baku fans. And like, I get it, but also I think Deku Baku is like so like has so fewer legs, and it's one that just doesn't interest me at all, that I'm just like, I don't want to, like, I don't want my things in, I don't want that in my feed, so I'm just not going to follow you and hope all the Toga Choco art just kind of osmosis its way onto my feed.
Funny enough, somebody on Twitter actually said it really well, I believe. It's like Horikoshi codes these two boys as brothers. Like they are brother coded. So that's also another reason why it's kind of gross for a lot of us to be a Bakudeku shipper, is because they have such sibling energy.
Oh yeah.
No, but,
okay,
wait a
but
second.
as we've learned recently with with quite a few things, because of like was it Street Fighter and then Mario, that's not going to stop a lot of people.
no, listen, guys. All we need to do to understand this phenomenon is look at the highest tabs, used tags on the hub. And we need to get our answer.
Deku Baku isn't even a good ship. Even Baku Ochiko has more legs. Legitimately, yes. I will take Baku Ochiko over Baku Deku any day. It's one that just makes a lot more sense.
Well, it's gotta hold this.
Orange Man, and I'm back from Lent. What did I miss in the past 40 days? Did you give us up for Lent? Was that... were we your sacrifice for Lent? Were we the thing that you were supposed to give? or I think it's probably like most digital media, but it'd be hilarious if it was just us. Alex from Street Fighter canonically has a kid with his cousin.
And no, the best part about it, they're patching it to stop that lore. They're patching it.
He gave up YouTube. Okay, he gave up YouTube. That's actually probably pretty smart.
They're gonna DLC patch the bro. What the fuck is going on? I saw Maximilian do reacting to it, and I'm like, wait, they did what?
So I have a rather dumb question as somebody who is not religious. So I thought that Lent was specifically like for food and stuff. So it's not specifically for food. It's like just things in general.
Initially it was, but specifically it's supposed to be giving up some element of pleasure. You're basically
some vice.
Like I used to, like when I was practicing, I used to give up like Pepsi for it, that sort of thing. My dad gives up alcohol. Though a lot of it has gotten more lax. I think there is now permissions on like Friday, because on Friday you can't have meat. You can only have like fish if you want to have like that kind of stuff. So on that day you're allowed to indulge, or I don't know if that's just a current household thing. Basically a lot of the rules are like, I don't see the point in this anymore.
Most of the biblical stuff that I know about is considered Bible fan fiction, so I can tell you.
Yeah.
These days you can give up anything as your sacrifice. Okay, well don't worry, I've given up murder as mine. I several years going strong. Sky Slasher.
Look, I am only allowed to murder my characters on Tuesdays.
Characters.
Damn.
Yes.
Why Tuesday?
Sky Slasher says the patch did nothing, just retconned everything in Street Fighter 3. Good job, Capcom. Yeah.
Right.
That just sounds like a complete mess, but it's also a hilarious one.
Yeah, it's so fun. I have no idea how this shit came to be, but it's just is the craziest thing on earth. I guess as somebody who's just like not into fighting games in general. I feel bad for y'all Street Fighter fans though. Y'all are going through the most right now.
I'll be
So-
right back and get a drink, but you guys can.
I'm seeing like Raymond giving up Pepsi, his dad giving up alcohol, Mupa is giving up sweets, and I'm like, this is just a diet. It's like you guys are like religiously going on a yearly diet every year.
There's several
Not
jokes I
entirely
can
wrong.
make right now, but
Kaiser drugs, that's the answer. Oh my god, dude.
oh no, not drugs.
So, I guess to fill in the dead air while Raymond is gone, because we're kind of in a lull.
Sure.
I might have actually watched this out of context like years ago.
Oh, are you talking about the video I was talking about?
No, this
Or
video that
other
we're
just
about to
Fandy
watch.
said it.
Okay,
Subjectivity is
yeah,
implied.
the subject, subjectivity is implied, ladies and
Oh,
gentlemen.
God.
That's what we're here.
I
Yeah.
wouldn't be surprised. This is actually a pretty big video. It's
Yeah.
made its rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think I might have commented on it at some point that I might have agreed with it, but again, like being out of context to what was going on, I think that now I would probably have a different opinion,
Well-
knowing what he was going to
Well,
talk
it's
about.
a good point to kind of ease into it. Is that the last video he did immediately before this was one where he tried to explain why he didn't find certain horror video games scary, and
Yeah.
in that
Oh,
video,
that one.
in
Yeah.
that video, he made a lot of statements that he said. Well, I guess he'll try to explain and say that they're subjective, but they were not. He tried to
Yeah.
wave it away at the end, but he made several statements of fact of how horror games should be made and how they should be implemented. In fact, there was a hilarious part where these suggestions that I gave aren't supposed to be implemented, but maybe they'll be implemented. Something like that. It's they shouldn't have. These aren't necessarily suggestions that should be implemented, but they should be implemented. It was something to that effect, and it was just a hilarious instant contradiction.
Mhm.
I know it thanks to
The-
Mahler and EFAP. Yeah, I it's where I know it from. Although I also watched
Yeah.
it separately as well, because I got into Anderson for a little while.
Go ahead, Pete. I
I think. Well, I was also just gonna follow up what you were saying, Raymond, because it's just a lot of because that video was also following up on his
Mhm.
Soma review, where he makes the bold statement that Soma is not a horror game, and just another example of all the different kinds of statements that he was making that are just assertions about the object that he is reviewing, but he treats it as though they are simply matters of the subject, which is a big thing that we will see here, is that a lot of times, at least in those 3 videos, he's I mean, we'll get into it later, but it's strange that you try to argue, you make a statement like X game is not a horror game, but that's just my opinion, so you can't scrutinize that, you can't criticize that or
Yeah.
anything, as opposed to just saying I just didn't find Soma scary, because how do you
Bro.
criticize that? Just say no, you didn't feel that. It's very different, and it's a very distinct way to differentiate. Well, it's very easy to differentiate between objective and subjective statements, and as we'll find out,
Yeah.
at least at
Yes.
the time that this video came out, he really did not know that distinction.
Which is
Does he now?
just
Well,
yeah.
remember,
I-
very recently, he was the guy that said, "Oh, what was he said about?"
Oh,
That-
you talking
that
about
video-
Silk Song?
Yeah, he was
Or
playing Silk Song, and he was talking about
Oh yeah.
How-
it shouldn't be $20.
it should be more
$20.
expensive. How Silk Song should be more expensive.
I
Yeah.
finally saw that. I didn't believe you guys at first, and then I finally found the stream where he had that rant. I was like, "Oh my god, he actually said this."
It's a bad thing that a really good game is $20 because
Dude, how can
reasons.
this is the problem. This is the problem, people.
Arxis won the patch wars this year. No competition. SNK used AI. Capcom incest. Namco being Namco strive. Actually delivered bare minimum good quality. Okay, I understood the first part of that sentence and the last part of that sentence. The middle got really confusing without commas. Arxis won the patch wars this year. No competition. SNK used AI. Capcom incest. Namco being Namco. Strive actually delivered bare minimum good quality. Okay, I think I parsed it out.
Yeah.
Just Rostolol, man. The market. How will the market survive? It fucking will. Like this. I'm sorry. I'll go off like just for a quick minute, but like the whole premise of Joseph's argument about that is so stupid because like it assumes that people wouldn't still buy like other games, and like just because more people are buying Silksong, that just somehow means that people wouldn't still. People play more than one game every month. Like it's like the fucking cake meme. It's not like, oh man, this cake is cheaper than mine. No, it's like the consumers walk up and they go, wow, 2 cakes.
The best argument that I heard about this, I think it was Mahler that made it, but all the same, it's like really good where, okay, so this game has $80 worth of content. However you gauge that, fine. One person buying it for $80 is not as good as 5 people buying it for 20. 5 people buying it for 20, 5 people who may not have bought it alone, like 4 other people who may not have bought it if it wasn't cheaper. So, like, on the whole, it is smarter from a financial standpoint. An already independently financial studio who basically were so rich, they had the time to just keep on fucking around making their game because they were having fun with it.
Let's not pretend that this shit. Let's not forget that this was originally supposed to be DLC that got delayed for almost like 10 freaking years, people. Like, what?
So the argument that I've heard in support of Silksong being more expensive is more of the artist's argument of you should be paid what you're worth. So like as an artist, you shouldn't make your art cheaper because you have the skills and the ability to be able to make a game of this quality. You should be able to have the game be what it's worth in order to get get paid properly for it, for your work. Which that's been a thing in commission spaces and artist communities for well over a decade now, because I remember in the early 2010s, people would have their commissions and stuff be like $5 in order to compete, but that would you would barely be able to pay for your table every year, sort of thing. Now that the being paid for what you're worth movement has gone on, and everybody isn't scared to have their commissions as cheap as possible and actually have their commissions be what they think that their art is worth. Yes, everything is more expensive, but everyone just has this base understanding that, yes, I am paying for a luxury item, and yes, it's very expensive, and I won't get as many commissions as I used to get in the past, but it is still worth it because I am paying the artist for like what they are worth.
I get that, but then the problem is that Team Cherry is like, is it 3 people?
Independent. Yeah.
The thing with that entirely is that it really does not apply to Team Cherry at all, because they're in a position where charging it like $20, they can do that. Like, they're in the position that they can charge, frankly, whatever they want.
I think it's also a little bit different just for games in general, because like games go on sale like tons of times. Like I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing for someone for a game developer to like lower the price. Like, even if you want to argue that like the price of a game could be greater, so long as like they're okay with it if it is lowering, because that kind of stuff happens all the time.
I want to say that like this isn't my opinion. It is just the
Yeah, it's just
opinion
arguments.
Yeah,
that I've
yeah.
that
Yeah, I
I've
got
heard.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
we entirely agree with that for the most part as well. Like, it's
Yeah.
just that it doesn't fit in this context specifically with what Joseph was talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even think that it was like him
'Cause-
making this argument specifically. It was just a
think he
random
meant-
tweet that I saw.
Well, if anything, the argument that you were like making
Was more
is,
rational.
Like, it was way more rational than what, because like what your argument was like more encouragement. It's like, you know, your argument is coming from the perspective that the person who is in question is underselling their work, and that you're worth more than that. You can do more. Whereas like Anderson's argument was just direct, like, negative criticism. It is a bad thing for everyone else.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
that
you
it's
are
not a bad thing
making
for you, it's a
everyone
bad thing
else
for
look
everyone
bad.
else that you are making your thing cheaper.
You are making everyone else look bad. That was his argument.
Exactly.
And like even then, like you can make the argument of the you should be paid for what you're worth sort of thing. If you are somebody who, again, I'm gonna use like commissions and stuff as the example, but if you're selling your commission for like $60 or 40, depending on like how complex it is, 60 if it's a little bit more complex, 80 if there's like 2 people in the shot and whatever, and then somebody next to you is selling a commission for $20 just because they can. Now you could make the argument that in order to compete with them, artists are going to, or commissioners are going to pressure you to lower the prices because, well, why is your stuff more expensive than theirs?
Yeah. No, I get that, but then like on top of like the commission example works when it's a one-to-one exchange as opposed to games which then blossom out into mass
Yeah.
distribution and such mass appeal. Like, so like I like your angle there. It's I just feel like it's like only, or I like the angle you are presenting from someone else there. Like I just feel like it's only like one cog in a much more complicated machine that like Anderson
yeah.
is not considering.
Yeah,
No.
like this is me, I guess, making the argument for him.
You're
but
trying to
better.
steal man. You're trying to steal man.
No,
Yeah.
basically, no. You're literally just making the better version of his argument that he should have thought 2 seconds before molding out on stream for no fucking reason, dude.
The best part was him fronting it by saying, "I'm not like an economist or anything, so don't take my word on
Why
this."
are you so
Yeah,
why are you
clearly.
disappointed? Oh, I'm so disappointed in my chat, guys. I can't believe this.
Yeah, he got angry at
Shut up,
chat for
pussy.
disagreeing with him when he said that he
Shut the
didn't know
fuck up,
whether
you
or not it's
goddamn
right.
quivering pussy. I don't care.
Oh. Okay. Sky Slasher. Oh,
Anyway.
hey, happy birthday, Celtic. Almost for gore. Thank you, Sky Slasher. Happy birthday. Thank you, Chet Manley. Anyway, on that diatribe, we're here to argue.
We poisoned the well enough.
We're here to argue about him, over him on a different subject. So let's get into that. Is everyone in the thing?
Yes.
Not I know. I know.
I cannot be in currently, so don't worry. I'll just
Okay,
be in the
got it.
background. I can pipe in when you guys are talking. So no worries.
Gotcha. Alrighty.
Sweet.
Imagine you go to the movies with a friend. You see whatever is new and popular, and afterwards you start
I'm sorry,
discussing it as you leave the theater. You thought the movie was just okay. Meanwhile, your friend turns to you and says, "That movie was really good." How do you respond? Do you A, disagree and have a discussion with them about it, B, ask why they liked it and hear them out, or C, rip off your shirt in a frothing rage and ask how
'cause
dare
that's the
they
most
represent
reasonable
their opinion as
response.
objective fact that they're a monster for trying to speak for everyone and declare the movie as really good. Then you launch into your rehearsal. Then you
wait,
launch.
pause.
I would pick D, obviously, which is to make a YouTube video about it.
Well, okay, so in your example, one, it is a casual context, a non-critical context. So we've got that to already set up, and in a casual context, if my friend was saying that was the best movie ever, politely disagreeing and asking why they thought so, and then also presenting your own points. I mean, that's kind of the point of art, isn't it? To stimulate discussion and conversation and interpretation. Like, isn't that like core to the experience?
Raymond and I literally just had a conversation like this earlier.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, this is really good timing because we had this whole discussion about the nature of Bleach and how it handles, for lack of a better term, the power scaling, like, and how that works out. Like, we had a whole conversation. We had then actually, Twy was good enough to actually break down all the different fights, and we discussed about, like, or break down, like, the points of, like, where these fights had these certain types of moments, and we had a good discussion over that. And it softened my point of view on it to some degree. I still maintain my point, but I can still leverage that it's not as prevalent as, like, it felt like to me.
Yeah.
So but like, it helps when, like, you can have this discussion, and we got kind of fervored in places. It happens.
Yeah, a little bit. Like, it's not something to ruin a friendship over and to be all bitchy about it by saying, like, oh, you ripped off your shirt and started screaming at me. It's like, no.
Well, that's the point that he's making, is that's what he's saying, how people responded to his last video.
Yeah, because it's all...
Is that not how we responded to his last video? Are we the baddies, guys?
Are we the baddies?
No.
Oh, maybe we're the baddies.
Like, my thing is this, right? Do you listen? This is something that people who are in this subjectivity crowd always do, is that regardless, they like to say that opinions are valid and everyone's point of view is good, but they can't stop speaking for other people. Joseph is trying to pitch this scenario to to make it seem like, oh my god, the same people that are allegedly abusing him in the comments because he said some ignorant bullshit are making other people in the world suffer. And I have to put this into perspective for y'all. I gotta spit game to you. And, like, none of that makes any freaking sense, because what you did was beyond just saying, oh, I don't think it was all that good, or I don't think it's all that bad. It's like, you literally said that this is this. You didn't use subjective language whatsoever.
Silverhaired Freak says, that's good poisoned well water. Yeah, it's arsenic flavored.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I'm coming into this kind of topic with the kind of energy of, like, Patrick when after SpongeBob erases Doodlebob with, like, take it easy, man. It's just a drawing. Like, you're taking this way too seriously as well.
No, 100%. People would have forgotten it already if you didn't do this.
Kind of going back to what I was disagreeing with Twy on Bleach on, is, like, I can recognize that, like, there are many people that are going to, like, the point that I was talking about, I needed to really emphasize, wasn't really a mechanical issue. It was more of, like, an audience perception issue. It's like some audience members, like myself, find a particular trope annoying, which may still make sense in context of the universe and such, but there's a delivery aspect that I wasn't finding engaging, that I was finding actually quite irritating. And, like, that's a much more subjective field, and it's much, like, I really, it was a struggle when talking to Twy about it to just say, well, that's my feelings on the matter, because, like, I try to, at the very least, justify why I feel about something in a certain way. And that led to a more stimulating conversation than just saying, oh, it's my opinion. Because saying, oh, it's just my opinion shuts down the conversation.
I was about to, dude, that is exactly what happened. Go ahead, Pete. I'm sorry.
That wasn't saying anything.
It was me, but it was like, you can recognize the quality / the interpretation or the elements in the story, but you can also recognize that it doesn't matter about the oops, sorry. Am I back?
No, you're back. I was gonna add to your point. Go ahead.
It was like, you can recognize that XYZ is happening in the story, but you also recognize that it just isn't hitting for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the kind of thing that, like, these people don't think about. They always want to say that, like, oh my god, we are trying to protect discussion of film or movies or TV shows
Launch
or
into your
whatever.
launch into your
We're holding the line against the big meanie, critical side or whatever fuck you want to call the us, I guess.
Yeah.
But like,
let Twi get a word.
oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know that she was trying to speak. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the part that like ended up with the argument that Raymond and I had, that led to the more interesting discussion was like, because he was saying like, well, this is how I feel, and I was like, okay, but what about it? Like, I was trying to pick apart like what was the specific element, and like in what context does it work for him in this scenario but not work in this other scenario. So I was trying to determine what exactly the issue was. And
Sure.
that led into the breakdown of each fight, because what he ended up mentioning was he disliked how the characters were always going up against opponents where they were stronger in the fight and they were just getting bodied all the time. And I said, okay, well, let's break that down. Let's so I went over all of the major fights, and I put like egg emojis.
Yeah. Good
for-
egg and
for
evil
different-
egg.
Yeah, good egg and
Okay.
evil egg. So whenever there was a fight where the characters were obviously stronger or were equal to it, I put in a good egg. And when the characters got bodied or when they were facing an opponent that was clearly stronger than them, then I put in a bad egg. And it turned out that the scenario, even when accounting for some scenarios where half of the fight was a good egg and the other half was a bad egg, that ended up being a roughly 8 to 10 balance between the two of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which was
Yeah,
less
and that
less
was-
than I had felt, but I think does prove it is a trope that does regularly appear in how it's utilized. So it's like I kind of feel like there is a middle ground there in terms of like, okay, so there's this and that, and like I stand by
Yeah, there's
my
layers
argument,
to
but
the
I do
discussion.
it did help kind of soften my opinion of it, and to some degree I
Yeah.
already started softening like this is just how Bleach handles things. So
Yeah. And like I don't think that we did fully like figure out like what exactly that middle ground was, because we were starting to prep for the Jack podcast, but
yeah.
like
Right.
But
we-
here's
Mm.
finish what you were saying, Twi. I'm sorry, I was interrupting you.
Oh, no, it was just, it ended on a good note,
Yes.
and had a
Yeah.
really productive conversation about it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
like
but,
there are layers to this sort of thing.
Pete was going to say.
But like, at least, like Raymond, at least you communicated that like this was just like how it made you feel, like whether or not you were able to like narrow down any certain elements about why it made you feel that way. At least you were able to acknowledge that, as opposed to making broad blanketing statements about an entire genre of anime and then saying, "Oh no, it is just my
it's
opinion."
just my
but still-
feelings, though.
Cat
Yeah.
Bart says, "Happy birthday! Thank you so much." And then he also says, "Yeah, y'all becoming my favorite live streams. Thank you so much."
Hey, I
Ooh,
appreciate
awesome.
it, buddy.
Thank
Thank you so
But
much.
ultimately, I have to say, between your discussion, Celtic Twi, so at the end of it, in summary, Bleach is better than JJK.
Yes.
Yes.
I will.
We-
Actually,
God.
that's a really good example of where having the character be overpowered from the get go is a bad thing.
Yes, yes.
Gojo in
Yeah.
particular,
But
or
there's a-
Oh no, I watched
Any
episode 1
character.
and Yuji literally just shows up, beats the shit out of a monster, imbibes a cursed object, becomes possessed by one of the most unholy demons to ever exist, but then manages to rein him in. I'm sorry,
I mean,
you
Well,
just
so-
showed
sorry,
up
let
and the
me-
main character
Raymond-
like is like God already.
Raymond, sorry, gonna correct you on something. One of the most dangerous. Dude is literally called the King of Curses. I think, I think that might be the most powerful curse
Oh.
object in that.
he is
so,
the most
it's even
powerful
worse.
character in the entire
Yeah.
series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have gone on entire
Oh, there you go.
rants on how much I dislike every single element of JJK, and we have gone through 14 goddamn episodes of
For
this
the record,
shit.
she and a other group of people, I have not taken part in it because I saw the one episode she showed me and a few minutes of another one, and I was like, yeah, you know my problems with Bleach? Amplify that by like 12. I'm not like Bleach I'm willing to give some mostly pass on. I will still probably have irritable points, but like I'm not sitting here for JJK. I'm not doing that.
And it's
Yeah,
really
but, like,
funny because like
No.
the first episode of JJK is just the first episode of Bleach.
And
Yeah.
to add to this entire conversation, like it's my opinion. I like a good chunk in parts of JJK. I fully recognize it's got a lot of issues.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like the thing about it is that we are able to delineate the differences in those kinds of discussions between just like, oh my god, big arguments, whatever, about like feelings over logic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Rita says,
Wait.
"Oh, did you cut out?"
Oh, I was just gonna like add to like just ever so slightly, just yeah, like we're able to make those kinds of like arguments and stuff like that. We don't just go like, oh well, it's just my opinion. I like JJK. I can't be wrong.
Rita says, a friend of mine likes Has-Been/Helliva. I don't, but we always have nice civil discussions about our different opinions and understand what each other's points are. It always gives me a headache that no one acts like this anymore, you know? No. I do need to dispel this. This has been common forever. People, even going pre-internet, like discussion on these matters has been always so I mean, like I go back to, I think it was Roger Ebert's review of John Carpenter's The Thing, which is just an embarrassment when you look back on it. It's like the complete misread of what is now considered one of the best horror films of all time. If not one of the best films of all time. Like, it's up there.
And in fandom culture, I'm sure Twy can back me up on this. The shit that happened for Naruto when it was coming out.
No, 100%.
Oh yeah.
So Canadian.
No,
like,
so like,
Christ.
oh god, yeah, there's like history in regards to that. But the thing is that like, also another thing to take into account is that what we see a lot of the times on here is just the most extreme examples, because that's what the internet just brings out in just the least stable number of people. But when you go out here in the real world, do you have any idea how
actually
often
there was a study that actually argues against that. Very interesting study.
But can I at least finish that point first before you bring up the fucking stats?
Okay, go for it.
All right, but like I was just saying that, like, okay, at least in my experience anyway. We can talk broadly in a second, but in my experience, do you have any idea how many people I have encountered who literally told me that they absolutely love Ruby, or that they think it's good, or that I've met like a new person and they have a freaking Crescent Rose shirt or whatever, and how do you think I reacted? Do I just shove my freaking 8K YouTube channel in their face and force them to watch my Bumblebee video? No, I don't do that. No one does that.
That's right. That's
Real
my job
people
for him.
don't-
I'm like right here next to him, and I'm just like, okay, now on behalf of my friend, watch this.
Yeah. Raymond has to keep Kaiser humble.
100%. Like, but real people don't act like this. I'm sorry. At least not in my experience.
Speaking of Ruby, my opinion of the show actually softened after talking to you guys, specifically Raymond.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, wow.
I used to think, well, I've mentioned this before to you. What do you
No, I know that I knew that you disliked it like the same as everyone else. I didn't realize that like it was so vehemently, like more so than everyone else, that like it actually softened upon talking with everyone else about it.
Oh, yeah, no, I used to think that there was not a single redeeming quality about the show.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, now I don't quite think that. I still think that it is a garbage show and that it is laughably incompetent, but there are genuine elements in there that I can realize that people find appeal for, and you just have to like dust off all of the garbage that's on top of it.
Okay, ultimate
Actually,
question here.
there's
Brush away the animation quality, because that's just not fair. But just on a purely story basis, Ruby or JJK?
I mean, we
Ooh,
already talked about
I
I mean, to be fair, you're 14 eps in.
I was gonna say, like, all I wanted to hear was that moment of hesitation.
You're cruel.
I guess speaking as someone who's seen both of them, I would say let's compare like best of the best. The best of JJK's story is better than Ruby's best. And I think the worst of Ruby's story is worse than JJK.
Okay.
I,
From what
as
I've
somebody
seen.
who
Sure.
has not finished JJK, I will
Yeah.
only compare like the first 14 episodes to the first 3 volumes of Ruby. I would have to say that for me personally, I think that JJK is worse, mainly because the lows are so much lower for that. But I would it's very complicated because I would say that on a whole, JJK is probably better than Ruby on just a storytelling perspective, but it has so many more lows to it that you can be forgiven if for saying that JJK is probably a worse show than Ruby. Ruby on a whole is just much more stupid, and a lot of things don't make sense. It's rushed in a lot of ways, and JJK is rushed as well, but there is still something there that brings it more cohesion. But Ruby also has the better characters and characterization than JJK does. I cannot for the life of me say that any of the JJK characters stand out to me.
All right. Well, by the way, guys, one moment as I 1 minute
yeah,
to
sorry,
the chat as
yeah,
I
yeah.
get everything
What's up?
rearranged.
Yeah,
Oh,
testing. Am I coming in?
Really
Hey.
big super chats
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was also gonna get to the super chats. Ugox, if you're gonna puss out with "it's just how I feel about it" argument, don't make an ignorant, inflammatory statements with the objective stamp on him. I have another point with that, but I'm juggling a bit here. Izanagi, maybe it's just me, but isn't it kind of a thing that subjectivity is implied? Since all opinions, you can bring back your opinions with arguments, and if those fall apart, the opinion isn't well received. Also, happy birthday, Celtic. Thank you, Isa. And there's a whole thing in there about, like, you can have an objectively wrong opinion because you are
Yeah.
using incorrect facts. Like, a
Yes.
well-supported opinion is what you want to have. And then
Yeah.
Cat the Bart, egg, evil, egg, light, angel. But what was I gonna say with Ugox there? It's only if you don't understand why you don't like something and you're kind of not as interested in self-examining, it's okay. Like, you're
Fine to
allowed
just leave it.
You're allowed to say is
Yeah.
like, I don't really know why I don't like it, and like I don't really have the time or the energy or the drive to look into that. And so I guess it just, unfortunately, the conversation is kind of dead ending here. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like, and it's okay as long as you're like
Yeah.
calm and you know, as long as you're being peaceful about it.
We actually had an example of that at the con, remember, Raymond? We were sitting with our group, and one of our group talked about liking every single anime that she watched while doing work stuff, even Solo Leveling.
Yeah, no, I remember.
that's-
She was,
And that's
she's
simply
very sweet.
because yeah, but that's also simply because she consumes media as stuffing for the daily grind of her job. Like, she doesn't consume media to enjoy it. She consumes media to have something to do while she does something else.
It's basically just
Aw.
like brain slop that you need. You need the brain
Yeah.
slop.
So yeah, like
Okay.
that conversation for us did die right there, because it's like, well, what else can you say about that? It's
Yeah,
like,
there's
well,
not much else to talk about.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
like, I think that like people in the real world, at the very least, I understand that there's probably stats that like show that like it's very similar in both cases, But at least in terms of navigating what to do about it, it's much easier, or at least I find it much easier to do so in real life. Because like when you're separated in terms of like, oh, we're on the internet, there's a degree of separation that dehumanizes the person you're talking to, that
Yeah.
like can potentially rise up in these sorts of
And
things.
the thing I was going to bring up with all of that was that the stats show that the amount of people who are nice online versus mean online is no different than it is in real life. What changes is the fact that nice people will often just opt out of the conversation. Like they will just leave the conversation, leaving only the crazies behind.
Yeah.
So it's all like that's the thing to take into consideration.
Wait, the crazies behind on the internet or in real life?
In the like
Both,
on the
honestly.
internet.
Well, I was gonna say I can transfer on the internet. Basically, the ability to completely disengage at will at any time makes it so that the only people left in the chat rooms are the crazies.
Okay, yeah, I figured that. I just wanted to clarify or whatever.
We have Redis. Fair, I guess I say, because I'm becoming more aware of this issue within discussion about each other's points and opinions online as well as a bit IRL, whether it be about Ruby, MHA, Has-Been, Murder Drones, or Paddock. Yeah, no, it absolutely it depends also how old you are and how long you've been on the internet, like your internet age effectively. Sure. Because the longer you're on, the more you'll encounter something that you're a really big fan of, and then you will slip into the more heated discussions. You'll just find them. So like it might be like a splash of cold water to the face for you, but for everyone else, this has been going on for ages.
Yeah, like for a lot of us, we've been doing this for 20 years, man.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Chet Manley.
Manley.
My anti-team jack technique. Haven't used this since the high-end period.
Heian era.
Sukuna.
The Heian
era.
Sorry, the Heian era.
Okay, so context to this, actually, this is a famous JJK meme because in the final arcs of the manga, Sukuna fights a lot of people, and a lot of people are like, wait a second, he pulled this technique out of his ass to counter this one thing that was supposed to kill him.
Yeah.
That happened a lot.
Heian
era, yeah.
Mark Lou, happy birthday, Celt. Just celebrated mine yesterday. Well, happy birthday to you back, my friend.
Birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday, dude. Also, I know this. It's like the JJK equivalent of the I learned this from the Tibetan monks.
Yes, yes, pretty much.
I got a personal example for this. I don't like Hunter x Hunters. I don't think it's bad. Okay. I just forced 40 episodes because hype, but felt nothing from it. I don't know why. That is perfectly fine. I was gonna say like Hunter x Hunter is up there in terms of like shows that I look at, and I'm like, the aesthetic alone doesn't click with me. And I said that about Bleach, and I kind of hold it to the Bleach a little bit. Like I still don't like the art style is quality. I'm not arguing it's bad. I'm just saying there's something about it that doesn't click with me, and that's a field that I really don't know how to self-analyze. I like, it's just, that's a gut thing, and I can't say otherwise, but I get the same thing from Hunter x Hunter, even though I am intrigued by how everyone plays it up. So,
So
sometimes that shit just kind of happens.
Yeah. I'm curious though. You've seen both Hunter x Hunter and Yu Yu Hakusho now, right, Raymond?
No, I've not watched Hunter x
Okay.
Hunter.
Because Yu Yu Hakusho is made by the same guy, so I wonder like what it is between those two. And like I'm very curious because I've never watched Hunter x Hunter.
Everything I've seen from Hunter x Hunter is very anime compared to what was in Yu Yu Hakusho. If that makes like a lot of spiky hair.
What on earth are you talking about?
You mean like the designs are more exaggerated?
Yes, the designs are more exaggerated. If that makes any more sense. Like,
in Yu Yu Hakusho or Hunter x Hunter?
Hunter x Hunter.
In Hunter x Hunter.
Like,
did I jump off the bridge?
Well, the main character's name is Go, right?
Gone.
Yeah. Gone.
He's Gone Girl.
Motherfucker, this kid's hair. What the fuck are you smoking?
Oh yeah, like you Yu Yu Hakusho's protagonist, he has totally normal hair.
He does.
Excuse you?
He just has slicked back hair.
Yeah.
Are we remembering the same character when he goes into his demon form?
That's a demon form. That is
to
literally him turning
rationalize
into
that.
a demon, not his default state.
Yeah, okay, all right, think about it like this. All right, so I've not seen Yu Yu Hakusho, but like just looking at like a Google image of like his demon form, it's like, okay, I will grant you that. Have you seen Gon's quote unquote demon form, as I'm gonna refer to that way? Like,
Like I need to also add
fair.
the demon form shows up like a grand total of like 5 times, and then he cuts his hair because he doesn't like it.
Like,
Yeah,
here's
I
the
mean,
thing. Like, if you're comparing the
overall-
if you're comparing the normal forms, I think Gun is more wild. If you're comparing the super dark demon whatever forms you want to call them, I also think Gun wins out. Even
I
if
mean,
it's-
I'm comparing the overall character designs of both shows. Both are just as wacky as the other.
If you look at Kuwabara, like one, like, oh, it's hard to examine, especially because like if you look at the live action, they do an okay job. Well, all right, Kurama.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. A lot of those characters in Yu Yu Hakusho were just using the styles of the 80s and 90s in Japan.
Yeah.
What hairstyle is Gon using that's based off of like a hairstyle in real life?
What hairstyle is Hiei using?
Hiei is a
Like, I bet-
demon.
Oh, so demons are allowed to have weird hair. Double standards over here.
Is Gon a human? Like always?
He is a human.
For the most part,
Okay.
yeah, he's human.
Okay.
So then what?
So we're standing here looking at you. And like also Kurama's over here. He has pink hair, yes, but it's like a normal hairstyle.
Oh.
Yeah.
So even some of the other demons they come across, like Togoro, he has normal hair. The big thing about him is he's just giant. Let's see. Anyway,
Yeah, I will say, I know. I feel like you're being. We both seen the Chimera Ant arc. We know how crazy this.
Oh, if
shit
you
can
think
be.
I'm at all serious about this, you're wrong.
No,
We know that you're just
I'm calling your
being-
bluff. I'm calling your bluff.
I know that you're being that you're just trying to be difficult.
yeah.
Rage.
I was gonna say there's a reason we made him the pinata. Dakota
Oh
says Kuwabara has a Yankee haircut popular with the Japan youth. One of the best moments. It went from being one of the worst things about the live action to one of the best things about the live action is that Kuwabara starts off not having his pompadour. Like he has like a kind of a modern slick back hairstyle. And then during the Genkai arc, it's literally the best part of the Genkai episodes. His hair goes on a character arc.
Oh,
and
yeah.
he gets his pompadour. Also, Pete, everything okay over there, buddy?
Oh, I think Bro just blue screened.
No!
Oh no.
Yeah, he posted in chat. Your device just ran into a problem. Needs to restart.
Okay, I will.
Holy shit!
I'll disable his screen for a little bit. If it turns off again, like completely, we'll. I didn't want to reset that.
That's happened to me before too.
Yeah.
Especially during streams. Like I'm pretty sure that that's happened to me at least twice. So he's not alone there.
Yeah. But
yeah.
alrighty.
If you guys weren't here for that, we pseudo recommend to a very light degree the live action Yu Yu Hakusho. It's especially the last 3 episodes get really messy. God, the 3rd episode is just the worst. But the first 2 are
Yeah.
actually pretty solid, and like there are elements of the last 2 that are good.
Mm-hmm.
And then there are God, they just ruined Genkai. I will never forgive them for that.
Yeah.
I'll ask about that later.
I'm scrolling up
We
in.
went over that before. I think.
I'm scrolling up in the chat a little bit because I wasn't reading as we were discussing that. Someone's like, yo, we trash talking Hunter x Hunter. We're trash talking Hunter x Hunter from the perspective of most of us have not actually seen it.
Yeah.
So we're like
So-
we're talking out of our ass.
I've read the entire manga for Hunter x Hunter. It's pretty quality overall.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, mine is purely an aesthetic commentary, and I completely acknowledge it is a completely personal one. I am not trying to say the art for it is objectively good. I am not say I just say the aesthetic does not
it
click
just
with me.
doesn't
And there's
appeal
plenty
to
of
you,
things.
which is
it's
fine. I think
I've got I was gonna say I had several friends that never got into One Piece because they didn't care for the art style.
Yeah, no, I'm
same
probably
here.
among those. Like, it's like the art style, like the live action is the thing that starts hooking me.
In fact, I think at first, ironically, even though I praise it to high heaven now, especially as I read the series, initially, Zatch Bell's character designs did not appeal to me way back when, the first time I encountered it. But nowadays, I absolutely love it, and Raikou as an artist really knows, especially the further along the series he goes, knows how to like make the designs equal parts like crazy exaggerated, but also weirdly inspiring at times, if that makes any sense. So like taste can also change when it comes to that kind of thing.
Yeah, that can happen over time. So like I ended up liking Peach Girl's style.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, like, one example that I could give is Peach Girl's art style, because both you and W have talked about how the art style for Peach Girl is just very unappealing.
Yeah, it has like a very emphasized upper lip, which is something you don't really see in anime very much. But okay, so I want to also comment. We have
you just see that in Total Drama Island.
We have a couple of arts here. This first one I showed off earlier is from Daigato, which is a nice birthday party. Thank you so much. It looks great. Then we have Happy Bird Bath from Silver Haired Freak, which is great.
Nice.
I love it. And then we have Raven, who is currently called Mr. Sad Pills because of the last episode of Bad Fanfiction, giving me. I presume that this is me as a Simpsons character.
Or maybe that's from Chicken Run.
Maybe.
It looks like a Chicken Run character.
It could be Chicken Run, yeah.
And then Omega Rob gives us this quality meme. We need some way of easily differentiating between fights where the MC is stronger and weaker than their opponents. Any suggestions? Nope. And then twice, like, can I offer you a nice egg in this trying time? We have a bunch of super chats.
How dare you imply I have no solutions? I always have the solutions.
Did I read the Yugox one? It's like, personal example, I don't like Hunter x Hunter. I don't think it's bad, just forced 40 episodes because hype, but felt nothing.
Yep, he's just that's what that started the conversation about the hair.
Then Dakota says Kuwabara has a Yankee haircut, popular Japan youth. Yep. Redus, if we were talking about crazy hair, look up Igneous from Spider Riders. Hair is freaking long.
I have no idea what the show Spider Riders is, but
I've heard of it,
amazing.
dude. You actually remember Spider Riders? That's so funny. I think I saw like one or two episodes of it when it came out, and then never saw it again.
Yeah, same. Someone made me watch the opening to Spider Riders. I think it was Ifrit, maybe, or maybe it was somebody else in my server. But
this man is the evolution of Conan.
Holy shit.
Conan is another series I've never gotten into because of the art style.
Oh, well, you know the one, the two series that I always hear about people saying they can't get into it because of the art styles, JoJo and Baki.
Yes,
okay, yes,
Baki,
yes. That's another one where I'm just like, I can't stand it.
Like I can tolerate JoJo's weird art style. I cannot tolerate Baki's.
Baki's is like if everyone was Toguro at max power.
Yes.
Yes. Fucking the author of Baki is off a fucking perk. That's why.
Redus, that's why that was me that showed you the Spider Riders intro.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, I don't know who does what like weeks ago. Sorry.
All right. Well, knowing that Pete's probably going to be a little bit, let's try and continue this video.
Yeah, sure.
We're less than a minute.
Your rehearsed speech about how important it is to remember the objective fact that they're a monster for trying to speak for everyone and declare the movie as really good. Then you launch into your rehearsed speech about how important it is to remember everyone has a different opinion, and I think you get the point of this exaggerated example. The reason
No.
Yeah, it's a defense. No, I absolutely understand your point, Joseph. The point of this whole example is that you're a cuck. That's what I'm hearing.
No, remember, he's a horror cook.
Oh my god, I nearly spat out my drink.
I'm
we
glad I
gotta make
wasn't drinking then.
We gotta specify that.
you would not do
Of
this,
course.
and to be clear here, if you have done this to someone, you owe them an apology, is because
No.
even though the statement has no formal declaration of an opinion, the subjective nature of it is implied.
First of all, you owe me an apology. Great opening, there.
Yeah,
buddy.
yeah, that's what this is. It's about you. This isn't about somebody else. This is about you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, okay, first example of this, Joseph. What if my opinion is that your opinion is bad? How do we
Yeah.
work this out? Also, I meant Detective Conan, Noel, to be clear.
Yeah. Not
Yeah.
Conan the Barbarian.
Yeah. Oh, but to be fair, like I can't get into Conan either. So, but I just,
Damn
God, this
Kaiser,
is.
get him. I'm just saying, bro. I already explained what the nature of the cuckery earlier. I don't need to get into it again.
Done this to someone, you owe them an apology, is because even though the statement has no formal declaration of an opinion, the subjective nature of it is implied, both by the situation that it's taking place in, a casual conversation after seeing a movie, and by the basics of communication.
Okay, so
Huh?
if the circumstances, basics of communication is going to be a whole rabbit hole. But first of all, casual
Yeah.
circumstance. You are a professional critic on YouTube. Like,
Yes.
I don't care if you don't consider yourself professional, you are renowned. You have actual critical weight in this sphere. You are potentially in part responsible for a horror game underselling.
Yes.
You have weight. You are not in a casual context when you make broad sweeping declarations.
Right.
Did he show his subjectiveness yet? I don't know. He's not giving clear signals
Well,
what's
to be
subjective
fair,
and not.
To be fair, we yapped for too long for him
Yeah.
to get to
Well,
that
to be
point. but, you
also
know.
to be fair, like everything he says is subjective. Didn't you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally. Even when he says something is something, that's just his opinion, bro.
Even him saying that every time somebody states an opinion out of their mouth, that is inherently subjective. That statement itself is also subjective.
There is
Holy
a chair
shit.
in my room. That is my subjective opinion.
I am sitting down.
Well, to be fair,
I need
you
to
don't
go to the
have
bathroom.
legs
That's a
or an ass.
subjective
You're just a
thing.
floating book. So
That's true.
I need to go to the bathroom. That's my opinion.
Everyone knows different people like different things, and that no one is actually trying to speak for everyone when they make statements like, that movie was really good, right?
No, that's wrong!
Considering that you're watching this on my YouTube channel where I regularly present my opinions in videos, I'm sure you know where I'm going with this, and you may immediately think that it's not fair to compare statements made in everyday conversation to those made in a scripted video. However, I don't think that's true, nor do I think you'd really want that if you fully understood what the result would be. First, let's demonstrate exactly what's happening. The video I released before this one is a great example since there are over 100 comments on it that address objectivity versus subjectivity instead of discussing anything brought up in the video.
Oh my god.
Isn't that that's very
fucking
telling,
cancer.
honestly.
yeah, but
Yeah.
also like, how do you know that they are discussing that, but also simultaneously discussing your points? Like,
Yeah,
like
people
if
can
I were
discuss
tackling
things
that,
and
I'd
you-
be like both metrics, and like I think the way you stated things in this video was poor based on like mixing subjective and objective merits, and then here are
Yeah.
the arguments you made and why I disagree with them.
Yeah, honestly, I do not trust you because you were already shiesty in the previous video anyway.
Actually, you know what?
So-
I'm going to do something. Can I Can I open this, please? In a different tab. Thank you. I want to go and see some of the comments on his previous video.
When I was a kid,
Ooh.
Nice,
Oh.
bro.
Let us look at this. I know it's not going to be centered on screen. I'm sorry about that, but let's see. Dr. Sent in the room. Lights were off. Being caught in the monster seemed worse than death because you don't know what home. It's really a strange argument to me because what makes a piece of media scary in his eyes isn't the death of a character. It's the ideas and themes that are scary. It's the protagonist going to live or die. It's such a mundane idea that it can never scare me at all. When I play Silent Hill, I'm not scared because I'm worried. So this guy's he's arguing with the point. Consider death the ultimate source of fear. There are many other things that scare. Yeah, he's arguing with the point. Somo isn't a horror game. I can't begin to describe how hollow, cold, and sick I felt at the end of that game. Not because he's not arguing objectivity.
Yeah, again, this is just a massive cope. This is just
I will probably say that he, like, if you did something like scroll as far as you can go, like reasonably through his comments, like however many that there are, and then you do a Control F search for the word subjectivity.
Yeah, probably. But at the same time, all the biggest comments, the ones that are engaging the most, are the ones talking about arguing the points. So
yeah.
Blade Charge, thank you for the happy birthday.
Thanks, dude. Nice to see you.
These are comments that are using a perceived error.
Oh, actually, wait, look at these. These are tiny comments compared to the
comments on it that are
those ones.
What the fuck?
Like, these are substantial. Okay, let's look at these. No offense, but I found this argument pretty off. First of all, because there is horror games like Resident Evil that punish players after dying thanks to their save game system. Hey, who mentioned that last stream? And done manually in certain conditions. Second, because the fear you're talking about is not fear about what the game is offering you, but fear about losing progress. You can feel that in a lot of non-horror games. The fear is about having to respawn 15 minutes back in the last checkpoint, wasting your effort and time. Dark Souls, for example. Like, I have to give a caveat there. Dark Souls is a horror game. It is
a horror game.
Like, we got to not forget that. Fear is about having to start again. The Binding of Isaac. That's not about fear. That's not fear about emotion, imagery, creature, or the unknown. Okay, so that's there. You have a very clinical mindset, Joseph. All your reviews tend to be very focused on gameplay mechanics and not much else. I hope this isn't coming across as an insult. I would often come to your videos for a mechanical breakdown of a game, and then go to Noah Cadwell for the other stuff that I care about more than the actual cultural impact. And I just got a text.
Damn, even your own viewers are saying.
I got a text, so I just immediately distracted like a dog. Since you actually like a bird, that makes more sense. Since you analyze this area of games closer than anybody else on the site, it's no surprise that you would find horror as a genre to be lacking in what you. I'm sorry, you're scrolling through this, but like, and then you're going to show a bunch of shorter ones. This really strange argument to me because it makes piece of media sound scary in my eyes. Isn't the death of characters? It's the ideas and themes that are scary. Yeah, but he would just tell you that's a horror themed game, not a horror game.
Yeah.
This video said, why horror games don't scare me, but then you make a lot of sweeping statements about non-specific you instead of I. So you are trying to project your opinions and feelings onto us, the audience, and using your experience and feeling as a foundation for criticism of an entire genre of games instead of only your experience of a game. You're doing what a lot of people do when they have a criticism, because you are either the center of your own world and your opinions are all that matter in your world, then your perception of that thing must be the ultimate truth of that thing. When it's not, it's just your experience, and you can be wrong in your global criticism of that thing, but still right in your assessment of how you feel about it. So yeah, no, this guy's hitting the nail on the head with that.
Yeah. Yes. Where's the line?
Yeah.
Objectivity versus subjectivity instead of discussing anything brought up in the video.
Okay.
These
so
are
he's lying.
Okay.
He's
Also, on top of that,
lying.
your presentation in the video is subject to commentary. Like in the video, it is in the video is the way you handle making the video.
You're a public YouTuber. You made public statements on the platform. Of course, people are gonna disagree with you.
I hate it. Oh, sorry. I was just. Go ahead.
Not to deliberate the point, you've kind of paused it for here in the watch together. He's bringing up a comment that has 6 likes and a comment that has 22.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bruh.
I can't believe this guy. I hate it though when anyone says it goes defensive because they put something out into the world and then the feedback that they get for it is not positive and they go, well, you shouldn't be criticizing my stuff because of this or that reason.
God.
You are putting something out there into the public. Well, it's my private YouTube channel. It is still on a public platform. It does
Yep.
not matter if you have your own personal corner of a cafe. That cafe is still a public place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It says none of those are arguing. The last one was arguing subjectivity. The last one was basically saying you are projecting your own thoughts and feelings onto everyone else. That's the point he's making there is it's your subjective opinion. It's not a statement but you're making it as a statement of fact. It's just he's not saying it in so many words. They brought up maybe his disorder fanfic writers too. And then also these comments are bare bones. This video is honestly pretty bad. So while you start off on the route of subjectivity, you quickly detour into objective statements. Truth, but very basic. I know, right? He acts like the purpose of scary... Oh, this one's in reply to that one. He acts like the purpose of scary media is to literally put you into a fear for your life. This video is a ridiculous opinion essay presented as fact. Yes. You're so determined to state your personal experience as fact for everyone. You can use the same logic to argue that games will always be more scary than movies. Yeah.
You're cutting out a lot for us.
Am I?
Okay, so that's not just me then.
I was worried about that too.
Oh no. How am I doing on stream? Everyone on stream hearing me okay?
I would imagine so because you're the one that is streaming to YouTube, but it's probably for Discord.
Stream has been spoofed. Okay, good.
Okay, yeah, it might just be a Discord thing. The Discord wants to silence you on your B.
Silverhaired freak, you left the comments on ship dip. This is entirely on you. That's
exactly, bro.
I hope he hasn't been deleting them. I don't think he does that. Does he delete? Is he notorious for that?
As far as I'm aware,
I don't
he
think
doesn't
so.
do
From
it.
what I remember,
he has very bad reactions.
He has thin skin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say he's a cuck. Don't worry.
No. Some cucks take pride in their cuckery. All right. I don't want to drag down the cucks with him.
Celtic Phoenix. Some cucks have standards.
Yes, some cucks have standards. God.
As the creator of the vigilante cuck, I need to stand up for the few that know what they are.
Comments that are using a perceived error in presentation as a way to
entirely...
entirely...
Whoa, one minute. Let's pause on
instead
those.
of discussing anything brought up in the video.
I was trying to listen to his
These are
statement.
comments that are using a perceived error in...
He only really pays lip service to the idea that it's just his opinion. He repeatedly insinuates that everyone else has just misinterpreted their own feelings. Except a lot of points he makes are statements and not prefaced with "I believe" or "in my experience" or something along those lines. He does something, but he's finally gone. I gotta switch over to the scuff over. If you guys want to finish reading that out, I can fix the stream for us.
Oh, were you at the middle one or the third one?
Middle one, I believe. Yes.
Okay. Except a lot of the points he makes are statements and not prefaced with "I believe" or "in my experience" or something along those lines. He does sometimes, but those are so few and far between that this is more of a general review than a personal one just from the way he worded it. Which is true. If you want to be about this whole "it's just my opinion" bullshit, then you need to use language that reflects how you feel. Especially as a YouTuber, which is your job to fucking communicate.
And again, not to belabor the point, but again, 12, 15, 3.
What the fuck are we doing here?
If you guys want to continue the video, we can.
Oh yeah.
Well, no, I was gonna say if you guys feel like you can. Oh my God, are you literally just returning? Oh my God. I am in the middle of refixing everything.
No. You're okay. I'm on my phone, so you're not gonna get Rahi Tuber anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's still a blue screen, and it might be this way for a while. So
oh dear!
Watch together up in a
Yeah.
I don't.
So I've just got Watch Together up in another window, and I guess I'm just gonna be on my phone if that's okay with everyone else. I'm just gonna be the
As-
Crick of
You're good,
Platinum
man.
today.
As long as you mute, unless if you're wearing like headphones for the watch together, because we don't want to hear
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Through
Yeah,
you.
I'm watching.
I'm
listening through headphones. Don't worry about it.
You know, the scuff doesn't stop for my birthday.
Yeah.
Am
And
I
that's
coming
what you
through
get in
okay?
the Team Jack podcast.
You
Am
get
I coming
scuff.
through okay? Like,
Yeah,
I
you're
hope I'm
coming
not
through.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, you're
too-
fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
everybody can hear you fine.
Feel free to be
All right,
blunt,
there we
because like
go.
I'll mute myself if I like sound obnoxiously, like just
The only thing that's
snowballs.
a problem right now is sometimes you're partially obscuring your microphone, probably with your fingers.
Potentially. I guess I don't know where my microphone would be for. I mean, I assume that my mic would just be at the bottom of my phone, but I'll try holding it
Yeah.
from like the top.
Yeah, don't hold it from the bottom. Definitely.
Why is his
Okay.
cardboard a 3.5 ton brick of platinum? Because his periodic
platinum.
Yeah, he's literally platinum.
Platinum.
Holy shit, man.
Like, dude, did you not see the big green PT block on his head? That isn't because he's a fan of a obscure spin-off of Silent Hill that never got produced.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Presentation as a way to entirely dismiss any points.
If you use the phrase like "I think, I believe" more, mate, you lose opinion title once you start making definitive statements in a manner to pass your subjective opinion as objective fact.
Yeah.
Insulting him because he's going down the downward thrust direction of stating. Downward thrust is tonal, isn't he?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
that's-
Tonal is awesome. Like he's recouped.
Yeah, he has been redeemed. He went through his character mark.
Let's see. The white Samauri. I'm insulting him because he's going downward thrust direction of stating facts as opinions as facts and trying to use objectivity to justify his claim. It's all vapid and nonsensical, but he tries to pass it off as opinion while using fake facts to try and bolster his argument that you can respond in. Well, what really gets me is like a perceived misdelivery. Like, what was his exact words in this?
Discussing anything brought up in the video. These are comments that are using a perceived error in presentation as a way to entirely dismiss any points. There's
No. Like, they're not dismissing any points. Don't be disingenuous. First of all, these are not the arguments that are actually engaging with your content. Like,
No.
like these are, you have cherry
These
picked
are the lowest
these.
of the rung.
You've cherry picked the worst comments of the arguments being made. There were several that we found that in your scroll, by the way, not ones that were made later, but the ones you showed on screen, like the ones that were actually like making an argument about what your statements were, but also mixing in there how you misrepresented yourself. And if it's perceived, maybe ask why people perceived you that way.
Yeah, you're beating the fuck out of that straw man.
You know,
100%.
I actually have an example of this that is much more in line with what he thinks that his comments are. And that's someone commented very recently on my Lily Orchard video complaining about this exact same thing where it's like they're complaining that I'm objectively saying that violence is never the answer, despite the fact that earlier in the video I said that violence should be the final option, like not
last resort,
not the thing that you it should be the last resort, not something that you go to right off the fucking bat. But they said that because I was talking about how unsuccessful coup d'etats were in real life, that meant that I was saying objectively that violence should never be the option, because I was going into like how bad it usually is and why it should be the last option.
Yeah.
So
Ben Raven says, "A very happy birthday to you, Kelt. What is your favorite dessert to celebrate within your completely subjective opinion? And also, what is your most anticipated movie of 2026? Cheers." Tiramisu is my favorite dessert. I usually have it, and I am not paying attention at all to the movies, so I don't know. Sorry, Twi, I didn't mean to. I thought you were ramping down. I didn't mean to step over you. I hope you still have your thought. I'm so sorry.
I was just going to say, like, because you did mention wondering if this guy deleted his comments. I eventually did delete that comment chain because this person was just trying to sidestep everything that I was saying, and I realized that the conversation was just going to go on in circles. So I
Damn
thought that
you
it was
could've
best
used
to
that
just.
in a comment response video, Twi. What are you doing?
I know, I'm such a bad YouTuber. I don't screenshot
Yeah.
people's YouTube comments in order to bitch about them later.
Yeah, you gotta put the Persona 5 music behind it because it's copyright free.
Yeah, what the fuck?
For the record,
Also-
Aiden Hughes, that's why they use it. And they use a lot of video game music gets used because it's copyright free.
Yeah.
Don't use Nintendo
Yeah.
though. That's a hit or miss.
Not going
Yeah,
to,
no.
not gonna lie. There's
Well,
a
that's
reason why there's
Xenoblade, you're good.
there's a reason
Okay.
why there's a meme of violence isn't the answer. It's a question, and the answer is yes. There's a reason why that's a meme.
Yeah. But yeah, let us continue.
Personal subjective views aren't worth discussing. Despite using reasons that are literally the opposite of each other, these comments are identical get-out-of-jail-free cards for people who disagree with something
Oh,
being
shut
presented
the
to them.
fuck
Well,
up.
first of all, like, yes, different commenters can come at a different problem, the same problem from different angles, and some of them can be
Yes.
incorrect. That's the first step. Secondly, you can also like read the ones that are making the most logical, cogent arguments. Like,
yeah,
don't
why are
have to
you
ignore
going for
those.
easy targets? Why you
And there's
keep going for the easy targets? I hate it. I fucking hate it when these YouTubers, who I know for a fact have been around for the longest time when it comes to this stuff, and should be understandable and aware of how to engage with this type of stuff, keep making rookie ass mistakes because their egos got broken. High Top Film did this shit. Cosmonaut Variety Hour did this shit. Lily does this shit all the fucking time. Do you know the last time I've seen this? It was this video. I think me and Jake the Surgeon were responding to it. It was about this guy who was talking about like why he thinks power scaling is bad, and he's like a Godzilla YouTuber or something like that. I don't fucking know.
yeah, I remember that.
And
The guys had.
yeah, you know the one. And like this guy in the beginning, you remember that part in the beginning of the video where this guy pulls up a 6-like comment talking about that was basically frothing at the mouth about power scaling and not showing anyone else with a much more substantive opinion on the matter. Like nobody, he makes it seem like it's such a big problem that I have to make this entire video just to prove to you people. You know what I mean? Like, this is so free. This is the most cucked behavior humanly imaginable because all you need to do is just turn that shit off and it's not a problem anymore.
Aiden's like,
It's ridiculous.
why
You
is
don't
he-
have to do this. You are a YouTuber. You are in control of your own actions.
why
Why are
is he,
you going for easy targets?
why is he using Persona 5 background footage? It's just something to look at. Like, he could have done this with a black screen, but he's just keeping it up. Not to mention, he probably is going to have like relevant stimuli later. We'll see.
I hope.
Hopefully.
Probably.
You know, I feel very I feel kind of like vindicated in my videos because especially when I'm talking about something that's not video related, I try to put up all these different like still images or memes and stuff.
Me
And
too.
I was wondering like if it looks very unprofessional of me to just stick like random quotes or random memes and stuff just in the video. At least I'm not doing something lazy like this where it's just like random video game footage. I'm putting effort into my videos.
I mean, it could be worse. You could be doing like CS:GO sliding footage in the background.
Freaking Subway
Ugh.
Surfers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
them,
I
or
remember
get out
that
of
fucking
discussion
game.
free
Holy
cards. Why waste time thinking of counter arguments when you can just do this instead? It's easy.
It just works.
Most of you
Oh.
are probably
So your argument is they're using this to get out of actually discussing why. Okay, they have no obligation to actually engage with your content, Joseph. Why are they trying to get out of a conversation that they have no reason to get into in the first place?
And to put point of fact, you're under no obligation to respond to comments that have, again, not even like 30 likes.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you know that they are baiting you, then why are you taking the bait?
You have been successfully rage baited, sir. Congratulations. Here's your medal.
If that's what they even were trying to do, but I don't think most of them were. I think a lot of them came across as like concerned and confused, like you were making a mistake that they didn't expect you to make. Like this video comes off so bad faith towards what those people were talking about. Like that opening of like, oh, do you scream in rage? When most of those comments were relatively like calm and collected. Even the ones he showed that were like the cherry-picked worst ones.
None of them are like Kaiser over here calling you a cuck.
Yeah.
Like
you got
I mean, what do you want me to say? I'm sorry? Fuck no.
I'm not asking you to.
Yeah, you can say you're welcome. No, you got these are easy to get out of jail free card arguments. He said to cherry-picked easy to counter argument section. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, we got this from Daigato. Oh my god, I love Ruby. Watch this.
It's just the Celtic sitting
Oh
on
my
the
god.
Also, the watch this, that has meme potential. If you could make like just that green screen that
Yeah.
put other things there,
Yeah,
that has such good meme potential.
Use that for so many different things. Oh my
I mean,
god.
I
There you
just
go.
showed it. That's why, but there's a new meme format with Midnight from with the little.
Yes.
Oh
flags.
yeah, I saw that.
It's great.
Oh, what meme format?
Oh, I'll grab it for you.
Is it from the
No,
Vigilante?
no, I like someone made it and then I created a base plate for it.
I found
okay.
it really funny because as I was doing the comparison with the good and the bad eggs, he gave that to me as though that would be helpful for me.
No, it was literally just me throwing a meme out there.
Oh yeah, but it was just really funny, the timing.
This is the meme format with her like holding up one of the nameplates for the UA students choosing their hero names. It's like it's just a great little thing. You can put anyone there. I put in I put in
Yes.
Espada Nachos.
That's good.
It's
You'll be thinking this is a bizarre reaction. Unfortunately, it's becoming more and more common, and I feel like I have to address it.
Oh, that's
We
a
have to take
bad
a stand.
sign. Oh, it's becoming more and
Yeah.
more common. Are you saying on your videos the comments like this are becoming more and more common?
Yeah, that's not telling at all.
Yeah, totally not.
Oh.
If anything, just so I don't have to keep saying the same things time and time again when I speak to people about my videos. First off,
Okay, that's not gonna. I'm telling you now, that's not how YouTube works. You're always gonna have people coming in on the stray. In fact, that's how YouTube kind of works a lot differently now, where you don't usually subscriber count doesn't usually determine who sees your video. In fact, oftentimes subscribers don't see your. It's all algorithms. So more often than not, like I see people with 2,000 subscribers, 4,000 subscribers having hundreds of thousands of views on certain videos. And it's like their entire engine is just geared towards showing you different random content. And subscription means very little.
I met somebody like that. They were somebody who did like TMZ style videos on celebrities and all this kind of stuff. And they were playing the YouTube algorithm and whatever for in order to get like hundreds of thousands of views and stuff like that. But like their videos were maybe like 5 to 7 minutes long at best. And I made a joke at them because they have such a small subscriber count. And back then, because this was like I want to say, Robbie, how long was it? Because you know who I'm talking about, because he was in the conversation with me when this happened. I teased him about his small subscriber count, because he's bragging about how much money he makes and stuff like that, and like how many views that he gets on his videos, and it's like, okay, but what about your retention with your subscriber count? No joke, he fucking left not only the VC, but eventually he left the server.
Man, thin subscriber count, thin skin.
Yeah.
Yeah, what the hell? Like,
Even if that's such a weird thing to like be so insecure about, because like if you are making a lot of money, if anything, you would feel like, if anything, I feel like I would get a chuckle out of that. Like if I had like about as many subscribers as I do right now, but like I have enough, I'm earning enough money somehow to be able to like just live off of that alone. I feel like that
Yeah.
would just be kind of funny. It's like, yeah, you're right. This doesn't make any sense. How do I only have 2,000 subscribers and I'm getting enough to make a living? That is
Yeah.
funny.
Right.
That sounds like you just won at that point.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
really
You
does.
should be insecure about that. That should be a fucking bragging right. It's like, yeah, I
Yeah.
only have like in triple digit subscribers, and I'm like, what?
I was gonna say, like,
Yeah.
this is always
I
the
was about-
problem of being a YouTuber is like either you like I don't actually have that thick of skin. Like a lot of things very much emotionally affect me. But what I can change is how I respond to it, and what I try to relax. Like I have to realize that I'm not the most important person on the planet. Like my stuff is just
Yeah.
kind of fun what if content or a lot of, fun critical content. Like I'm out here trying to make things fun and interesting and educational for people. And if
Right.
people react negatively to it, well, it's a learning experience. And I was talking with Zero about this, is that often people are their own worst critics when it comes down to their works. And if you offer someone criticism on their own work, almost every creative he knows is going to jump at it. And I had to turn around and like, I'm not. Like, I will do it. I recognize it is a healthy thing to be critical of your work, to hear criticism of your work, but I'm not going to be excited about it. It's going to hurt. It's going to be painful. I'm going to be emotionally like depending on how severe it gets, I'm going to be emotionally like crippled for a little bit. It happens. But I also
This is
recognize,
why I'm a masochist.
yeah, there's a lot of writers who
Bro, what
like
the
I'm not a masochist, but like to be a writer, to be a creative, you have to be. And so it's like it's a very
Yeah.
uncomfortable position where I just have to, it's like swallowing the worst pill for your health.
Raymond,
Oh.
is this the pride of the cuck that you were hinting at from the beginning of the stream? Is that
No!
what this is about?
God no.
I'm
Don't
just saying.
don't get me wrong here. Like, I will still cry and I will still have my moments where I feel like I am not an actual writer and that, oh my God, why did I even try in the first place? But I still crave that criticism because I know once I get those bad feelings out of me, once I get those negative feelings out, the only thing that's left is going to be the determination to get better.
Yeah. Celtic isn't a
Good.
masochist? That's surprising, Jake. I don't know how to take that. Like, what do you, what? It's, yeah, if
Don't-
anything, I'm a
don't bother.
sadist. Anyway, Zachary Kyler says, just saw this pop up. Oh God, I remember this vid from the old EFAP days. Wish you fellow students of the Mullerism School of Critique as well. Only a few of us are. Others come from different schools,
Yeah.
and that's perfectly okay. That's good. It's,
Right.
it's healthy to have that difference of thought. Although
Yeah,
we
they're
are
not-
all
they're not-
lining up so far. We're all pretty on the same page.
Yeah, they're not part of the toxic brood like
Eh.
me, Mahler. I mean, me, Raymond, and I know and Pete are.
Yeah, I well, you literally just singled out.
Okay,
I love that. It's like not all of them are, and then literally name 4 of the 5 people.
No,
Yeah,
listen, I
wonder
literally
who.
did what Joseph did. You know, I said, "Oh, some people do this." Me doing
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I was
doing
gonna
that
say
thing.
that's just your subjective opinion.
That's my.
I still need to like swallow down and actually watch their coverage of Iron Lung because like God, that first like 40 minutes of it was like just unpleasant to begin with, and it's like I really want to fight these guys right now.
I
Do it.
I distinctly
for
remember Metal Commander having a bit more of a positive review of it. If you ever check out his stream, but I don't quite remember what his consensus was on that.
Okay.
But the EFAP one, yeah, that one was also kind of hard to listen to.
It's like Greek punishment to fix Ruby for eternity. Oh Christ.
Cool.
Christ.
I mean, it
All
feels
right,
like an
later,
eternity.
Okay.
It's vital to make it clear that objective opinion pieces do not exist. This is
Oh!
Okay.
Hold on.
Jesus
Oh
Christ.
God!
boy.
Every line is
I
a bar
reiterate,
with
Joseph.
video.
I reiterate, Joseph. There is a chair in my room. That is both my opinion and an objective fact. What do you say
Hey,
to that?
guys.
Raymond,
me-
you don't want to be talking about a chair in your room when we're doing cuck jokes in this stream.
I'm sitting in it. I'm sitting in my own chair, the only
don't
one in my
wanna say
room.
Wait, did he
Raymond.
just-
He's sitting in the cuck chair. Okay, let me objectively review my bedroom.
Oh my
There is a
God.
TV in here. There
Holy
is
shit.
a stand fan here. There is a ladder that turns into a chair.
Well,
It is
that's
made
just
of
your opinion.
wood.
Is it a
These are objective
yeah,
facts.
okay? Is it a
Are
cuck
you
ladder?
sure? Are you sure that
fuck
that
is
stuff
a
is in
fuck
your
ladder?
room? Why? How do you know that it's only there when you're viewing it and it doesn't turn into a bunch of pineapples and pina coladas when you're looking away?
Well,
They're
I
mocking you,
don't.
Why? They're
I've
mocking you
never.
with their tropical
I've never
goodness.
smelled any coconuts in my room
That's
ever
what
when
they-
I look away.
That's just what they want you to think.
This
Exactly.
This reminds
yo.
me. I went through something in high school. It was like some SAT or something. I heard it from a friend. A part of it, like the psychology portion, is like write an essay to convince me there is not a chair in the room. He just simply wrote down what chair.
Damn. Power move.
Yeah,
Power
yeah,
move.
exactly.
Got full
you
points,
don't
by the way.
go for the convincing. You just go the full gaslight route.
Okay. I remember, like, I don't know if this was just a meme that someone wrote or if it was an actual thing. It's like, obviously the internet experience, you don't know what to trust. But just the guy that was like, it was in a philosophy class, and it was like the question was something along the lines of write down something that is brave, or like write down an example of bravery, like discuss that. Literally, the person just wrote their name on the paper and handed it in blank. They got full marks. So
Damn.
An oxymoronic demand. You are asking for the conversational equivalent of hot frozen ice cream. You're just not.
put chili flakes
Okay.
on it.
Yeah, or deep fry it.
Yep. Yep. There's
just
actually
like,
there's ways to do this, man. You're just not thinking.
I'm just like, if
I'm
you
sorry
think
that you're
like-
not creative enough to think of these alternate solutions.
Oh, don't forget, we have Dwight. We have on our
Yeah.
list one of his books.
Really?
You
Oh,
don't
he
Yes.
has a book.
Oh,
my
it's
God.
Interstellar Marine, I believe it's called.
Oh,
that
God!
Oh, you've read it, Pete? Oh my God.
Yeah.
I've heard that there's so much redundancy in that book.
There
Oh,
is.
God.
Oh my God!
Wait, I know you, right? Oh shit.
No,
Not
I haven't read it,
willingly.
but I've heard excerpts from it. Sorry, I was interrupting you. I know. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say I have read it. It wasn't willing, but I had to read
Okay,
it.
okay.
was the
Interstellar
real-
Marine versus Shadow the Conqueror. Where does it stack up?
It's better than Shadow of the Conqueror. Come on.
Okay.
But like, so here's what I'm just confused. So like, if he doesn't think that like objective reviews exist, what is he like? What categorization does he use to delineate between like a review that actually has references that support arguments that are that support points that are directed at things within the game itself that he's reviewing, and things and a review that just talks about how like he felt and just how the thing made him feel and nothing to do with like any of the mechanics? Because like, I don't surely he understands that there's a difference between like those two kinds of reviews, and there is a thing there's a terminology that you would refer to like those two different reviews, but he doesn't see that as like the difference between subjective and objective. It's just all subjective.
Well, I was
But
gonna
also
say,
still-
like, if you can go into a video game and repeatedly try to engage with the game in fair play, and repeatedly trying to do an action the game should let you do, like say you're trying to click to read some manuscript, and
Right.
doing this in this specific place ends up constantly crashing your game every single time you do it reliably over and over again, and it hasn't been fixed, or it's an older game where they can't patch it out. Is it not fair to say that it is my objective opinion that this game is borked? That, like, I cannot proceed, I cannot do something. This game is objectively impossible to play because of this
Yeah.
one failing that prevents me from actually progressing. Like, is
But,
that not
yeah,
an
but-
objective statement that is also a subjective one?
I mean, yeah, pretty much. It's just it's weird how I don't understand how like how people like make this okay. Like if people want to, because I understand that there are like arguments for like just
Also, I'll be right
general
back.
whether or not reviews are like wholly objective or wholly subjective, or personally where I am is that it's a bit of both. I don't
Yeah.
understand this idea that there are clearly objective references that you can make that can support your arguments, and that those can then make those kinds of statements objective because you are basing them off of like the objective kinds of things, and you're using reasoning and you're using a consistent standard
Yeah,
to
you're
delineate whether these
you're consistently utilizing an axiom. Like the, critical analysis is an axiom that we are all agreeing to take part in, right? Like sure, if I talk to God and tell him and ask him, is Sword Art Online bad? Of course I'm not going to get a straight answer there, because all of these things are going to be predicated on a subject, right? But
And
within an axiom, right, we can at least find a consistent standard and come to a conclusion within said standard.
If you
And
set the
what-
standard, like basically, like when
Yeah.
you preface it, you set the standard, and if it doesn't meet that standard, you can say it has failed the standard.
Yeah.
We can even look at something like an aspect of something. Like let's
Yes.
go for Sword Art Online, or we could go for Shadow of the Conqueror. And we can look
Yes.
at like the world building of these worlds. You can look at the world building of the video game in Sword Art Online and say, is this a well-built video game? And
no.
you can look objectively at how video games are built, and like the hows and whys, and how it looks to be structured in the actual show or in the light
Mhm.
novels, and then you can make a determination based off of those objective facts whether or not it is. And it's the same with Shadow of the
Which
Conqueror.
people have
Yeah.
several
Uh,
times.
Yeah, and you can look at Shadow of the Conqueror and say, well, is the matriarchal society chapter something that is superfluous and bad world building, or is it actually good world building? And then you can look at like what makes good or bad world building, and then you can make that determination based off of things like, does it actually contribute to something important in the story? Or is it just there in order to pad out chapters to make it an actual novel? And then you can make your determination from there. But that would be an objective thing, not just a subjective opinion, which would be, I think that it is a worthless chapter because I didn't get anything from it, or I think that it doesn't do a good job of establishing what it's supposed to be establishing. Like that's a difference between an objective opinion and a subjective opinion.
Yeah. Also,
Right.
thank you, Zero, for
Exactly.
this wonderful midnight meme. I had to add something because I don't genuinely
Let's
want
kill
any harm
this.
upon
Oh my
someone.
I think we're gonna have to
break
kill
it.
this guy, Celtic.
Damn.
But
Not
but
gonna
but
get 'em.
like but yeah, these things are useful because, shocker of all shocks, people like it when things progress. And
Well,
how can things progress?
It's not just
if,
that we
like,
like
have
it.
no way-
It's not just that we
Yeah.
like it. What
It's
is
useful.
it's useful because people only have so much time in their day, in their week, in their months, in their years, in their lives. Like time is finite, and our ability
Yeah.
to interact with any piece of given media is important, that we actually put time into something that we want to watch or want to interact with and care about. If we do otherwise, we're wasting our own time, and it's why critics
Especially
are
money in the
important.
case of movies and games.
Yeah. It's vitally, like, the role of the critic, though I think there has been a lot of pushback against it because formal critics and a lot of critics can end up being very bad at their jobs. Hi, Joseph. I mean, God, I should have prefaced this like, Joseph, we're willing to have you on the talk, but I knowing your temperament, I don't think you're going to want to. but the point of the matter is that like critics serve a vital purpose in giving their opinion based upon their consistent criteria. Understanding
Yeah.
a critic and why they like or hate something. Like, here's a good thing. Going to Synthetic Man, if you go to Synthetic Man, you always know you're going to get the most sexist, racist perspective on it. And so if you
Yeah.
want to understand like just how bad he considers something, it might actually influence you to check it out because it might actually
Yeah,
be
it
good.
teaches you the opposite.
It's
Yeah.
good quality.
But no, it's one of those things. Understanding the critic and understanding the criteria of which they build from, and then trusting in their ability to judge based on that criteria, it's a level of trust that goes back and forth between the critic and the consumer. If the critic is inconsistent with if they fall into a very subjective frame rate, they're not really useful to the audience, and thus the audience will not utilize them anywhere near as much, and thus they lose audience. It is a reciprocal relationship.
This is also, I honestly like it goes for like really anything when you're talking about like standards of like reviewing anything, even like not just art. So like one example that I really like to use when like trying to quantify or like when trying to explain the both objective and subjective elements of review is tire pressure and the penny test. So for those of you who aren't from the States, the penny test is this thing where you can tell how, or I guess not tire pressure, but like the treads, sorry. You can tell how deep your treads are on your tire. If you take a penny, if you see that like it goes above like Abraham Lincoln's head on the penny, and that means you need to get new tires because they've been worn down so much that they're not safe to drive on anymore. And like it seems like such an arbitrary kind of standard to judge that by. It's like this means it's good, this means it's bad, pretty simple kind of thing to understand. And it feels very arbitrary to take like such an innocuous thing like a coin to measure that. But like it's a standard that it's one that someone came up with subjectively. They just decided, I want to use a penny to do this. But it's one that tells you something that is objective about like the thing itself. And it's important too that we use these kinds of things to review and standardize certain kinds of things so that we understand things about that, because like people don't want to just buy new tires and be like, yeah, I'm sure that this is safe. No, we actually have ways of like telling this is the kind of height for the treads where it is safe. Anything below this, it has like a friction ratio or whatever of a certain amount that would not be safe to drive when moving at the average speed that cars generally tend to move on, and understanding that like helps us. And that goes for anything. When we're able to quantify the quality of certain things in relation to the actual objective facts of that thing, it helps us make better decisions. It helps us run our society. It goes for anything, not even just like art itself.
Well, a table, like just like critiquing a table. Like there are several elements that go into what makes a good table. Like what is the function of the table you're trying to do? Well, a dining table is very different than say a desk. Is very different than say one you want out on a patio, or one that you have as a coffee table in front of your couch and television. They all have different attributes that
or like an island on in your kitchen.
Yeah, like an island in your kitchen. All these have different attributes. They all use different materials. They are all constructed in different ways. And if they are constructed in a way that doesn't meet the necessity, well, then they don't function. They're not good. Even you can make them as pretty as possible. You can have the most ornate like side table, like for your bedside. You can have like a side table for your bedside, the most ornate, beautiful one. You're not going to use it as a dining room table to seat 12 people.
No, 100%.
Not with that attitude.
No, with that attitude, dog. But yeah, like
everyone in each other's laps. We only got the chair to sit in.
No, we're not doing laps. We're playing musical chairs.
Jesus Christ. But yeah, this reminds me of like back when Local Script Man was good, before he went off the fucking deep end and became a fucking AI rage baiting chud asshole. He used to give like really good writing advice, and one of the things that he said stuck with me couple years later, which is that almost every single writing element or advice that we use in that writers use in media are often traced back to observable things in reality, like the fundamental element of stories being a series of events 90% of the time is a reflection of cause and effect. Something happens, or certain things were this way in the beginning, then something happens or something changes in that thing, and then we go into a different direction, or it goes into a purposeful direction. And
Yeah.
I think that it's the same case for why it's valuable, why critical analysis is valuable.
Yeah.
Pieces do not exist. This is an
No, it's all
oxymoronic
subjective.
demand. You are asking for the conversational equivalent of hot frozen ice cream. You're just not going to get it. If your
Crazy,
desire
actually.
is a video of only objective facts, then you are asking for a dry list of mechanics and
asking for
low-level
something?
terminology that has been carefully vetted for any hint of opinion or subjective leanings. We can talk about how a game may have a sprint function, a jump button, and a death system, but we can't make any statements about how well they work, and only the barest of
can.
comparisons to
Yeah, you can. That's part.
Yeah,
What are you
well,
talking about?
Here's the thing.
He's right. You can't make those kinds of things if you're not going to talk about anything subjective, because like at the end of the day, standards that we come up with are subjectively determined. Because I mean, going back to your example, Raymond, about like the different kinds of desks, it's like one kind of desk may be better for something than it would be for something else. You're changing the standard based on like what exactly you want it for. The key word there being want. Want is a subjective feeling, and that's determined by subject. But like at the end of the day, nobody's saying that they only want objective reviews, or that they want reviews that are only objective.
Well,
or only
I push back on that as well, because like you can have what is supposed to be a four-legged table with three legs. That is an objectively broken table. It is not functional. It's not a three-legged table. It is shaped like a four-legged table and it's missing one leg. It doesn't work. It falls over. It completely does not serve the purpose of a table. So, like, my example would be, you have a dash in the game. The dash is either maybe they never utilize it. There's nothing in the environment that allows the dash to be useful. There's nothing about the combat that allows the dash to be useful. Or maybe the dash, like when you actually break down the seconds that the dash functions, any circumstance where it would be useful, it needs it to be longer than the duration of the actual dash, or the dash needs to actually go farther than it actually does. I remember Ruby Evermorrow, or whatever that was fucking called. There were problems mechanically with the dashes where they should have worked in certain places but didn't, arbitrarily. So like those are actual objective things that you can then say from that it doesn't function as intended. It is broken as a factual objective truth.
Sure.
Anyone else?
No,
Uh,
we're still here.
isn't Ruby Evermorrow a fan project?
It is a fan project.
What am I
yeah.
thinking of? Is it Everfall?
I have no idea.
Grimaclips? Everfall? I don't know.
Oh,
Arrowfall?
Arrowfell. That's it.
Okay. I thought Evermorrow. Okay.
Sorry,
I
I forgot that
talking about
thing.
the fan.
Like, I remembered there was a game, but it's like a blank space.
I just didn't
Yeah.
want.
Yeah, no,
Right.
I'm so sorry,
I was
Kale.
confused,
I am
Kale.
so sorry, Kale.
Yeah,
You did not deserve that.
Do not badmouth it like that. Also,
Evermorrow
but
was
wait,
great.
wait a second, but not really, because in your subjective opinion, Evermorrow is the same as Arrowfell. There you go.
Where did that
It's
arrow
that
fall?
easy, people.
Silverhaired Freak, he's right. You can't comment on execution of game mechanics. After all, game critics are bad at actually playing them. Oh!
Some of them.
I mean,
I
this
still-
could be the tutorial for Cuphead, I suppose.
One thing that I've always
You know
wanted
what?
to do is develop a game, and you obviously, like, when you give it the review copies, it'll be easy, medium, hard. But then after it's revealed, I want to have a day 1 or like a day 5 patch update that changes the easy one to the
Game
easy
journalist.
to game journalist mode, and just see like, because like, then I would also specifically make easy mode have certain like changes to it that would give it away. like enough that you would think it would be brought up in a commentary, like in a game journalist, they would mention it.
To
Right.
the chicken hat for Metal Gear Solid 5.
Yes.
Like something like that.
That's great.
Other games that
Oh,
have
that'd be
similar
really
things
funny.
without flirting with the dreaded O-word opinion. In fact, even those words I just used, sprint, jump, and death, could be called into question if true objectivity is the goal.
How?
Hold on.
What
Th-
the
yeah,
heck
Are we
explain
going
what
to
you
are we
mean.
going to
Willis?
get into the nature of like spoken language and the dissection of definitions and how like they can change and shift, and like are we about to enter this level of commentary?
All because people said that your takes on horror games are bad, dude. Like, is it really that fucking deep?
Oh, Izanagi, the whole
Apparently,
argument
yes.
is reminding me of Jim Sterling's satire review of Final Fantasy 13 and it commenting on people asking for objective reviews only. I think Joseph is trying to use this to deflect arguments. No shit!
100%. Yeah, all of this has always been about him, like I just said.
Actually, you know
It's
what? No,
crazy.
this isn't deflection. This isn't deflection. This is him highlighting himself. He's putting himself on blast by accident. He could
Sure.
just ignore it to deflect.
Yeah, I mean, he could have just like left his video up about like someone not being a horror game, and then just moving on from it, not giving two fucks about like the people who criticized him. I mean, he'd still be dead wrong, but
Yeah.
no, now we have to talk about objectivity and subjectivity, language.
These videos
We have
and
made the
articles,
conversation of video games 10 times more complicated than it needs to be. Sorry, I didn't.
No, yeah, it's
mean
okay.
to-
even those words I just used, sprint, jump, and death, could be called into question if true objectivity is the goal. These
So
videos and
there's no
articles
such
would
thing
be
as
like extension.
death or the concept of sprinting or anything.
Yeah, I
It's
don't
all
know what you mean
subjective.
by that. Like, aren't those things that you can objectively like define in like the
like,
context of the game?
it
Like
comes
the game
off
says
like-
this is a sprint, this is a run, this is a jump, this is a dash, this is what happens when you die. You go to Rainbow
I feel
Road.
like we are about to enter into
Yeah.
the realms of like everything in the universe is subjective, and like
Jesus Christ.
like I'm scared we're about to enter that, because there is arguments about what is the nature of objective reality, and people don't understand that, yeah, technically speaking, we could all be just hallucinating brains floating in some nebulous void, but
And
we're
to that, I would just say you would just like readjust your assessment of what exactly it means for objective to be. If everything else isn't
Yeah.
really real and it's just like a figment of your consciousness or whatever, you would just define.
there is
objective as,
something
like,
at the end of the
things
day. There
within
is
what
something
is-
objective.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna say it. I think Therefore I Am was disproven a long time ago, bud.
Yeah.
Like, here's the thing. None of that actually matters in conjunction with the conversation here.
Oh yeah,
Like
No.
when we are talking about like objectivity versus subjectivity in the arts, at the end of the day, if he is going to make an all opinions are subjective, or everything in the arts is subjective, or whatever, he'll be wrong there, because there is a foundation that is objective. Everything on top of that foundation, all of that, the building, whatever that you built on top of that, is the subjective part, but there is still an objective foundation to that.
death is implied.
Yeah. Oh,
Death
right.
isn't a real watch.
Thank you,
Hold
overhyping,
up.
by the way.
That was
But
good.
no, like you're absolutely right, because like you can't. This is like the thing about like this whole objective versus subjective thing in like reviews, is that like you can't say that it's only objective, you can't say it's only subjective, because like there's aspects to both in the review, because like
Yeah.
no matter what you say, standard that you're using to define like what is good and what is bad and what makes it good and what makes it bad, that is determined by a standard, because that's setting an is-ought, and that doesn't exist in nature. But then you also have the actual thing that you're reviewing, the object itself, like that is a thing that exists independently of you, all of its inner workings and stuff. That's like, that isn't dependent on any one person's perspective. That just is.
Your script
If
death
you-
is a concept invented by the Jedi.
Oh my god.
If you tell me just the plot of the movie and that the camera work did this or did not do this, and then there were this many actors and this many of them were men and this many of them were women and stuff like that, those are objective things in the review.
Yeah.
When you get
But-
into how you felt about that is when you get into
Yeah.
the subjectivity of it.
Yugux says,
Sorry, just real quick. When someone says that horror games don't scare me, that's a subjective statement. But when someone says
Yeah.
that Soma isn't a horror game, I got news for you. Anyway, sorry about
well,
that.
actually, I have a point on that. But first, Yugux says we're almost getting into what do you mean by dash? What do you mean by sprint? Head arguments building here.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
It's not even getting into. That is what he's saying.
Yeah, but
no,
then
that's
also
really is.
also like this is I want to point is like saying horror games don't scare me is a objective statement of his subjective state of mind. Like
Yes.
he is making a statement that horror games don't scare him. So if we find an instance of a horror game scaring him, then it has disproven the objective statement that horror games don't scare him.
Yeah.
Well, I think I would just say it's disproven the subjective statement, because like it is still ultimately something that takes place within the mind of the person. Like if we're talking about the reaction within the subject, but like that's the thing is that like people act as though, I mean, in most cases we treat subjective statements as things that can't be proven or disproven because we aren't mind readers. Theoretically, if we could see like how someone reacts and they're observe that the same way that we can view objects.
The point that I'm getting at is that like it goes to how tightly wound together that people don't think about how subjectivity and objectivity, because it is still an objective statement in how it is formatted. In like I'm getting really granular here. It is an objective statement of his subjectivity. Like that is where I'm getting with this, is like he is completely ignoring that like the two go hand in hand and you can end up fucking one up with the other. Like it happens.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, all of this is excuses. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to finish this point here because he's about. I wonder how far he's going to derail on this.
Just
Yeah,
used,
same.
sprint, jump, and death could be called into question if true objectivity is the goal. These videos and articles would be like extensions of video game manuals, except even those can have more character. Conversely, if your desire is a video of subjective opinions that speak for an acceptable minimum amount of people that already hold that opinion, then you don't know how discussions are meant to function.
Did anyone else follow that? Because my brain broke a moment there.
No, I'm with you. I'm with
not-
you because
Can we watch that over again?
Yeah.
Is this him saying that like reviews aren't just objective, but they aren't just subjective? But like the way he said it was weird.
Yeah.
let's go
Yeah.
back.
I rewound it.
Is the goal. These videos and articles would be like extensions of video game manuals, except even those can have more character. Conversely, if your desire is a video of subjective opinions that speak for an acceptable minimum amount of people that
Okay, it's a review that it's subjective opinion that speaks for a minimum amount of
already hold
people. What? Oh god, my brain is
and
cracking.
those can have more character.
What do the transcripts say? I don't know.
Conversely, if you're
You know what? That's a good idea. I'm gonna go grab the transcript.
Yeah.
imagine you
It'd be
go
a
to
lot
the-
easier than having to rewind 10 seconds at a time.
God, how do I get the I guess scroll down here.
It's in the
There it is.
description, and it should be close to the bottom, and it'll say
What
like
time code are we at?
show
We
the
are at
transcript.
4:28.
Well, you can also use
Control F, like to actually search for the text itself. If you
Okay.
can like find a specific.
Conversely,
like, key
if you
sentence.
desire is a video of subjective opinions that speaks for an acceptable minimum amount to people that already hold that opinion, then you don't know how discussions are meant to function.
So okay, he's saying you don't
But-
know how discussions are meant to function if if the opinion that you were talking about only applies to a minimum number of people. Which, if anything, doesn't
what-
that kind of hurt his point? Because I don't imagine that there's a
does.
particularly large number of people who agree that horror games don't scare them, or that they don't scare them
Yes.
for the reasons that he was saying, or that there is a large number of people who think that Soma isn't a horror game.
Yeah, like fundamentally, a minimum like number of people understanding, going by a very similar like framework of determining things. That's what an axiom is. That's what we've been talking about this entire time. And you're using normative language related to this axiom of critical analysis, and when putting your points up against everybody else's understanding, you fucking choked. And now you're pulling up this whole ass philosophical conversation just to dodge the fact that you screwed up.
Raymond, I don't know if you're willing to screenshot the transcript you read.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah, no,
it's
it's
not
on
like
screen.
no
It's on
problem.
screen right now. Conversely, comma, I'm adding commas here. If your desire is a video of subjective opinions, so you want a video of subjective opinions that speaks for an acceptable minimum amount, I guess, of people. So you want a video of opinions that speak for an acceptable minimum amount of people. So you want a video that
Oh my
speaks basically
God,
to
I understand.
that already hold that opinion. Then you don't know how discussions. Basically, you want an opinion video that reaffirms your own beliefs.
Yeah, that doesn't
Dude,
sound.
you- this is the
It's
mo-
weird.
I don't even know how like this is converse to the thing that he was talking about earlier, because like his previous statement was just that if you want a review that is purely objective, then like it's no different than like a manual of some kind. And I mean, I can at least decipher that as the statement that he's making. I don't know how this relates to that, like whether it's the converse of that or not, because they don't know how to. So like you don't know how discussions work if you want to share an opinion that like not a lot of other people hold.
You don't know how discussions work. No, plenty of people can walk in circles talking to each other about positions that they hold that are universal
Yeah.
together. Like, we sit here shitting on JJK because it's fun. Like,
Yeah.
we all hold the same opinion to some degree. Like, we do that. We can reaffirm each other in that. It's not. I want to say that's not particularly healthy, but people do that all the time. Like, it's completely natural because humans build in groups. We do that. We have a sense of community by shitting on things that are our out group. Like, that's a thing. That's not how discussion works. You are ignoring a very vital part of the human experience that's neither good nor bad.
Like, is he? I'm still trying to like explain. Maybe
Well,
he's
let
trying to say.
us see in
I guess so.
context. Maybe it will help if we keep
Keep going.
listening. Sorry, where's the play button? There it is.
Desire is a video of subjective opinions that speak for an acceptable minimum amount of people that already hold that opinion, then you don't know how discussions are meant to function. No opinion is truly worthless. Videos like mine are not meant to be a source of confirmation bias. Most content creators do not put up their
God.
videos all giddy thinking, oh golly gee, I can't wait to see how many people agree with me.
Why did you do it?
Oh,
Yeah, no. On top of that, it's like,
could you not also say the same thing about like a lot of the detractors who like put really well thought out responses to your last couple videos?
Yes.
yeah.
Like,
Sir,
Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead, Twy.
Here's the thing. You still stated in your last video that you think that every single video game out there needs to cater horror video game, I should specify, needs to cater to your preferences of what a horror game is.
Yes.
That is a statement that you made. Like, why would you even make that statement unless if you are trying to make the argument for why other people should agree with you?
Yeah, it's. Oh God, there was another point in here that my brain like clicked on.
Be a source of confirmation bias. Most content creators do not put up their videos all giddy thinking, oh golly gee, I can't wait to see how many people agree with me. While that can be a good thing depending on the topic, their primary purpose is to encourage discussion. Whether you agree or disagree, it should give
No.
you something to think about.
So why are
The most
No,
troubling
plenty of people.
implication of
We're all trying to pause it.
Yeah, we're all trying to
You
get
go-
back.
you
Why does
first,
he have
Flag.
such a problem with the discussions about his last video? Because he seems to take umbrage with the fact
It's
that
not
like, so
the
many
right
people disagree with
discussion, Pete.
Yeah.
My video wanted only one type of discussion. I wanted to talk about that. I don't care about other people wanting to talk about something else that I might have stimulated.
Like here's the thing. He's wrong even in that sense that like most people upload their videos to a lot
Stimulate
of people
discussion.
upload their videos to for discussion to in order to stimulate discussion, but to educate. Like my Digimon video was made in order to educate people on the history of Digimon as a franchise prior to the anime. Because the anime fundamentally shifted what people thought of as Digimon for so many people. It was an educational video. My Lily Orchard video was a more discussion video. It was to a lot of people agreed with me, some people disagreed with me. Some people were just there to be assholes, whatever. Those two videos are not equivalent to each other. There are a lot of videos that I watch that are to educate me on something rather than to engage me in discussion. There are a lot of videos out there that are just to teach you how to do something or how to think about something or how to think about something in a separate way from how you might have normally thought about it. So a lot of videos are not just for engagement, they are educational.
Yugok says,
Yeah.
I'm losing track of what point he's trying to make. Yeah, we all are. Brandito, happy birthday. Made some B-Day art for you in the Tundra, and here it is. Thank you very much. Apparently, I am in the trash can. I'm in the Ruby trash can.
He's the trash man. In the subjective
I was going to
opinion.
add, like, what about videos that are decrying something? Like, I could easily make a video
Oh my
that is
God.
just absolutely eviscerating Shadow the Conqueror. Like, I could
Yeah.
I could easily say about how
Or-
sickening the way it treats its characters and its premise, like how it twists so much that just doesn't have any healthy benefit. Like, I could go on for age, and like I guess that technically falls into education, but I think it could also fall into a cry of warning. Like, don't participate in this book. It could be an act of condemnation of like, don't patron this particular creator. Like, there are any different reasons. It's not just to stir discussion. Sometimes a creator has a much more pointed thing in mind.
Yeah, the purpose of a lot of my videos is not. I mean, I like sparking discussion, but most of the time it's to be persuasive.
Yes.
For people to not only understand my perspective, but to prove with all the pieces and the data that I hold in my understanding, why I believe I am correct about this thing. Like, I made my I made my freaking part 1 and part 2 videos on why Ren and Nora as characters and their relationship in Ruby sucks. Because I think the people at the time, Raymond, that were praising their development in volume 7 and 8 were fucking wrong. No, listen, I'm just saying you gave those two way more credit than they deserved, in my opinion. Okay.
Yeah. In my defense, all right, we have so little to go on in Ruby. It's better than nothing.
So you
it was
agree?
something.
So you agree?
Oh yeah, it is bad, but it's like I've always said it was. It's like it was the one small like light of hope, like one of the few small sparkles of like it's something.
So replace that hope. Okay, take your hope and put a C in there, and take out the H. Okay.
No. What you do is you take the hope and you set it on fire because hope is like the sun.
You take
Damn.
Hope and you
I'm gonna
throw
hurt
him
you.
down a well because he's like one of the worst characters in Final Fantasy.
You
Ooh,
don't
damn.
know yet.
I forgot about
You
that.
don't know yet.
Don't worry, we've all forgotten about Final Fantasy 13.
But no, I've made those videos specifically to be persuasive because this is a frame mindset that I think people had wrong about the show.
Yeah.
And guess what? After that, it's funny that how I'm the only one who's made videos on that specific subject of like the critique of the show, but every so often I see other people make their videos about RWBY and they basically say the same shit even as like a sidebar to like a greater point. So I feel like I did my job at being persuasive, which is exactly what I wanted.
Yup.
So what then? What about that?
On the topic, their primary purpose is to encourage discussion. Whether you agree or disagree, it should give you something to think about. The most troubling implication of statements like, personal subjective views aren't worth discussing, is the idea that opinions aren't meant to change. This is also seen when opinions are used as a shield or presumed to be used as one. People have also accused me of doing this. You keep saying this is all your
You're
opinion
doing
as if
it
that
now! You're
Yeah.
doing it now!
You
makes you
keep
immune.
going. You keep reverting to like this same point to try to distract from all the pretty valid criticisms of directed towards all of your observations of horror media and Soma when making the bold claims that these things aren't scary or that they aren't or that Soma isn't a horror game just because like you ended it with, well, in my opinion, or that's how I feel, or some shit like that.
humble opinion.
As
Also,
if that
just
like immediately
loving-
means that all of the other like objective qualifiers before then can't be tackled. It's just, oh well, he said it's in
Right.
my opinion. Can't do anything about it. It's the
No,
invincible shield.
that's the get out of jail free card right there, dog.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
when
Oh, you
I
guys.
was gonna say, JC Dungeon, do you have a single fact to back that up? What a
God.
pause, by the way.
Yeah.
What a pause.
It is absolutely great. God, Deus Ex is just such
It's
a good
fantastic.
series.
I love it.
A bomb.
opinions are used as a shield or presumed to be used as one. People have also accused me of doing this. You keep saying this is all your opinion as if that makes you immune to criticism. This could not be further from the truth.
Okay.
People change their opinions all the time. That's what discussion is. One person thinks the movie is good, another person thinks the movie is bad. They argue over the points and hopefully reach some compromise or a better understanding of each other's viewpoints. Someone might even be convinced and change their mind, as impossible as that may seem when you've been talking on the internet for so long. It's debatable if there is such a thing as a bad opinion, but there are definitely some that are uninformed or
No,
underdeveloped.
there's a lot of bad
Yeah.
opinions out
Yeah,
there. I'm
there
Yeah,
are.
sorry.
there's
Wait
a
a
lot of
minute.
bad opinions out there.
Have you
Wait,
ever,
that's not a bad
Mr.
opinion.
Anderson, have you ever met an unrepentant racist?
Have you ever met an anti-vaxxer?
Have you ever met a misogynist? That's
Um,
me. Hi, my name is Kaiser.
Mr. Anderson,
Shonen.
if you ever watched your own video,
But I was going to say, like, but you can also then criticize the way the person's making an argument. Like, we have logical
Yes.
fallacies for a reason, Joe. Like, they
no,
exist.
No, literally, I have done that several times. I'm not gonna name the creator, but like, okay, they were responding to a video that I think is like good or bad, and I can critique how both creators like combated each other or what fallacies they used. I can even do that whether or not I even know the show that they are specifically talking about. It's like, okay, this argument doesn't really work because X, Y, and Z, and so on and so forth. It's like,
Yeah.
you can do that.
You can have a poorly informed opinion, which then
Yeah.
makes it wrong. Even if
Yeah.
if you manage to hold on to your opinion after being informed of the correct information, and you can process that information in a different way that still coincides with your worldview, then you may have at the very least, your opinion is now better refined and much stronger. Like, you can, to believe that you have a perfect and good opinion from the get-go is somewhat faulty. It's the reason we have discussion, because it's not a case of someone's right and someone's wrong most of the time. It's typically shades of gray and people coming to better understand their own points. Like, there's a whole element of discussion that you're trying to say is that, like, right or wrong, that's not the end point. It's not necessarily a combative process. You're not in a fucking court of law.
Yeah.
So it's...
An
Well, of
article
course
that
he is, because
disagree-
everybody's saying that his opinions about fucking horror games is wrong, and then we can't have that. He can never be wrong.
Yeah.
on the internet for so long. It's debatable
Why is the victim censored in DRV3? Probably because he doesn't want spoilers.
Probably.
if there is such a thing as a bad opinion, but there are definitely some that are uninformed or underdeveloped. An article that you disagree with doesn't just function as a way for your mind to be changed about a topic. It can also act as a spark that strengthens your original opinion by challenging it so strongly that you finally work out why you feel the way you do about something.
Yeah.
Yes, that's how this works,
Wait, doesn't
and you
that-
can be wrong in
like,
how you deliver your opinion.
Yeah.
Yes.
How is this? How does this prove your point?
Yeah, if
It
anything,
doesn't
it's
is the
like-
issue.
if anything,
This
it kind of highlights how like he's been kind of ignoring a lot of the criticism and not wanting to like learn from it and grow from it, and kind of acknowledging, oh yeah, these are the things that like weren't really so greatly worded about like my last video. And instead, I'm actually just gonna start misconstruing a bunch of comments who disagree with me as something else entirely, and just mock them, and also just double down entirely.
This is just one giant double down saying that the nothing he said was wrong because of X, Y, and Z reasons, because it's just my opinion, man.
No, I'm dude. I keep saying this throughout this whole thing. Dog, when people make excuses, they pull shit like, "Oh, I had the sun in my eyes," or "My dog ate my homework." This every single time this shit happens, it doesn't come from people who established this kind of shit from the get-go. Look at High Top. He was never about this like, "Oh, it's all subjective" type beat. Until he had some takes about Spider-Man 2 that people disagree with. And then suddenly he likes to share this pseudo-philosophical view on the nature of opinion and subjectivity and objectivity in critique. Motherfucker, you lost. You lost and you're upset.
Thank you, Orange Man. Update: Lit Devil is working on Ruby videos. Expect one later this year. He is also going over the Amazing Digital Circus on
yes!
Twitch, and I'm in the process of becoming an IRS agent. Wish me luck. Also, Batwoman, $29 so far. Why would you ever willingly be? No, what? Knowing you have a bit of a hard-edged personality, you probably fit in as an art.
No. He clearly wants to be the antithesis to people like the Joker. Even the Joker fears the IRS.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
You got.
Now we have an inside man.
dun dun dun.
He can help you evade the IRS.
Yugok says there was a point in time where I defended Fairy Tail because how are y'all Battle Shonen fans if these are your criticisms of Fairy Tail?
I've got to hear the
Interesting.
arguments, but
Yeah, I would have to, that's
no, I can see it.
The idea of like it does happen. It's like I have to defend the thing that I hate because people are hating on it wrong.
Pete, what did we do about Has-Been Hotel?
Oh, God,
With
God.
Lily's critiques of Has-Been Hotel.
Don't
Yeah.
even.
I've
can't
defended a lot
even.
of shit that I hated as well for the same reasons.
Yeah.
Yep.
Guys need to hate right.
I had some comments on the Odyssey video that said just that, even though that video is fairly negative. They went into detail about how me explaining what I didn't like about the game made them realize why they like it, and they got value out of the video in that way, even though I was criticizing the game for most of the runtime.
Okay. So for
And-
those who haven't watched his Mario Odyssey video, he does an excellent job breaking down the meta game nature of it and how like the Moon Collection, he argues, is incredibly shallow, especially in its placements and how it's handled throughout most of the game. And he did so by basically going through every single moon, explaining how you approach them and get to them, and the intricacies of what it asks you as the player to do, and how shallow most of the moons are throughout the entire game, not really challenging the player to engage with the mechanics. And it's actually a very thorough, very well thought out video. It's one of the things that made me a fan of Joseph Anderson in the first place, because I thought, even though I hadn't experienced the game and I could definitely see myself enjoying the game, I thought he made a legitimately good argument that could be very
he was
well understood.
persuasive.
He was persuasive.
Mhm.
And it's just weird he's bringing it up here, because that was an incredibly well-formed opinion based on a lot of objective information that he could piece together. Like, he did the right thing. Not so much here.
But no, it's good when listen, these people like to pretend that they are doing this shit just for the love of the game, but they are all attention whores, okay?
Well,
And
I don't
listen,
like how you
to
said
be a-
these people.
You know what I meant. Oh my god. But yeah, like, and granted, to be fair, listen, we're fucking YouTubers, people. We're all attention whores, okay? We
Yes.
have to be on some level in order to survive out here. But like,
I'm not surviving. I'm not an attention whore. I haven't released a video in almost 2 years.
well, there you go. But like, I guess you're not a real YouTuber then.
No,
but
I'm not.
like, freaking, but like, freaking, what's the word? At a certain point, you need to really like re-examine your priorities and just, again, as Raymond said before, understand how to properly handle criticism from other people.
Like, if you had forwarded in your last video, all of what I'm about to say is my opinion. If, like, he tried to do that, but you need to be more clear. Everything that follows is my opinion, even if it sounds like I'm making an objective statement. These are all coming from my own personal viewpoint, and I'm not attempting to color your worldview. It's just simply how I talk. Like, it would probably have landed a lot softer than ultimately it did.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
I think I actually brought this up last week, is that it would have been a lot more interesting, I feel, because like a lot of it felt like the general foundation of what the video was about was like interesting enough. It was the way that it was delivered that wasn't too great. If it was like I understand that like other people find these kinds of games scary, but I don't find them necessarily scary. Here's why, and it's because most people tend to find the thematic aspects of a horror game scary, where I am more so engaged with the mechanical aspects of what makes it scary, and this is why it's gotten. Yeah.
It's statements like saying there are no such things as horror games. They're just horror themed games. And it's like,
yeah,
what the fuck are you saying?
Instead of dissecting what it is that maybe makes him feel the way that he does, and then also speculating on what maybe makes other people feel the way they do, and then kind of like talking about that distinction and how it plays into the way that these horror aspects are implemented, and then also like that would have been significantly more interesting than just like making these blanket statements about an entire genre.
Yeah, especially a genre that you can't possibly have played every single game in. Like, that much is fucking clear.
In my view, that's only half of the issue here, though. I think that most people watching this video will recognize that this is elementary stuff. However, in my view, discussing this is necessary because I think that there are a growing number of people who, in my experience, are demanding that every sentence in every video include a "I think that" or "in my opinion" in order to...
No.
That's not the case. They're not asking that. They're asking that you delineate very clearly between like what kind of stuff you are very obviously talking about, like your own subjective stuff, and then when you make an objective statement about an object or something outside of yourself, that you back it up with solid evidence, and that you have a lot
I can give a great example. I'm working on my Silent Hill F script. It is in its first rough draft completed form, which is great. But I'm going through the editing. But one thing that I did whenever I was talking about theories, because Silent Hill is a series filled with theories, when I was talking about theories, I lay out, this is a theory, then go into the theory and talk in objective terms. I go on, okay, this happens, this happens, this happens, this happens, this happens. I basically lay it all on the ground as I perceive something as to happening or what the theory is or what it means. And then upon the conclusion, I say, that is my theory, but if you have something to add to it or you feel like there is something that disproves it, I would be happy to hear it. This is something that could just be like, I've extrapolated this. I'm offering up, this may not be accurate. This is what I've drawn from this. Please engage with this part of the conversation based upon my own personal opinion. Like, that's
Just
Yeah.
the
I was-
fundamental.
I frame it in a sandwich.
Yeah, well, it's the fundamental issue of how Joseph presented his video. He did the whole defense of like, this is just my opinion at the very end instead of
Literally the
front-loading
very
it.
end of the fucking video.
If he front loaded it and you gave the
He did
example
try,
of like
but
X,
he did
Y,
it terribly.
yeah, like
Yeah.
if you just delineate exactly, because like every single chapter in the YouTube
So I'm gonna
video,
drink. There,
like
that's-
the section, I should say, just saying like right here, this is my you can say this part is the subjective part, this part is the quote unquote objective part, and frankly, you don't even need to say, hey, this is the like part where I'm stating my opinion. You're a YouTuber. You can even throw up big text saying this is my opinion as you're
Yes.
talking.
Like the problem isn't like there are some people out there that do ask or demand of you to state it every single sentence. Yes, I
Yeah.
will agree that there are some people out there. I've seen it, but
Okay.
that is not what the majority of people have been asking of you. So I
Right.
don't know why you would make such a straw man for that.
Yeah.
Also, again, I don't think it really matters how many times you say this is my opinion when you say things like all of X is Y and
Yeah.
therefore
yeah.
it is bad. And also like not stating it in a way that would take the conversation outside and to talk about it in a more roundabout way.
Yeah.
I think those are the bigger problems with the last video.
100%.
Because making those statements like that was bad enough, but then not going outside of your own ass and to and to surround it in something that is beyond yourself
Well, you have
is
to
the problem.
You have to understand, Twy. He can get a lot of things out of his ass. He pulls a lot of things from there.
Yeah.
100%. I mean, listen, he instead of doing
you could call him a gaping dragon.
This one needs a colonoscopy.
Oh boy.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god, I'm killing Raymond.
Yeah, you are.
what the fuck?
Whatever, he's a phoenix. I'll just come back.
That is true. But yeah, like it's so annoying because like I do on some level like agree with him that it is very annoying when you have to say, "Oh, this is my opinion" all the time. You shouldn't have to.
You don't.
But at the same time, you should also frame your statements and your arguments better.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
like Raymond's
this is how fucking this is where fucking basic English comes into play. There are
Yeah.
certain points in my videos, I'm pretty sure, or at least a couple points where it's like, hey, on a personal note, you don't have to say, in my opinion, like you don't have to cuck yourself every other sentence. You can just phrase things in a way that naturally incline yourself or that naturally signals to the audience that like, hey, I'm talking about things in this particular way. So like you don't necessarily have to kowtow to them constantly like that. There are simpler ways of doing it that can keep your pride intact, but you didn't even do that much.
Bro, again, you're bitching over less than 30 light comments.
No,
and
I'm never
strawmen.
getting over that. Never.
And
get-
several
never
several
let his ass
comments
get away with that.
that are also trying to be constructively critical of you and
Yeah.
saying, "Hey, we think that you made this argument poorly. can you address it? And you know how you handle that is, well, I'm sorry that I came off that way to you. I'll look into it,
That was
or I
not
can
my
see your
intention."
point. It was not my intention. This came off poorly. Like, you can always. It's the biggest problem that people who are attention whores have, and it's something that I think everyone on there is actually really good at least I hope so, is humbling yourself just a bit.
Yes.
Because not only is it healthy for you to build up like a willingness to listen to your own flaws, no matter how much it may hurt, but it also endears you to the people that are watching you. People are more willing to trust you if you're willing to offer up your own, bare yourself a little bit and be vulnerable. Like, people like rooting for people who are honest with them.
Yeah.
I'm gonna I've done this before where I've talked about like my mistakes and stuff. I'll say it again. It's completely worthless because it's just an opinion of Bleach. I was in an argument with some people the first time that I brought up Bleach in the Jack podcast, like probably well over a year ago at this point, where I think I said a statement like some flippant statement about how it's annoying that Ichigo is like every single species in the Bleach universe, even the bounce, and somebody was trying to tell me like, oh well, Ichigo isn't a bounce, and I'm like, don't gaslight me, bro. I know I watched it back in the day. I was wrong.
Oh,
We rewatched it.
yeah. Well, to be fair, we
Like-
didn't watch the last 10 episodes, so
No, we didn't, but it is a fact that of the episodes that we had watched, Ichigo never became a bounce, so I technically did gaslight myself, or I rather Mandela affected myself.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
yeah.
Also, my computer's working again, so I'm gonna be right back.
Okay. All right. Well, let's continue without him.
Gabby.
Yay.
To avoid
Yeah.
presenting opinions as objective facts. The way I see it, it takes me on average about 1 second to say those opinion tag statements. In my opinion, this would lead to unnecessary clutter when writing and recording scripts for videos. For something as long as
Because you're bad at scripting.
Yeah.
You don't need to do that. Look, what did I just fucking say? What
In
did
my
I just
opinion,
fucking say?
you're
When you-
clearly taking the piss, and you just need to get thicker skin and have a better editing team.
Yeah.
No, 110%. You need to know how to properly write your fucking videos, dude. Do you think I need to say, in my opinion, every other goddamn sentence? Fuck no. I just say things in a way that naturally signal to people that that's what I'm talking about. But no, that's too hard, guys. That's too fucking hard. How many subs does this guy have again? 700k subs, or at the time, I believe it was 500, and you can't do that fucking much?
Jesus.
Fuck out of here.
Get everything.
Sorry about that.
It's all good.
It's all right.
All right.
Yeah, you're fine, man.
So we know that Pete's good from the
Nah,
get-go.
let's kill him.
Jesus
In my-
Christ! Oh my God!
Melt him down.
Apparently, we need a fucking throne for Twilight over here, so bye, Pete.
I mean, you could go ahead and melt it down, but like defer to Newton's laws. Matter cannot be
Is
created or
melting it
destroyed.
down like breaking it down for you? Like, it,
Let me break it down for you, Twy.
yeah, like break it down now. Boom, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum,
Start
bum,
dancing.
bum, bum, bum. Melt it down. then.
Like, it's just like
Melting like it's
Oh, just-
1999.
it's molten like glowing platinum that's just now breakdancing on the floor or some shit.
it's just like bubbling and undulating.
Wait, I imagine it's like the weird meme. I forget what it's called. Like the one where like the character is like kicking. I think the cat is like doing like little kicks and then suddenly starts breakdancing.
Yeah, that one.
It's just that, but like it's a brick of platinum that just jumps, and then turns into like molten plasma or whatever, and it's just breakdancing on the floor.
Oh, all right, almost there. All right, everyone should be in the correct positions now. Switching to live. There we go. All right. Continue.
For something as long as Fallout 4 1 year later, I think that the extra time onto every paragraph would result in well over 10 minutes of padding. In my view, this is a worthwhile demonstration of the problems that would result in appeasing this demand.
One,
You're beating the fuck out of that straw man, man.
yeah,
Oh my
one,
God.
no one has argued. Well, there was one person that you showed arguing this, and they're an idiot. Like, we can say that.
Yeah.
That's
Oh
an
my
objective.
God,
By the
one
way, that's an
comment.
objective fact. Two, like, you're also self-defeating here because why wouldn't you want 10 extra minutes on your YouTube video?
Yeah, it's more
100%,
time
yeah.
retention.
Also, I hate this because I do love Human
Mankind
Revolution,
Divided.
but these character models, man, that man's hair did not age well. It looks
No,
like he
you
has
know
like
what?
a brain on top of him.
You know the character
sucks.
models that, like, I realized, man, you are nightmare fuel now? Mass Effects.
Oh yeah, no, Mass Effect has been nightmare fuel for a while.
Why is the personality type part of the Omegaverse?
That's a different conversation.
Is looking for absolution or something. This guy clearly didn't.
That is one of the most.
This profile,
Yeah,
it's not big enough because he clearly hasn't gotten enough information on this guy.
I was gonna say I love Human Revolution, but when you get the upgrade for the social combat, quote unquote, it just makes it so easy. Like there really is. It makes it too piss easy to do, especially because like you get the win button once you figure out what personality type they are. You can just activate the pheromones that like overpower. Wow, this is the Omegaverse.
Yeah.
Told you.
And by the way, that's an objective thing that we can talk about in the game, Joseph. This system is rendered trivial with one upgrade.
Yeah, they could have actually
go.
spread it out into a multitude of chains that you have to dedicate into, but they didn't. In fact, I could talk about Human Revolution and not having like that and Mankind Divided and not having almost too shallow of an upgrade pool. Like they really should have like made it more diverse and much deeper, but like they didn't, and it disappoints me. But
whoa now, Raymond. You don't talk about diversity, okay? Synthetic Man won't like that.
Or for
Who cares
something
about him?
quicker, I think that you could look at the time added to just this paragraph I'm speaking right now from all of the I think that
Oh my
statements that I
God,
went
it's less
out of
than
my
a
way
minute.
to
Shut the
include.
fuck up.
That's a whopping 10 seconds for just one paragraph, and there are over 20 paragraphs
No
in
one
this
is
script, and this
asking
is
you
one-
to do this.
well, one person is asking you to do this. Just one. Everyone else just wants you to be better about actually how you word things because you're not good at it here.
So,
Like,
has
if
anyone
someone
else-
says, sorry, just real quick, if
Oh,
someone says stupid statement that is unsupported, or just generally stupid in general, putting "in my opinion" at the very beginning of it doesn't make it less stupid. Like you would have to
No.
present the whole thing much differently, like to convey that this is something that you feel this way and that you understand it's uninformed, and like, and that would like you.
Aiden,
you
it
present
wasn't me
that in a
this
way
time.
where you understand that it is uninformed or some shit like that, and you can make what would normally otherwise be a stupid statement sound a little bit more understandable and sympathetic. Just like
Yes.
you can probably have presented the idea that you aren't afraid of horror games in a much less holier than thou kind of way that you did. Sorry, I know nothing.
No,
I was
going
gonna scream at
say-
Aiden. Sorry. Please stop with the Omegaverse. It wasn't me this time. That was Twy. Serial never gets just stopping by to wish Raymond a happy birthday while I'm hand breaking a bad show
Hey,
for
CBF.
footage for editing.
Hey,
Thanks,
boy.
man. Thanks for stopping by.
Take care. But the thing that I was going to is, has anyone here seen Night of the Seven Kingdoms?
No.
I heard of
So
that
there's-
show. I heard it's good.
So there's a bit where a stable hand
Is that the new Game of Thrones
Yes.
series or
Yes.
Okay.
There's a stable hand. He's talking to the main character and he says, "Excuse me, are you Baelor Targaryen, the like heir to the throne?" And Dunk says, no." And then he's, "So can you please get the fuck out the way?" And again, this is one person saying this to you, Joseph, and I don't know if I can speak for everybody. I know I can't. But unless that one person is God, you can kind of ignore them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a slippery slope fallacy without the slope. People have made one criticism and he's completely taking it to an illogical extreme that nobody would naturally do. I mean,
Yeah.
he started this with a freaking example of your friend disagrees with you on the opinion of a movie. You either can argue your points, listen to their points, or you can rip off your shirt and start screaming like an out of control gorilla and beat them to death. Like, what the fuck? I know they didn't say beat them to death, but I mean, to be fair, it wasn't far off in his description. What is Omegaverse? Son, you don't want to know.
Don't worry about it.
Don't
worry about it.
Don't worry about it. All right.
Insert,
not-
trust me, you
not
don't want
today.
to know from Atlantis.
Not today.
What is
Maybe sometime
what
in
is
the future.
Omegaverse? I don't.
No.
What is Omegaverse?
But not
Oh.
today.
No,
Not
no,
today.
you go the
Yeah,
gaslight
fuck
route.
that.
You go the gaslight route where you pretend you don't know what they're talking about. Now you've ruined it.
What chair?
We can't pretend that we don't know is the issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now with
We've
that
got
attitude-
attitude,
knowledge.
Yeah, Moopa once
Yeah,
yelled at me
yeah.
for not knowing enough about Omegaverse. It was hilarious.
Knowing enough.
If you don't have some knowledge of it, you're unprepared for the internet. Anyway.
Of my shortest videos. And remember, it's not just time that's the issue, it restricts sentence structure, creates a ton of monotonous repetition from the same statements again and again, and hampers how creative and varied the scriptwriter can be.
Get good.
So why can't a subjective
Not
blanket
sure
be
with
assumed
that
to...
attitude.
So this is entirely just a skill issue.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
No,
Daigato.
100%. Dude, do you know that meme of Goku dodging attacks and it's women against accountability? That's what this is. This is,
Like,
this
if you-
is the
Ultra instinct
YouTuber
dodge,
dodging
yeah.
accountability.
Thank
if you really
Daigato,
cannot
this is great.
understand, if you really cannot understand how I am personally not scared by horror games is much less insufferable of an opinion to listen to than horror games are just horror themed and aren't scary, then like I don't know what to tell you, man.
Daigato gave me kicking Hope down the stairs.
Damn, man.
What the fuck?
Hope from Final Fantasy.
Oh, that's great.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't know yet.
You don't know yet.
Yeah, it sucks that he's
I-
voiced by Jesse McCartney.
Fuck off.
Unfortunately.
Oh
No,
yeah,
I mean-
fuck, he is, isn't he? Oh.
I
No,
don't
Roxas.
believe you.
No, I'm not. You know what? Completely dissociating. He's not.
Yeah,
Here
he's
we
not
gonna
right here.
steal
I
Raymond
just-
Tim's.
I just imagine I just imagine the Astef movie, but like instead it's, hey Raymond, play me the one about Hope falling down the stairs. Sure thing. He just falls down and just like hits the bottom, and you just hear, you don't know yet.
Well, I was
Okay,
gonna
like,
say
so
every step he hits on the way down, you hear, you don't know yet, but like it just keeps.
Oh my
Oh,
god,
God,
you just unlocked a memory of what was it, Zero Punctuation, of him complaining about Hope pulling a boomerang out of his ass to join the fight.
Well,
Oh,
that is
yeah.
what he does. That's just straight up what he does.
Hey, like, we go off on this tangent. Like I could just start reciting Spoonie's review, but like Vanille pulling out the weird antler whip thing.
Oh,
All
that
right,
thing.
yeah, that
You
made
got
him
says-
crash out.
Of course, his only solution is I have to say, in my opinion, because not framing his statements as objective is somehow not an option. No, that's actually like legitimately. It's just English, man. It's just learning
Yes!
English.
Dude,
Well,
people
wait a
minute.
make it seem like it's such a zero-sum game. Oh, it's so bad I have to clarify shit to my audience. Motherfucker, I love that shit. That's why I'm a YouTuber.
instead-
I love explaining shit to
Instead of
people.
saying that all horror games are just horror themed, why don't you say something along the lines of, the conclusion I have come to is that most horror games are more so horror themed. Like, and then you explain this is because the mechanics do not instill a sense of fear. There you have qualified yourself. You have now given yourself, like, it's still not perfect. You could probably refine that and massage it, but it is better than just outright saying, oh, they are absolutely not.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a lot less insufferable to listen to because you can still qualify that as like you're not saying that these aren't horror games, just that like you are pointing out where the horror aspect comes from and that it generally isn't from like the mechanical aspects of it.
Pete, here's the problem. Here's the problem with that perception, okay?
Oh yeah? Yeah, you can tell me, Kaiser, what's the problem with that? Do tell.
It's going to add a few more seconds into the video, and we cannot allow.
No. You know what? It won't add more few seconds because I figured out how you word it is like, when it comes to the mechanical aspect, horror games aren't. God, I had it. Fuck, I had it for a second there, but like
He had it, he lost it.
I had it and I lost it. I had it really well worded in terms of like exploring horror games from a mechanical aspect. They are more dependent on their themes than they are on mechanics scaring the player.
Mechanics,
yeah. So if you say it like that, and in fact, that might be an objective statement. Like that, it's like factually speaking, most of the games rely more so on themes than they do relying on actual mechanical depth to scare the player. Like there's something there.
You had a way of becoming right, and for people to be less mad at you right there, and you didn't take it.
Yeah. It actually like combines, I want to say, a couple of sentences around the same point. So it's like you're streamlining, if anything. Anyway.
Be assumed to rest over everything with some sprinkled in my opinion statements throughout the script as reminders, which most scriptwriters already do, including myself, to avoid this issue. Well, there are two sides to this problem, the way I see it. The first is that some people are being genuine when they react with outrage that someone is trying to pawn off an opinion as an objective fact. That there really are people like the one in the opening example who get angry when someone says that a movie was really good with no mention that it's an opinion. For these people, it's a matter of quantity and compromise. How many reminders of opinion do you need in a script? Is it half of all opinion statements, 75%, or is it really all of them? I look at this as being the...
So I want to point out this entire section, he framed it perfectly. From, it was like, what, he had a phrase at the beginning here.
My opinion statements throughout the script as reminders, which most scriptwriters already do, including myself, to avoid this issue. Well, there are two sides to this problem, the way I see it.
There are two sides to this problem, the way I see it. That entire minute following was all framed within the realms of this one statement that says, from my perspective, there are two types of people in this discussion. Everything after that is clearly labeled as an opinion. So you don't need constant statements. If you don't I don't remember if he circles back around to say that's what I did. But for the record, that is not what you did in your horror video.
No.
You did not at all frame it that way. You worded things very poorly. If your point is like, oh, I did this right here, yes, you did it successfully here, but you didn't do it there. And I'm waiting to see where this goes.
The first is that some people are being genuine when they react with outrage that someone is trying to pawn off an opinion as an objective fact. That there really are people like the one in the opening example who get angry when someone says that a movie was really good with no mention that it's an opinion. For these people, it's a matter of quantity and compromise. How many reminders of opinion do you need in a script? Is it half of all opinion statements, 75%, or is it really all of them? I look at this as being the same as citations that are used in textbooks. Not everything is referenced and backed up with direct evidence, even in history books.
Oh, no.
Oh boy.
At least they had references! You didn't have reference!
No.
It wasn't like, oh my god, dude! Holy shit! Whoa!
I feel like
Okay. Alright, before we all unload on this, Izanagi says, stop with the straw men, the horses need the hay. Seriously though, the fuck is insanity and reach. It feels like it's extreme stupid. You got Iza to give a witty quip. Dude. You don't understand. You may have just heralded in the apocalypse.
Apotheosis over here.
But yes.
Did you get Ugox's?
Ugox's, of course, his only solution is I have to say, I may have not have, in my opinion, because not framing the statements as objective is somehow not an option. Yeah.
No, we covered that one.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
covered that
Okay,
one.
just making sure.
Yeah.
Because
No.
we have
Absolutely. I'd rather be safe than sorry. But yes. Now everyone, You are free to go off.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure
Okay,
my
alright.
opinion is going to be
Someone else
taken
want to
up.
start first?
Just go.
Yeah, just go, Pete. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Pete.
Okay. Well, I would actually like to refer to a comment on his video that I thought rather eloquently addressed his rather poor analogy with fucking, what was it, historical text or just like text in
Just
general, like,
Reference
using
in text,
references
like
and stuff.
citations.
Yeah, citations. So anyone who's ever heard of this guy, Theo Tree, if you haven't, he has an absolutely fantastic Elden Ring breakdown that is absolutely awesome, and you should check it out.
Oh yeah, Theo. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Also, just also semi-related or tangentially related. This is also the guy, one of the two people who convinced Mahler that art is not objective anymore. So I find that like just worth pointing out because I know that a lot of people
Dang, so
criticize him.
it circles back.
I know a lot of people like criticize him because they think that he believes in like just objective quality when that's not been true for a long time. And it's because of this dude. He's really intelligent and he's, anyways. I just want
Very
to read
articulate.
this because, yeah. Oh, very much so. Theo's the goat. So, dude, the parallel you're drawing to academic work, specifically regarding history, as that's my area of expertise, just doesn't exist. When using facts as a historian, I'm expected to be able to source my information. If I cannot reliably source that information, then the fact is unreliable and unusable. Some facts do not require a specific citation in academic articles because they are so commonly known to be true. The Battle of Hastings was fought in 1066 near Hastings, for example. Nothing more than a quick Google search is required to find a deluge of cross-references that confirm that fact as true. And as the intended audience of the essay becomes more specific, from historian to medieval European historian to medieval France specialist, the understanding of what common knowledge is changes. Common knowledge to an audience of specialists in medieval France is a very different matter to the common knowledge of your average educated reader or watcher. Hence, the need to cite thoroughly is dependent on exactly who your audience is. The average reader will trust a professor of history when they make an uncited claim because that professor speaks with authority and their work has more than likely gone through a lengthy process of peer review in order to vet out inaccuracies. The historian cites information so their work is reliable and contextually does not need to do so if the information is common enough to their target audience that it needs no verification. How is this process in any way similar to signifying that you are giving an opinion, not stating a fact? It is vitally important that a critic makes sure that their audience understands when they are describing the mechanics and how they correspond to the developer's intentions versus how they, as the consumer, responded to that subject. The differences between analysis of art and debate over history is that games, implicitly, have intentions behind them. But more importantly, we have clear understandings of the mechanisms at work and how they could be changed to improve or improved to further the intentions of the developer. When you say, quote, death ruins horror games, unquote, that is a blanket statement about genre and hence applies to every single horror game ever made. Have you played every single horror game ever made? I doubt it. Making statements about entire genres is a very difficult endeavor with very low returns. Your language indicates that death is an issue that plagues the entire genre, but what of a horror game where death isn't even a possibility? Or a horror game that can only be attempted once, eliminating that possibility of respawns? You see what's happening here? You've made a statement and I'm attacking it because your previous video presents a very strange idea that is argued for in a way that isn't convincing. Not to mention the presentation giving the very explicit impression that your criticisms are faults of the games, not a personal reason for not caring for them. If your video was intending to share personal feeling, why were references and mechanics brought in, criticisms made, and solutions proposed? If there's a solution, there's a problem, and if there's a problem, we're talking in objective terms. If you just want to share your sentiment, you can't be caught saying, quote, death ruins horror games, as that's a straight-up objective claim. A vulnerable, underinformed one, but an objective one. Objective doesn't mean true, it means measurable.
Your statement has qualifiers. These qualifiers can be true or false. Your claim's validity depends on the validity of its qualifiers. So when you make claims that seem, from an audience's perspective, to talk about an entire genre of a medium, you fail to make the line between description of reality and personal assessment clear. I really hope that you can see why your audience is having trouble here. The language you use makes it incredibly unclear whether you're assessing mechanics or giving a personal feeling. Horror games fail to scare me is not the same as horror games fail to scare, and you use the latter with the unreasonable expectation that your audience will hear the former.
God damn, Theo just
That-
ripped
Good
him a
fucking
new
shit. QED. Holy shit, dude.
I
For
can't
real,
add
though,
to that.
guys, check that guy's channel out. Like, he doesn't have much, but his Elden Ring video is...
It's superb.
I'll
I
do
can't agree
that.
with
Yeah, Theo is Theo is the GOAT, honestly.
That.
Uh,
What can we add to that?
I don't
No,
fucking
what-
know.
well,
Is the
you
video
know what?
over?
Failed.
Enraged scream of disappointment in Joseph. There we go. There we go.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Anyway,
Okay,
we
but
might want to keep
also,
going
you're a
because
cunt.
Yeah.
people,
That's
people
what-
don't want to
that's
keep
my
looking at
That's what I
Doki
can add to
Doki anymore.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Kaiser.
There's a compromise you make with the author that some information is considered commonly understood and agreed upon, and that most of the references will be contentious points or newly discovered information that needs to be sourced. It is unnecessary for everything to be cited, just like most opinions in an article don't need to be labeled as such. It is an understandable expectation to want a label on all of them, but it simply isn't reasonable. The second side of this problem are people who know full well that there can't be a label on every opinion but still point it out to weaken an argument that they disagree with. This could be caused by an emotional reaction that makes them grasp at any counter that's within their reach, or it could be a calculated response because they are so invested in arguing against whatever position the article has taken, one that they find so abhorrent. For these people, the only answer that I can see is for everyone else to remain vigilant and not allow these responses to gain legitimacy. It's killing discussion and makes things worse for everyone.
So the
No.
only people that argue objective versus subjective, the only reason they do so is because they're bad faith. Like, both of these are only bad faith.
Yeah, 100%.
Both of the examples you give are bad faith. No one argues this from a point of genuine good faith. No one argues it to say, "Hey, I think you made your argument wrong. Maybe we can examine what you're talking about because you're talking in like Theo pointed out, you're talking in objective terms when you should be talking in subjective terms, and vice versa. And let's try to piece that up. Like, no one's trying to like." No one is trying to stimulate
this isn't
more
a fucking
conversation.
gotcha, dude.
I just,
Yeah.
Jesus.
Like,
Ironically,
I think the way that like Theo kind of put it was like at least in differentiating between like objective and subjective statements, that like objective means measurable. So like if your statement is measurable as being true or untrue or like in some way, then
Yeah.
like, I think it's pretty safe to say that there is
Quality
a
or
level of
not.
objectivity like behind that statement.
Yes.
Yeah.
especially for those who also disagree with the article and want to properly argue against it. The reason I know this is happening is because I have received comments that have accused me of adding opinion labels as a sneaky way of presenting my views as facts, like some Trojan horse that can force you to change your mind but is also telling you at the same time that it's trying to. In these cases,
You're using
Can we hear that
And-
again?
article and want
That
to
is
properly
what you were doing, though.
wait, no, you were there.
Yeah.
You were failing to flag it.
argue against it. The reason I know this is happening is because I have received comments that have accused me of adding opinion labels as a sneaky way of presenting my views as facts, like some Trojan horse that can force you to change your mind but is
It's not that you're not adding labels to do so, although you are in many different circumstances in your last video. But it's the fact that you make qualifiable statements of objective measurement. Like, again, I just realized his character's name is Penis.
And this, oh god, I didn't notice that either. But
Race Lord,
like
the
you're right, and
Nordic
that's
penis.
that's probably what makes it insufferable to like the fact that he actually thinks that people want him to start every sentence with like, in my opinion, or from my perspective, or whatever, is because he's not changing those statements by saying that, because all he's doing is adding a subjective qualifier to a statement that is measurable and thus objective. And that doesn't take that away. It just makes it annoying that he insists the whole thing is subjective.
Well,
Also, I'm with Comfy Ghost here. He says that it happens. Throw up the comment, my dude. Let's see it.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
fucking see it.
yeah. Like, okay, why didn't you show an example here? He mentions these aggressive accusatory comments, but can't show any. Won't. Yeah, no, wait, yeah,
Or
it
just
shows.
doesn't.
Sorry, I was confused whether or not you're talking to Comfy Ghost or Anderson. My brain's a little fried right now.
No, it's for Anderson.
Yeah,
No
it's
worries.
like, throw this up. You threw up one that ever talks, like, literally. There was only one comment in everything that you showed us that's asking specifically for all this continual, in my opinion, bullshit. And it's the only thing you've been running on this for the last 10 minutes. Just on that one comment.
Raymond, that one comment is like the fucking is like a fucking Eminem diss track. It made him crash the fuck out and ruin
This
his
is
career.
why spite is more volatile than jet fuel. I swear to God.
It's
Yeah, for real, dog. No, it's not spite. It's ego. That's the difference. This dude isn't this dude isn't like spiteful. He is defensive. He is defensively trying to dodge accountability for the fact that he cannot articulate himself when that is his fucking job.
So just like, again, going back to the whole, like, because that is like the harshest statement that you made in that video, is that horror games aren't scary. Horror games are horror themed. They're not really horror games. If you said, in my opinion, horror games are just horror themed games, and that alone lets us kind of indicate, okay, you think this way. You are not pasting that onto everyone else. You're not saying definitely. Yeah. And then we can argue whether or not, like, then you can make the argument, well, a horror themed game is still a horror game. And then we can start getting down to the nitty gritty of, well, mechanically, it doesn't meet some criteria. And it's like, okay, so we're looking at mechanical criteria of a horror game versus the narrative and thematic elements. Okay, we have now distinguished them.
Yeah, then like, we can have an actual fucking conversation
it's because,
instead of still philosophical bullshit that is unnecessary.
Yeah, either you need to articulate your objective observations as into mechanically, horror games don't... horror games are more about the themes of horror as opposed to being mechanically horror. Like, if you make that objective statement and then go into detail and make an argument for that, that's something to work from on an objective level. Or if you go from, I think they're more horror-themed games, and you don't, like, it leaves you open to not as best articulate your thought, but it allows people to interact with it and better hone down why you think that way and why they might think that way. Like, one is an invitation for conversation based on much more factual evidence, and one is a conversation much more on the subjective elements. You did multi-track drifting, my friend. Somehow you made the worst statement you possibly could.
Multi-track opinions.
Ugok says, no one is arguing with Jeremy Johns when he calls a movie dog shit and he doesn't make constant opinion qualifiers to shield himself. How's that, eh?
Yeah, surprising, by the way. Also, another thing upon this visualization. God, I fucking hate Skyrim's level up system. I'm just reminded how bad it is. Holy crap.
So this is the level up system? It kind of reminds... This is some
skill
weird
tree,
ass... Okay, this is a weird ass version... dog. The sphere grid in Final Fantasy X is much more like intuitive.
I like the concept of this, where each constellation is like a core base trait, and then it goes off into like sub skills related to it. So like, I like that idea. I find it just confusing. Like, what am I supposed to make of this? Like, how does this work? Like, I looked at this and I'm like, why do I want to play this game? And then I played a little bit of Skyrim and I felt how the game felt. And I asked, why would I ever want to play this game, even if I did understand it? Yeah, I don't have.
That's the normal reaction. That's the normal reaction to vanilla Skyrim or vanilla anything Bethesda.
Well,
Yeah.
Uh,
The
like
game,
Bethesda.
Bethesda game feels ugly. I hate it.
Also telling you at the same time that it's trying to. In these cases, directly pointing out that I'm voicing an opinion still isn't enough to stop people from dismissing arguments with this excuse. Does all this
Yeah, it.
mean that there's no place for objectivity in videos like mine? Certainly not, and I think it's worth discussing how evidence can strengthen arguments as well as satisfy what I consider to be the responsibility of a content creator that has attracted an audience.
What is the problem that you're not diagnosing, Joseph, is that people are taking issue with how you argue your points. It's not the underlying argument, because the underlying argument is poorly communicated and people are confused what you are trying to say.
Big or small. The basic structure that almost all arguments in my videos follow is a subjective judgment on how something works, supported by objective evidence from the game. Sometimes the opinion comes first and then the examples show up to reinforce it. Sometimes it's the opposite, and I'll say what I think at the end.
Stop showing Fury.
I
it's
want
better
to
than
be
this.
absolutely clear here.
Yeah,
because
I was about to
already
say, I was like, man, I wish I was playing Fury right now.
Yeah,
Give me
me
both.
too, dog. I remember the
Can we
first
start-
time I
can we
played
play
that
Fury?
game. Holy shit.
Yeah, can we just make the rest of the stream just like everybody?
Yeah,
we
just
do
Fury.
a
We all
big-
just
Well,
load up
just-
Fury
yeah,
and just start playing it.
we all just load up Fury and we go like, all right,
See,
who
the-
can beat the game first? We'll make it a race.
I used to
Oh
be
my
able to
God.
speedrun it.
I would lose because I've never played it.
I tried to play it on the hardest difficulty and I just kept getting
Nah,
I could never.
that shit is crazy.
Yeah, I
It
got
is
up to
fucking
this
crazy.
boss. I got up to this boss. And then that's where I stalled out. This guy's deceptively hard on the hardest difficulty.
Oh
I
yeah.
wish that there were like more like boss rush kind of games. They're like it's
Me
it's
too.
surprisingly novel with Fury.
To be fair, it's
I
hard to make
actually can-
even one boss.
That's fair.
The closest boss rush style, it's not even in a really boss rush game, but boss rush mode, just because the games I played, like Black Myth Wukong and Lies of P have boss rush modes.
Just
yeah.
Metroid
Yeah,
Dread.
no.
Ooh,
Oh,
yeah,
y-
that's a good one.
I guess you could also count. I mean, I guess if you wanted to count the I forget what it's called, the DLC area of Hollow Knight, which
Oh yeah,
like a
God
lot of
Home.
I feel like a lot of God Home. I feel like a lot of games with like really well designed bosses should just have something like that.
Yeah.
Where like
Oh.
you can revisit old bosses. You don't have to like replay
By the way-
I think I told Raymond this once before, but like the one thing that always disheartens me about like Dark Souls, especially playing Dark Souls games for the first time, is when I find a boss I really love, and then I finally beat it, and I have that satisfaction. It's so short-lived because then I have to come to the realization of, fuck, if I want to fight that guy again, I have to start the whole game all over again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
It's one of the
That-
reasons why I
that is-
actually kind of like the data organization fights. I'm sorry, I was stepping over your.
no,
you guys-
I was stepping over you, but that's actually one of the things that I like about God Home, because base Team Cherry, when you're starting a new game of Hollow Knight, you can start in the God Home section, and they max out your character, like max masks, all
Yeah.
the trinkets,
Oh,
what have
that's
you,
cool.
and you can instantly go into the push mode.
Oh, that's awesome.
Like-
Yeah.
It's just cool like that,
It's-
and it's. I was gonna say it's very telling that some of the more popular mods for Elden Ring, Dark Souls 3, and what have you are boss rush / boss replay mods.
Nice.
Yes.
We need more boss rush games. We need more boss rush modes. I fucking had a pretty good time with like the data organization fights. Hot take. I
That's
actually
why
kind of think
Lies
that
of
like
P is great.
I kind of feel like Kingdom Hearts would be a good place for like just a whole on boss rush game.
Yeah, there's some great
Yeah,
bosses.
100%.
Yeah.
I can agree with that.
I want to play Crimson Desert just because you can pick up cats and cuddle them. Just that mechanic is baiting me. That's always such an easy crowd pleaser that like I'm always teetering on the line of, is it too easy to get like everyone to fall in love with your game? It's almost like kind of cliche at this point to have a you can pet the dog or you can cuddle the cat kind of mechanic.
What's wrong with that?
It's consider like you can consider it fluff to the game. I don't hate it, for the record. It's just like, how easy is it to just add that now and get brownie points from the internet? Like
If
it's like,
anything, it's like the opposite. If anything,
But
like
can you
have a
eat the
or a
dog?
cat. But
mods,
can you eat?
mods, load that man onto a catapult.
Okay, well here's how you would rank that. Make an objectively bad game with a lot of issues, a lot of clipping, a lot of stuttering issues, a lot of places where you can just fall around the earth, and do that on purpose. And a lot of places where your player can get permanently stuck and they can't advance in the game. But add it so that they can pet all of the animals.
That
Make that the only thing that
That is
works.
genius. Genius.
but now the question comes: if you design it specifically with that intent, is it poorly designed if it succeeds?
Well, that would be an experiment.
Yeah.
We have truly hit
If
peak game
everyone's
design.
opinion is that the dogs are too cute to care, then you can't be wrong.
I want to make it where like it's a game where there is no cute animals. It's like this ugly like worm thing that you get, but you can pet it. Like it's like your companion, but it's this ugly, horrible eldritch monster.
I mean,
I want to
give
see
an idea.
I want to see
actually.
how ugly can we make something before humans don't want to imprint on it.
So about that, I read and watched Project Hail Mary, and it's entirely in the trailer, so this isn't a spoiler. But the main character meets Rocky, which is like this rock crab alien. I will drop kick a child to protect Rocky from emotional harm,
Okay, but like,
and it's literally just a rock crab.
yeah, that sounds awesome. Like, it doesn't sound like it's a slimy, goopy eldritch abomination that like it looks like when you touch it, it will dissolve your hand and then eat it.
Well, we
Oh,
have
that's what you're going
Goonie,
for. Never mind then.
the Pokemon.
Oh, right.
But we
that
also
one, yeah.
have like we already have like in real life creatures. Like, would you
Blobfish.
not want to touch a snail? Or what about a cockroach versus a ladybug, or a
Okay,
a mosquito
we have a point
versus-
about the cockroach because we have Wally.
I was about to say, like, it
Yeah.
all depends. I feel like it all depends
Yeah.
on framing, because, like, if you frame, I feel like you could frame almost anything as like fairly endearing if you do present it in like just the right way.
Yeah,
Um.
I could see like being friends with like a blobfish.
Yeah.
Technically, ladybugs are cockroaches. Huh? I never thought about it that way.
Well, yeah. that's what I was meaning to say, because like they're technically the same thing, but one of them we are willing to touch and the other we are not.
I was gonna say
It was a roundabout way of saying the same thing that Pete said, is like it all depends on framing.
the example that I just thought of that like the trubbish. Like I don't want to pet a trubbish. I'm not in for that. Like,
Do you want to pet a muck?
I would pet a muck before I pet a trubbish.
Even
Comments
Even
below
though
saying,
that a muck is just like the thing that is inside a trubbish but becomes sentient.
Muck is indeterminable what it is, as opposed to trubbish, where I'm always reminded that I'm petting a garbage bag. Like it is all about framing.
that I'm a giant hypocrite and do try to pass off my opinions as objective after all. Objective evidence does not mean an argument is infallible. It only means that the examples are from the game itself and are tangible proof that the things I am talking about actually happened.
What about,
Yeah,
know,
that can support an
horror
argument.
games are not horror games, they're horror-themed games. That's a statement.
Yeah.
Is that an opinion?
Yeah.
Or is that a fact?
Where's the objective things of these are a theme, not a horror game?
Yeah.
Muck.
Again,
okay,
it all
look, we
comes-
all make jokes about Muck and its name backwards. It is not. That's a joke, guys. It is not actually made of that.
I'm pretty
Oh,
sure
boy.
aren't like Ekans and Arbok the only ones to have had like the reverse name like that? I don't think there are any other
Yes,
Pokemon
I believe
that do
so.
that. Yeah.
Yes.
But like going back to what Joseph was saying, again, just
Theo put it best, is that if the statement is measurable, then like it is objective, or at the very least there is an objective element to it that you cannot deny. And so if you make a statement and people can measure it, they can criticize it, they can attack it,
They can
they can
scrutinize,
scrutinize it. Yeah, then like it's objective.
Yep.
That's it. You can't really say much else to that.
They
Well,
could
yes,
still
I can.
be
I
bad
can just say it's in
arguments.
my opinion. You're wrong.
Still be bad arguments. I think they do,
Yeah, well,
or my
that's my opinion,
conclusions
so
may be
you're
far
wrong.
from what you think of the game when studying the same examples I'm using. I think that this is what most people mean when they say they want more objectivity in articles and reviews. They know full well that opinions cannot be objective, but they want something supported by evidence, or failing that.
Okay, then why did we skip? Then why? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's my opinion the sky is blue.
Yeah,
It's my
what
opinion the
about
sky
red?
is actually an inconceivable color. It's Mapernka. It's Mapernka.
It's
that
my
the secret-
opinion.
Is that the secret
which
color from
part-
the spell magic?
It's the color out of space.
Oh.
Yeah, it's my opinion that grass is actually poison, and so everybody who's trying to say that you should touch grass is actually trying to kill you. So you never go outside.
I was gonna say, it's my opinion that grass is actually made out of rock candy. Go outside and start licking it.
Oh my god!
Have you all play Stray? Because sure, the cat is cute, but some of the settings and enemies, I've seen it played.
Oh, I've played
I
it.
can't say I've played it.
I have. Okay, so wait, what is
Stray
being
is the
asked here?
cat
I
game.
didn't get. Yeah. No, I'm asking. I didn't see the question.
It's
for
Ugox.
Stray.
He says, because
Okay.
sure, that
Have you
cat is
played
cute,
Stray?
but some of the settings and enemies, they're like,
Oh yeah. I wouldn't even say that the cat is like particularly cute because of the way that they make its like fur and stuff. It's kind of grubby. It's kind of a grubby little thing, but yeah, the creatures there. Oh my god, they really. I had to play that game in like short little bursts because I'm quite the coward when it comes to playing horror stuff. But
wait, no,
like
horror
once you
games
get
aren't
used to
scary.
it.
Not scary, though.
It's not scary. Yeah, what are you talking about, Twy?
Yeah, horror games aren't scary, but I got scared of them anyway.
True
but yeah,
terror,
like
by the way.
those things are just like giant fleas. It's awful.
Yeah. If you want to be really cruel, Celtic, you would make Twy play Alien Isolation.
no.
Oh god.
Okay, let me put it this way. Alien Isolation is the kind of horror game I would never want to play. It's like up there in terms of like, I don't want to constantly be stalked by an enemy. Like it's one of those games like I know I will genuinely be scared shitless by it because of how powerless you are.
Oh, I certainly was.
What?
Oh, I said I certainly was scared shitless when I was playing.
Yeah,
it.
I was gonna say like
Dude, I was
the
scared
Marie
watching.
segments in Resident Evil 9 were unnerving enough, and I actually had quite a bit of agency compared to what you get in Alien Isolation. No,
Dog, I watched
thank
the
you.
entire gameplay of what's his name, Lane Praetor acting as Krillin during that.
Oh god, that's
Oh, boy.
and that shit was scary.
Well, I was gonna say
It
like
was-
on
it was
top of
even
that,
parts hilarious and scary.
on top of that, there's also the fact that the programming for the alien can be very inconsistent in terms of like I know there's a lot of complaints about how it can just know where you are. Which
That's because of how the AI works.
yeah, but like
Yeah.
that also considering the AI this pursuit enemy that's constantly in your area, if it cheats regularly, it kind of feels like there's not fair.
So here's how to give context on it, how the alien works. Its AI is actually fantastic. I've studied it because I'm just so fascinated by it. But effectively, there's two AIs that control the alien: a dumb AI that has no idea about you, and an AI that always knows your location, and it periodically gives hints to the dumb AI that's actually controlling the alien. However, this is a objective problem with the game. Sometimes the hints rapid fire and the alien instantly finds you.
Yeah.
That's where it goes.
Yeah, that's like the issue with it. You would hate
Never
Hell
heard
Knight on the
about that.
PS1, that entire dungeon crawling with a single stalker enemy type you can only stun. See, there's a difference there in terms of like, am I encountering like that was actually my favorite elements of seeing different Let's Plays of Alien Isolation is like there are the other androids and stuff that you gotta fight. And that's a really nice shakeup in terms of like, oh, there are actually there is combat outside of it to kind of break up just being constantly
Yeah, there
pursued
are
by a thing
things
that
within
can't
your
die.
control.
Um, like that's why I like Resident Evil, and I was so disappointed by Resident Evil 3 remake. I was hoping to like actually struggle against the Nemesis, and then Nemesis showed up.
Sketchy Sam says fleas can be cute out of context. This is true because our main characters in Dofu had a pet flea. That was pretty cute. Remember him, Raymond?
Oh God, I'm actually struggling. The pet flea and
Yeah. Yeah, remember those
sorry,
those things?
Dopus.
Yeah,
Oh God,
Dopus.
I think so. God, it's been so long since I've watched Dofus.
Oh, I just
Time
pulled
for
up a
rewatch.
Google image of it. Is it like a big pink ball with like little tiny
Yes.
tentacles? Oh, yeah, I think I'm looking at it right now. That's fucking adorable.
Oh, send that in chat. I don't think I've
That
seen-
said, I personally find the fleas from Silk Song ever so slightly more adorable, but that could just be my bias for that game.
Some of the
those
fleas
are
are pretty
pretty
good.
fucking adorable. Yeah.
Yeah.
But fucking, I
This is
can't get
Dofus.
over the fact that they have so many things of the main character of Silsong just slapping people. Hornet slaps so many people in that game.
Oh yeah, the fleas from Silk Song are adorable little guys.
They are.
Yeah.
Fucking bury my face in the big one, even though he tried to kill me the first time around.
They're just like they're fluffy little. I love like I see all the gifs of Hornet like just loving fluffy. Not gifs, but like she has in her journal how much she just loves fluffy things and how cute they are.
Yeah.
I don't know. There was the one short where like she sees the mission to like go rescue the fleas. She brings them, and the guy's like, "Thank you." He's gonna give her money, and like before she even takes the money, she just pushes him out of the way and just like starts like just embracing all the fluffy fleas around her.
You know, by the way, the reason why the game took so fucking long to make is the creators spent all their time in Fleetopia doing the mini games they made.
Yes. You ever think about how SpongeBob did the reverse and made the butterfly scary with the clothes? Yes.
That's
oh my
terrifying.
God.
That shit was terrifying.
An attempt to represent more perspectives than just the writers when it comes to a formal appraisal of some perspective, but they want. I think that this is what most people mean when they say they want more objectivity in articles and reviews. They know full well that opinions cannot be objective, but they want something supported by evidence, or failing that, an attempt to represent more perspectives than just the writers when it comes to a formal appraisal of something. I consider content creators like myself.
They want
weird how he
more perspective, but failing having objective facts.
Wait.
What?
We have to give him credit on this. He did at least start it with, "I think this is."
Yeah,
what
but now I'm analyzing his mentality on this. Like failing objective facts, they want a viewpoint that represents more viewpoints than their own. No.
Okay, that I can't defend.
That's not what's going on.
Like that is technically his opinion, but it's a really bad one.
Yeah, because I think that there is something to the fact that, like, regardless of whether or not you say that is your opinion, you can still have a bad opinion that people can disagree with.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I was just trying to make a joke about us being completely fair and objective.
True.
I mean, by
Itself to be
comparison.
Yeah.
obligated to provide this sort of evidence in most cases. My opinion is not worth more than anyone else's, but it's undeniable that it has much
Oh, wait.
more influence.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh wait! Oh wait!
Okay.
Wait! This is my. Oh my God! It's coming back to me. This is my favorite line. Hold on.
Wait for it.
No.
Okay.
This is my favorite line in the whole video. I forgot that this is the video where he says this. No.
Oh, okay,
You gotta
okay.
let him
Okay,
play.
let's hear
let it
this.
play,
Let's
we'll
hear
let it
this.
Evidence in most cases. My opinion is not worth more than anyone else's, but it's undeniable that it has much more influence. My videos on Fallout 4 get so many views that just today, more people will listen to me speak my opinions on that series than most people will be listened to about anything in their entire lives. Presenting a list of unsupported
Stroking your
opinions
ego there.
Yeah.
What? You
Real
really,
Wow.
really
okay.
wanted.
So, okay, does that not mean that you have some burden of responsibility in order of like maintaining some level of quality with your work? Being careful with your words because they can be harmfully influential? There might be hundreds of people, thousands of people that walked away from your horror game video thinking that horror games aren't horror games because they're only themed like horror games and not because they actually like because of some weird really poorly formulated idea of what a horror game should be.
And
Yeah.
to the additional bit of my opinion is not worth more than anyone else's. No, I have a lot of opinions that I hold that are 100% worth more than several people that I know and several people I can point to.
Well,
I'm
also
sorry.
I also find it interesting though that he says that practically back to back with like my opinion is not worth more than anyone else's. Also, my opinion is one that's listened to by more people in a single year than most people will be listened to in their entire lives.
Like, bro, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, I'm not going to. Okay. I'm not going to go back on my words about, like, my stance on creatives and their level of influence that I've talked about, like, say, with H-Bomber Guy and other reviewers, because people have said that, oh, this video ruined conversations around X, Y, and Z. And I think, you know, generally people get lost in the sauce within that way too fucking much. However, how fucking ever, I will absolutely there are two realms or two, I guess, genres of conversation where this can absolutely be the case: politics and gaming. Because in gaming, especially, like Raymond said, people have to spend fucking money on these goddamn things. We have to spend time and money in order to commit ourselves to a market that is getting even more saturated and finding different ways to fuck us in the ass in prices. So, of course, when a big creator makes a convincing argument as to why you shouldn't spend $60 fucking dollars on something, of course they're going to take your word for it. That's your job. You did something, assuming you have all your facts in order, you did the right thing. And if you didn't, you should fucking correct it. I don't give a fuck if it takes you, what's the word? 10 goddamn minutes, adds 10 more minutes into your video, or 10,000 minutes. That's what you're supposed to fucking do. Sorry, not sorry.
Qui-Gon says, I'm strangely reminded of Total Biscuit and how he acknowledged that his opinions held so much weight that he recognized the responsibility that came with it. Yes!
That's because he's the GOAT. That's because he was the GOAT.
Unironically, with great power comes great responsibility, dipshit.
Well, no, Kaiser,
Deal with-
Kaiser, counter argument for this. Silk Song should be more than $20.
Good.
Okay. Oh, wait.
Objectively.
Counter argument. I'm sorry. I don't want to call I Know Nothing a cuck. I wouldn't even jokingly. I wouldn't even
Not
jokingly,
even
I
in
wouldn't-
jest.
No.
I appreciate that, man.
He's just too based.
Will listen to me speak my opinions on that series than most
my
people will be
opinion, though.
listened to about anything in their entire lives. Presenting a
good for
list
you.
of unsupported opinions would not just be less interesting, it could also be harmful to how people.
Then why'd you do it, dipshit?
Why did you do it?
Not only did you make claims that horror games should operate on different levels without really providing any examples left or right. You also neglected major examples, including literally the most popular horror game franchise to ever exist. You completely ignored the original games that inspired it and several games after it that continued on the trend. So your opinions were poorly informed. Jesus. Resident Evil or Sweet Home? I haven't seen a single person talk about Sweet Home outside of talking about Resident Evil. I'm sorry, son. It's Resident Evil. It's the most popular. It might be the most popular horror thing of all time at this point. I don't know where it stacks compared to other things like, I don't know, Alien.
Well, we can kind of see the numbers. How fast did it take Requiem to get like 5 million copies? Like days?
True, but how fast did Alien, the original, or the Aliens sell out, that sort of thing? I would have to look into it. I feel like there's a lot to like. That would be interesting. Dig into like what is the most popular horror franchise ever. Godzilla's got to be up there, technically speaking.
Oh, Godzilla.
Gojira.
Well,
Gojira. Sorry, gotta pronounce
Gojira.
It's not Godzilla, but due to international copyright laws, we're going to run like it is Godzilla.
No, sorry. It was like
I forget what
it's Godzilla. Well, thanks to international copyright laws, it is not legally speaking Godzilla, but we should still run like it is Godzilla.
But it isn't.
The best joke from that film.
You may take my words on faith without any evidence to properly judge whether they agree with me or not.
Oh, that's
this
a
can
giant
lead to
tick.
groups of
that's a bad tick.
Fallout.
Welcome to Fallout.
I don't know anything about this game series.
Honestly, it's at this point, it's not worth looking into.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, except for I guess what I've
people
heard
think-
is that look into the first 2 games and then New Vegas.
Yeah, I was gonna say Fallout's 1, 2, and then New Vegas are their actual trilogy. 3, 4, and everything after 3 otherwise is just bad.
I'm really curious about like the first 2 because like that was back in the day when like
I played the first one.
Those
It's
kinds
hard.
of. Oh, I don't doubt it. Because like that's back in the day when like those kinds of like RPGs that were really expansive, like Baldur's Gate or stuff, were like a lot more common back then.
Right.
Like
You had a true American patriot that was willing to say, and I quote, "I should kick your fucking ass." Who is this?
Oh, I remember. Everyone knows. Oh God, the president of the United States. Who the fuck did you think I was talking about? Just keeps trolling him. Who is this, you mother?
since they may take my words on faith without any evidence to properly judge whether they agree with me or not. This can lead to groups of people repeating information about something that they don't fully understand because they trusted an unsupported source. And maybe that's what some mistakenly believe is happening when there aren't enough "in my opinion" tags throughout.
No,
That's
they're
not
saying that
why
that's
they
not
got-
the problem. The problem is you have an unsupported statement.
It's like
Yeah,
he's he has his head so far up his ass. He is incapable, or at least at the time of I will be charitable. At least at the time of him making this video, he was incapable of like just remotely even considering that like maybe his points were unsupported.
Pete.
It's like
we
no,
know
it
about-
must be that like I didn't say enough in my opinion. Sorry, Kaiser, what were you gonna say?
Pete, we've seen the Silk Song take. It's not just this fucking video anymore.
I'm
This
trying-
motherfucker has a inhuman like ability to just on every chance he gets, he just weasels out of any kind of fucking accountability whatsoever. And it is sad. It is sad, honestly. Like every so often, we just keep running into people with some of the greatest amount of views and likes, on this platform who cannot take the simple thing and just take a fucking L every once in a while. That it's just not good enough. It's just not good enough to say, hey, I could have clarified things this way and then just move the fuck on with your life.
Yep.
An article. But I don't think that's the case. We're all
Oh,
intuitive
fuck,
enough to know
Jacob.
when something is an opinion, even if it isn't being formally presented as such.
You aren't.
Jacob was a character.
Yeah, he was.
Anyway,
throughout an article, but I don't think that's the case. We're all intuitive enough to know when something is an opinion even if it isn't being formally presented as such.
no, evidently not.
Oh,
Yeah,
Look,
I'm like, what
there's
you
something of a
say?
line
What
that
somebody is bad at talking about their opinions.
it's something of a line that my old man gave me when I first started writing. He says, "You guys, you gotta remember everything because there is a plot hole in reality. Not a good chunk of the population of the world has access to all information that humanity ever had on their phone, yet most people get things wrong."
Yes.
I will say, and this is not to shame my editor or anything like that, but she did
Shame.
not. No, stop that.
just rings a bell. Sorry.
She had to ask me whether or not using my character's mother using tweezers on him was anachronistic because she thought that that was a more recent invention.
Yep.
Tweezers have been used for over 5,000 years.
They're one of the oldest tools on record.
Really?
Yeah. Yes. And she asked me whether or not it was appropriate to mention tweezers in my novel because it is a medieval fantasy story and she thought that it was too
Well,
anachronistic.
to be fair, not Twice Mother. You know, we're talking about a character in her book, but like what is interesting is that like when she told me this, like, oh well, how old? Like she didn't tell me when. She just asked me like, how old do you think tweezers are? And I'm like, well, probably a couple of thousand years old. Like I thought that it was at least what, couple hundred BC, maybe 1,000 BC. No, this thing is older than like most things that we know about. This is like
Yes.
this is
On the planet.
edging on human prehistory. So like I was flabbergasted that it was older than even I guessed. We just have a terrible tendency of like understanding how old things are. It's going to be amazing like hundreds of years in the future when people are like, oh no, man, why is there a car in your scene? Obviously, it's people didn't have cars until like 2200.
It's gonna be even worse than that. It's gonna be like in 40K where people have completely lost any and all sense of technology to the point where it's just worship.
People didn't have tweezers until 2000 AD.
Yeah, no. It's gonna be like, what the fuck are tweezers?
Older than spears? I don't know if it's older than because spears are literally just sharp stick. So
Yeah.
I was gonna say the spear and the
Can't
club
go
were the
wrong
first
with
two
that.
weapons humanity had.
Yeah. And like to the point of like people being kind of stupid on the internet, uh there is a reason why there is a lot of talk about how the average American reads at only a 6th grade reading level.
Yep. I've been
that's
listening
if
to
you're
the
lucky.
past few
Oh,
If I say Soma fails as a horror game,
But
then
it's
it's
not even-
easy to understand that I don't think that everyone who enjoyed it as a horror game was somehow wrong and didn't understand their own feelings.
no.
Jesus.
People,
I
said
every
it was
most
not a
people,
horror game,
most
period.
people will look at your statement and see, oh, this man is just flatly wrong.
Yeah.
Like there will also be some people that misconstrue and actually take your word for it because they haven't played, and I do think that affected the sales because you're irresponsible.
I honestly think it objectively did. There is a correlation of like a downturn in sales after Joseph Anderson released his video on it.
But then
Was it because I remember that there were a lot of people who didn't quite.
he was
like,
the
I don't-
biggest
I don't-
voice. He was the biggest voice.
Yeah.
I guess so. I mean, he's the biggest I can think of, but I could have sworn that there were like others who were as big or bigger, but maybe I'm not remembering just how influential he was back then.
I was gonna say like the reason like I never played it, and
That's sorry, just real quick. That's how you make a subjective statement with like you feel a certain kind of way without like making it sound pretentious or some shit. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was gonna say like the reason I never got into it and Amnesia is like I just didn't like the look of the gameplay. Like I understand how it all functions. It just never really appealed to me because it's a lot of weird, wonky physics that you have to contend with. But I would never go out of my way to say, hey, this series where you're trapped in a giant underwater complex filled with goo and monsters made out of machine parts that are hunting you, I would never say that's not a horror game.
Nah, man, that's a summer
No.
trip.
You want to know what's actually interesting? And I hate that I didn't bring this up on the last stream, but there was an indie horror game that I want to say came out like in 2020 or 2021 called From the Darkness. It's a really short indie horror game where you are cleaning out the haunted apartment of like this dead grandmother or grandfather, I don't quite remember. And like to my understanding, you can't die in that game. You are just taken for the ride through this haunted apartment complex, and like a lot of people found it very scary, especially if you watched it. You There's no way that you wouldn't say that there's no way that you would say that isn't horror. But even though like the very thing that Joseph Anderson says is supposed to mechanically instill horror is completely absent from it.
To give a example from one of the most famous books in literature, if you can't die, you're fine. There's a little guy named Ted. He deals with someone called Am.
Oh,
He would
fuck.
really want to die.
Yeah.
It's such a strange and limiting thing to say that, like, oh, it's only horror if this one very particular thing happens. That's like saying it's not fiction or it's not fantasy unless if you have dragons in it.
To level with you, Joe, the reason people took issue with your statement that it's like a flat earther. It's literally you're saying the earth is flat and everyone's looking at you like you grew two heads. Like that's kind of what this all situation is.
Yeah.
You're saying Soma is not a horror game and everyone's
You
looking
are
at you
making-
like
you
this is
made-
on the face of it, in the most superficial terms at the very minimum, a horror game. What the fuck are you smoking?
Also, congrats that we have finally made it to the point where the flat earth movement is mostly destroyed with facts and logic.
Yeah. They got Shapiro'd.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's
Go
simply an-
look into the final experiment, guys. It's great.
Uh,
And now the final experiment guy is learning about evolution because people found out that he was actually a young Earth creationist.
oh.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
Okay.
an opinion without the tag, just as we're all also intuitive enough to recognize when something is being dismissed as an excuse to not directly answer the points being brought up.
Like this entire video is you just ducking the fact that you made a poor argument.
Say, dog.
You made a poor
fucked,
argument.
you
Get over it, mate.
absolute fucking loser.
Your critiques are poor.
Or maybe
Okay.
not. Maybe I'm wrong, and this growing number of people complaining about this issue really do need to have an indication that it's an opinion in every
It's
sentence.
not. He really just doesn't get
No,
it.
it's
I
not
you see,
even-
you had me in the first half. Maybe I'm wrong. Well, okay, all right, we're getting somewhere.
you should've just
And
stuck with
maybe
that.
everyone needs to be babied like a baby. Now you lost
Like,
me.
no.
Yeah. Now.
Like,
Yeah. It's like
this is why.
they had us in the first half. Not gonna lie.
I just Charlie from Smiling Friends. Oh, we were right there, man.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what I wanted to actually say earlier when we were talking about, like, you know, people being stupid and stuff like that. Like, fact of the matter is, it's not even just about people's intelligence. It's mainly just fucking not only grammar, but basic fucking respect. Like, it's basic respect when your job is communicating to other people your feelings or thoughts about something to properly, you know, use as many tools to get rid as many obstacles towards that goal as humanly fucking possible.
Yeah.
Within reason, of course. Like, and if you can't do that, you don't. I'm gonna be straight up. You do not. I have a hard time believing that you deserve the fame you ever had. If this is the way that you decide to engage with your content and the way that you communicate with other people, it's
Yeah.
shameful. You should be ashamed.
You know, look, I've never stopped having issues with Ant and his production. like he I think really hampers himself and does himself a disservice in trying to get a video out each week. I think it harms his ability to research and comprehend what people are saying. We've talked with him on it on multiple occasions, but I will never stop respecting the fact that he was willing to come onto our stream multiple times now and actually talk things through and discuss it and even acknowledge where he thought he was wrong and where he made poor choices. Like, and that's the thing that I should metatextually say. Joseph Anderson has been
It makes me recall that saying if every
to anyone, to actually going on any stream, to talking with anyone, to really actually taking this criticism by the reins and addressing it. He has been resistant to self-reflection on this matter, and it's very frustrating. I would be happy to have like a much more chill and you know, a much less abrasive conversation with Joe on this and actually try to work through where we're coming from so that hopefully he can understand it. But he has been completely cut off to just about anyone that's offered to have a good faith conversation with him. I'm pretty sure that like was it that he briefly agreed to actually hash things out with Mueller, but then immediately turned around and cut things off?
Yeah,
I
believe
can't
so,
say.
yes.
It's been a
But
really long
as
since
far
that's
as I
wrong.
remember, yeah, that is what happened. Unless somebody else can clarify.
Yeah,
Because it has been a while since I've been, you know, involved in that whole thing.
Well,
So
I mean, to be
could
fair, it's been so long since anything,
It's
like
been so
years. But yeah,
wasn't it? I could be thinking of someone else, but like, wasn't it like he was going to, and Just Right was the one who convinced him not to? Because I know that like.
Oh wait, yeah, you might be right. I know it was like one creator that wanted to talk with Mueller that you know Mueller talked about, and then a different creator was like, no, don't do that. I wonder if it's him or Patricia Taxon. I don't remember. One of those two.
I just know that at one point, Just Right was telling people not to. Like, it was sometime after his discussion on like Star Wars. There was because like there was also like a big collaboration between like a bunch of Star Wars YouTubers, and Just Right had mentioned to like these same collaborators not to invite Mauler to that. But I could be thinking of like someone else.
it's not basic intelligence level issue when the problem is you. Yeah.
Yes.
Kinda. Pretty much.
do you need to have an indication that it's an opinion in every sentence? It makes me recall that saying, if everyone is special, then nobody is. Can't you do the same for opinion statements?
What?
If every sentence needs one, can't we all agree that most of them don't? I think
No! No! If I have a fucking rocket scientist who's doing work on the Artemis rocket, and he's like, okay, so we have a faulty heat shield here and a couple of bolts are loose here, and it's like, oh, that's just your opinion. No!
Oh man, we're about to get decompression to die.
Yeah! it was the higher ups' opinions that the Challenger was completely well built and well maintained. And then it completely imploded, killing the entire crew. I am sorry. I know I'm going to an extreme example here, but it's going to prove the fact that if we are talking to each other, there is a necessity to clarify what is an objective opinion and an objective fact versus someone's opinion.
Well, even if we just go strictly to media and talking about media, not even the outside world, but like just going and talking about the things that happen in the video game or the things that happen in the movie, the plot, the lighting, the textures, the camera movements, the dialogue, the actors or the voice actors. These are objective things that you can talk about. Like, you can talk about them being present. The moment that you say whether or not the voice actor or the actor was doing a good or bad performance is when you get subjective. You don't have to talk about your subjective opinion when it comes to those factual statements. The moment that you say that you start to give an opinion of it, of like whether or not the actor was good, the lighting was bad, things like this, like these are your subjective opinions of it. like, oh, the lighting was too poor for us to be able to see anything, but it
Right.
wasn't in the context of us needing to be fearful in that moment. Like that is
Right.
that is a more objective opinion than, oh, I don't think that the lighting was the correct type of lighting for this scene.
Yeah.
Right?
Or in
I was
terms
gonna
of
say-
dialogue. Or
I-
in terms of dialogue. What if somebody said, hey, did you know that in the dub of My Hero Academia, Deku says, hey, I want to go to Denny's, and then you checked and he never says that. He's like, what are you talking about? Would you react? Oh, it's just my opinion that he said, let's go to Denny's.
My go-to with My Hero is that in the original translation of the manga, people really this is one of my favorite points about My Hero is in the original when he's talking to Kota during the training arc or during the
This was one that we
camping arc.
discovered ourselves.
Yeah,
too.
this is one that I discovered when I was because I was flipping between a fan scanlation and the official translation. There is a conversation where he talks about quirkless heroes, which is huge because we had never up until that point heard about quirkless heroes. In the official dub, he says that it's impossible for a quirkless person to become a hero. In the actual Japanese that I confirmed with my Japanese friend, and in the scanlation also conveyed properly, he said that quirkless heroes are no longer like viable, which is a radical change in one that says they never existed. Meanwhile, one said they did exist but no longer do because they were basically edged out. And that is radically recontextualizes the entire struggle that Deku went through. And that is an objective flaw upon the actual translation team in the official versions. Because without that translation, it completely changes the intent behind Deku's journey.
Or better yet, all the changes that fucking Jello tried to make the lovely complex.
Well,
Yeah.
clearly we all
use the
remember
restroom, be
the
right back.
moment where Deku went into UA and then he UA'd all over the place. that fucking meme, I loved it so much. But like, it happens a lot for translations of just like going from one language to the other. You leave out a good chunk of context, and the Mandela effect will hit the fan base like a fucking truck after a few years. It's happened with everything from, oh my god, the different conversations we had about Mangekyo back in the day with Naruto. Holy shit.
Oh, really? What
Yeah.
were the misconceptions about that?
How the heck you got a Mangekyo in the first place?
Wait, really? That got mistranslated? What the fuck?
Well, how it got shown and like how you get the Sharingan, it was all over the place with different translations. Like,
oh my god.
fun fact, depending on who you ask, Sasuke got his Sharingan on the bridge with Haku. But in actuality, there's panels later that no, that motherfucker had a Sharingan when he ran after Itachi, when
Wait.
Itachi killed his family.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
refresh my memory. Who was Hawk? Wait, are you talking? When you say
Haku
the
was
bridge,
yeah.
you're talking about the first arc of the
Yeah.
of Naruto?
Yes. Yes.
That people say that's when he got Mangekyo.
No, when he got his Sharingan.
Oh, okay. Sorry,
Because we don't know because what it takes to get Sharingan goes all over the place.
Okay,
Like
yeah.
like Sasuke's daughter, she gets her Mangekyo because she cried.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait,
so
Yeah, she got sad.
yeah.
I
She
was
got
going to
sad.
say,
Got
like,
really sad.
kind of redirect back to the conversation here. Another thing I was thinking about when it comes down to games is frame rate. Okay, so you can objectively say,
right.
hey, this game has an inconsistent frame rate that dips between 60 frames per second and 20 frames per second at different intervals that I tested multiple times. And then while playing, this gives a significant amount of input lag. During the low frame rate moments, my input slows down to this degree, which I measured in real time. And as a result, I kept getting hit by enemies when I shouldn't have at multiple different junctures. This was clearly not intended upon the game's design.
Can I give an
I
example?
have
for
a
that?
perfect example for this.
Oh.
Okay, so I have that in reverse because Kingdom Hearts, the older games, they got upgraded from 30 FPS to 60. That caused a problem with one of the final battles in Birth by
All
Sleep.
right.
Oh, really?
I remember
Yeah,
this.
it's objectively a lot more difficult to win the Vanitas Ventus fight.
Oh yeah.
Because of the frame rate
Mm.
changes.
Isn't
Okay.
it like rapid button
Yeah.
pressing? Isn't that it?
I don't remember the exact specifics of it, but I do know that you can miss a lot of it due to how much faster the frame rate is now, and they never patch that out.
And
I honestly I didn't notice when I replayed it in the remake, but like yeah, if that's the case, then yeah, that's a problem.
another big one that is a problem for a lot of people, myself included, despite how much I love the game, Bloodborne being stuck at 30 FPS is an objective failure.
Yep.
God, it's
Check memes. You guys gotta learn. We have a fan art tab.
Yeah,
Which is this?
hold
Twilight
on.
Guardian. I love Kingdom Hearts, except wow. Okay.
Anything that's not KH2. I meant the remastered version so I can skip the story.
Oh my god.
Damn, son.
Yeah, this is the kind of person
I-
that Twilight would murder.
Oh yeah.
I've seen this before. Yeah.
But yeah, no, like all these things you can like. Oh god, it's not really a failing, but it's just hilarious. In that like every re-release of Resident Evil 4, when you're being chased by the boulders or anything like that, the animations are completely borked for the quick time event. So when you're like hitting them, it looks like Leon and the boulder have hit Mach 9 like the Flash.
I love that boulder. So
whatever.
much.
The guy can parry anything.
Yeah.
We have 30 seconds of this video, by the way.
Yes, well, I guess we're almost here. Yeah.
I think
guess
that the
so.
occasional reminder throughout an article is enough,
Sweet
in my
release.
opinion anyway. Thank you
Ah.
for watching.
There we go. Well, this was subjectively a terrible video, but it's also an objectively terrible video too.
Yes.
I was about
That
to
was
say
impressive.
this video can objectively suck my nuts. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed that.
We sure didn't. That was like,
Yeah.
to be fair, I loved raging at it. That was just
It was fun.
miserable.
Oh yeah, all the conversations.
Oh, it's always like one of those difficult topics because like making sure people will lay down their criteria when they're talking about anything is very important in like establishing terms. Like people don't realize that if you try to engage in a conversation without understanding what they're trying to like actually engage with, it creates problems. And going back all the way back to what we were talking about with the Bleach thing, actually I like with my disagreement with Twi on Bleach and what we were talking about, identifying exactly what we were even trying to talk about was in itself an
defining
issue.
term.
Trying to like
Yeah.
figure out what it is, like what was I pinpointing? What was she pinpointing? What were we arguing? There were points where I felt like we were kind of talking past each other about different things that didn't quite line up, and we just had to kind of recalibrate, and that's really important.
Yeah. Like he had to explain like his point of view, and I had to explain like what it felt like he was saying to me so that he could get an understanding of where I was either understanding or misunderstanding where he was coming from, and vice versa.
Yeah. Someone wanted me to look at the comments to see if there's anything in here. I remember my AP English teacher telling us we should never write "I think" in our essays because obviously, as the authors of our essays, what we were writing was what we were thinking. That's a different. That's a different
that's something
context.
different.
Different context.
Mhm.
Like if the assignment is about talking about your feelings about something, then yeah, that's implied there. That makes sense. But if it's talking about the like,
Well, no, I would
giving-
actually. The more I think about this, like, no, like that's that there is a basic level of this for when it comes down to grade school, but when it comes like, you can also phrase it differently than just "I think." That's what I think I'm getting stuck on here.
Yeah, that's that,
like,
he
'cause
was
I-
getting tied up in that this whole time.
Yeah, because I was also told like not to use I think or that kind of stuff because it was not necessarily because it wasn't needed, because everything is prefaced as being something that you think, but because it would be more effective to be able to focus on like the evidence that supports your arguments as opposed to what you think or what you believe, and instead just here's the premise, here's the arguments, or like here's the evidence supporting it, here's my argument from that premise.
There's also like
et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
There's also the opening with everything that follows is my opinion. I am open for critical discussion on these matters. Everything that follows, like, just please engage with what I am discussing. It's not even a paragraph. It's like one sentence,
No.
and it completely recontextualizes everything you talk about.
But that adds 10 seconds. That not possible.
Oh man, yeah, 2 more seconds in my what? How long was that video again? 13 minutes.
14.
The
or so.
horror. Too long. Far
My
too
video
long.
on Fallout 4 gets so many views just today from more people listening to my opinions. He's like that quote, and then this guy says, "I don't watch these videos to get flexed on, Joseph." Subjectivity is a masterpiece. Props to Joe for blocking out the dead student portraits. Okay, that's not actually. I'm trying to like find ones that are, man, but that's just your opinion.
I love the long-awaited Joseph pedantically and condescendingly explains why his videos cannot be criticized or responded to in any harsh way because it's all my opinion, bro. Video.
Yes. You got.
Also,
Since you
Oh
say-
my god, that is so long.
Yeah, you know what? We can go through this one, but Yugok says, by the way, since he started with that defense, how the hell was the other vid inviting conversation? It wasn't really. It didn't invite conversation. It was a statement of, I don't like this.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And then it railroaded at the very end to make it seem like, hey, what do you guys think? But it was a two-faced question because he said something along the lines of, do you believe this way? Or do you believe this is something that you choose to believe?
Oh, he responded to this one.
Stupid shit like that.
Which one?
The long one. The long-awaited Joseph pedantically and condescendingly explains why his video cannot be criticized or responded to in any harsh way because it's just my opinion, bro video. I expected something like this to be around the corner as soon as you publish your video on horror games. Honestly, I'm not surprised you felt you had to make this. I've been a subscriber of yours for a few years now, and I've seen a lot of the flack you take in your comments the way you word your videos. I can genuinely empathize with this. Scripting ain't easy. People will continue to find issues with your writing even after a million redrafts, and that's frustrating. You will never please everyone, and I get that. What I don't get is that you don't seem to understand why you receive the criticism that you do. As this time has gone on, I have taken issue with your videos more and more because more and more you've veered away from what made your Fallout 4 and Uncharted videos so great. So as a service to you, assuming you read this, I'm going to lay out my complaints about your channel as brutally as possible. I think that's all very agreeable.
So about that, before you continue on, are you going to continue on or no?
I was thinking about it. Why?
Because if you go down, Joseph has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. About 22 different paragraphs / sentences to respond.
Oh my god.
Yeah, let me just snipping tool this for you guys.
What the hell?
And
okay,
here
so
you are. I will just post this into the general.
Yeah.
This is his response. Yes, I am zoomed out.
Oh,
that's a Bible, bro. That's a Bible, bro.
Because one of the best part about it, I skipped 2 lines because it starts with, so as a service to you, assuming that you read this, I'm going to lay out my complaints to your channel as brutally as possible.
Yeah, and he says, okay.
I just cut that out.
Here's the problem: you still label all your videos as critiques. This is great for SEO and prompted by promoting your channel, but it implies to your audience that you'll be analyzing and comparing objective values with and between games. As long as you're actually doing that, it's fine. That's not the part of the videos people like me take issue with. But when you say, did I just get a text from someone? No, I didn't. Okay. But when you say things like Soma fails as a horror game, Dark Souls has no story, this fight... Oh, God, I forgot he said that. This fight is not fun or challenging, or Hollow Knight's pacing is bad. Without qualifying these statements at all, it comes across as extremely combative. Not just for people who enjoy those games, but for people who appreciate a certain quality of writing from the analysis they listen to. These statements... then he responds... These statements were qualified in the videos. You're incorrect. Aside from the Dark Souls has no story one, but I don't believe I ever explicitly said that in a video, only in the comments or discussions outside of the critiques, which are still, they're still subject
Well,
to this.
I mean, yeah,
I think
that's
I've
still
briefly touched
bad.
on it at the end of my series on Dark Souls 1, but it was a parting thought. I probably shouldn't have included it, but hey, that was my first video ever. Someone Fails as a horror game was discussed at length with examples to support why I think so in the video. I'm pretty sure I talked about why I think so for 10 minutes, and you failed at it. This fight is not fun or challenging. You're going to have to be specific about when I said this without giving a reason why, but I am confident that I've always backed up a statement like this with evidence. The only video I've made that not done this with Dark Souls 2, level design and bosses. I think that's my worst video, so I'd agree there. Joe, so you're acknowledging that you have made these mistakes.
Yeah. I mean, granted, I guess he's trying to argue that, like, oh, that's a glitch in the system. That's only one time I did that thing.
Just the one time.
I went into arguably
Yeah.
too much detail justifying this claim, so I cannot begin to understand how you can say that I don't qualify these sorts of criticisms. Like, this one isn't even remotely close. It was just the Hollow Knight's pacing is bad. Sorry, I'm burning out. It's so out of the realm of accuracy that I question if you even watched the video. By the way, I'm not saying that my reasoning on any of these is airtight or 100% correct, but you're not saying that you're claiming that I didn't qualify any of these statements, which is not true. I X to doubt on that.
Yeah.
Certain that you know this, anyone who has different experience than you could challenge you and prove you wrong. You're clearly aware this opinion work this way, since you mentioned early in the video that these challenges have been posited to you since your very first video. But instead of altering your language since then, maybe asking yourself what you could do differently to avoid vitriolic retorts like this one, you've consistently doubled down to the point where you are now blaming your audience for taking issue with the things that you say. I have not doubled down. The opposite is true. I have made a concerted effort to say, in my opinion, I think that more often than I think I should because of how comments have about objectivity. In my most opinion-based videos, I even give it a little title communicating that without ambiguity whatsoever that I'm presenting my own perspective. How can you look at the previous video and think that I've leaned harder into this issue because your language doesn't support it? Just because we need to hit on this harder, but just because you label something, in my opinion, or I think that, doesn't strictly mean that the statement isn't objective. It doesn't protect you. It's not a magical shield around your statement. It can still lean that you're objectively wrong about what you say.
Mm-hmm.
If it is measurable, what you say is not, backed by anything reasonable.
Yeah, if your statement is measurable in any sense of the word, there is objectivity there.
Yeah.
And if it's objectively false, then people have the right to shit on you for that.
Beyond that, you're strawmanning legitimate criticisms of the way you word and structure your videos. Watching a movie and saying, I didn't like that, to open a discussion is entirely different to an hour-long video called Dark Souls 3 Critique. But even making that ridiculous, fallacious comparison is missing the point of the argument against your content. You want to freely mix and match your objective statements with your subjective ones. You want to call your video a critique and discuss objective merits of design elements, but you also want to put your opinions in the middle of these sections. It's fine if you want to do that, but I'm sure you understand that it is bad writing. And then he says, this goes against what I say in the video above this comment section. So what's happening here? Did you not pay attention or do you not believe me? No, you made nothing about how you conflate the two. You actively conflate your opinion and the actual objective statements. There are no quote of objective statements in my video.
There never have been and there never will be.
The statement of Joe, subjectivity is implied, is the title of this video. That is an objective statement, Joe.
Oh my fucking god.
Okay, so I'm just gonna shout out Zero because he just had, look at little Matthew Matosis Jr. Gonna cry with the Spider-Man.
I feel like saying he's Matthew Matosis Jr. is such a disservice to Matthew Matosis.
Yeah,
Matthew
freaking real
does some
dog.
great
Holy
shit.
shit.
That man managed to break down everything wrong with BioShock Infinite in like what, a 40-minute video, which is I thought was impossible. Like that man was just absolutely for the throat level criticism. Yeah. All right. What else you got in here? There never have been, there never will be. There is no mixing and matching. Any statement about merits is objective. No exceptions.
No
the
exceptions.
only objective statements are, you say, as an objective statement. No objective statements are directed from in-game evidence and have no judgment about quality. They are examples to support subjective points.
Oh, okay. So this is literally the meme of only a Sith deals in absolute, which is an absolute.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Brother.
I can probably read some of the rest of these if you're feeling burnt out.
Put more simply, you want to create. Oh God, I just saw his response. I won't read this. You want to create content without anyone who watches it holding you to any account. To that end, we now have a 14-minute video of you smugly talking down to your audience about how we don't understand language and heavily implying that anyone who disagrees with you isn't smart enough to watch or engage with your content. Then you have the nerve to preach about holding discussion to a better standard. If you want to link to a point where I think I'm talking down to my audience and explain why to me, then feel encouraged to do so, because I don't believe I did that. My videos
0
will
to
be
4.
watched more than anyone else who's watching it now.
I mean,
But
I was
my
just gonna say
opinion isn't
0
more
to
important
14.
than someone else's, but they will be listened
Yeah.
to by so many more people.
Yeah, dude, it's like the meme of like the rich man with a
Yes.
with a golden jacket being like, please, I need so much more money.
His head is just constantly in between his own legs, whether it's up his ass or sucking his own dick.
You know that Junji Ito story with
Yeah.
the balloon heads? Yeah, that's about the size of his cranium right now.
Holy shit.
I have, much to my dismay, watched the quality of your writing deteriorate over the years, but worse than that, I've watched your integrity as a game critic deteriorate as well. Examples? You criticize me for not qualifying statements and then drop this with nothing to back it up whatsoever. It's a YouTube comment, so that's cool. You don't have to, but you say that you're trying to provide constructive feedback, and these sorts of statements are worthless. Oh, we do rules for thee, but not for me.
Oh yeah, so okay, whatever.
Also,
fuck it,
a minute,
fuck
I want to see if this guy responded. This guy is, who's the OP? Chris Adams. And then if you scroll down, let's see if Chris Adams replied.
What you talking about, Chris?
Well, I mean,
Chris Adams, the hero of our story.
wait, no, sorry, but there's one right under that.
Copian of this guy has, yeah, exactly. No, holy shit, dude.
But this video, more than anything, is proof that you're comfortable resting on your laurels, and when challenged, you will say things like, "My video on Fallout 4 exerts more influence in one day than anything you create in your
so he
entire
immediately
life."
gave an example.
Hearing
There's
statements,
one line below, you fucking oh my god.
hearing statements like this from a content creator is hearing the death knell for the creativity and passion for which you once subscribed to them. But more than that, it shows how deeply couched they are in their own ego. The response from Joseph Anderson: "That statement has the opposite meaning of what you're talking about. It's demonstrating that I have a responsibility to support the statements I make in my videos because they have that much influence. It's supporting what you said above about qualifying statements in the videos, except that I am arguing that I consistently do so. I also say right before that, my opinion is not worth more than anyone else's. How is this about ego?"
Oh Jesus!
Okay,
He
all right.
does not even see it.
Did I already say
Dude, he's
this
so
last time?
blind,
But do I have the autism pass to call this man hyper autistic?
I will give you the pass, right? I will.
Yeah.
We will double.
Like
I'll
this man is
give you the
painfully.
yes.
Say it twice.
This man may like breach into other criteria of mental
special.
status, like a special, because like Jesus Christ, you are not reading how this sounds. Like no one's word is above each other, which is a wrong statement to begin with. But like, but my opinion will be heard everywhere. And so I totally, like, instead of saying like I have a responsibility, I know how widespread my voice is compared to so many other people, and so I need to hold myself to a higher standard. And the hilarity of this is this entire video is you running away from actually self-analyzing. You're telling us that we are wrong, not that you're reflecting on yourself that you are wrong.
You are fucking dodging, dog.
You are running away from the standard.
Yeah.
No, guys, at the very end, he said that maybe he's wrong and maybe we're right about constantly asking him to preface all of his sentences with "in my opinion."
Yeah.
See, he has some level of reflection.
Oh my god.
I see. And then I think this is one guy that's like the Kuroi Kumori Kuma. Brain, read that, please. I'm wearing out. This is a guy replying to that, I think. I think your reply comes off as dismissing the other person's interpretation of your statement. After all, what you intend to mean and how it comes off to other people can be two different things. I'm not a writer, but here's what I would have said instead. I meant for that statement to have the opposite meaning of your interpretation. I'm trying to demonstrate that I have a responsibility to support the statements I make in my videos because they have that much influence. Firstly, by saying meant and trying, I tried to acknowledge the comment's perspective and how my point failed to come across as it was intended. I don't think as humans we can blame each other for failing to correctly interpret our words. Secondly, I think that by saying your statement has this meaning and it's demonstrating is like you're saying the statement can only be interpreted one way. It puts the blame on the audience again for not taking it the right way. It's not your statement that demonstrates you have a responsibility. You are, and you're explaining your intent, not the statement's intent. I didn't take offense to the statement, mostly because I know it's true. My video on Fallout 4 experts are influenced with but you can see how someone might. It sounds presumptuous. You don't know anything about your viewers' lives and where they'll end up in life. This is exacerbated by using second person and saying you. Just as an example, you could try saying, my video on Fallout 4 got X numbers of views in one day. That's more people than there are in the country of blah! It gets the point across, but without sounding so personal. Lastly, I'm not trying to sound patronizing or tell you how to write. Apologies if it came across that way. You do you, and it's clearly successful. I just want to help you see where people might be coming from, and maybe you could make the same points without being as abrasive, unless you want to be. If you think I have a point, then maybe it helped to get an editor to check your scripts ahead of time. Thanks for reading. Jesus Christ. Oh, God, there's so much. Oh, God.
Bro.
Talked under your audience points. Let me go through it. You label anyone as I say directly afterwards as an exaggerated example and then propose the idea that it may not be compatible for videos like mine. Then why did you make it?
Yeah, why?
Why did you make such an
bother with any of
exaggerated
this?
straw man if it wasn't going to be suitable for the conversation? Straight up say as someone who wants to enter this debate style conversation. This isn't talking down. This is true. You cannot make objective statements about the quality of a movie. Yes, you can. Like, when he talks about the quality of writing, what you typically want to go with objective, like on an objective level, is contradiction and continuity. Those are the things that you attack in terms of an objective level of things. Then you get to a layer up, which is kind of a level between objective and subjective. See my conversation with Twy about the power leveling, where we're trying to understand there is some mechanical failing or some mechanical issue that I'm running into that she isn't. And we need to find like where that is in between the two layers of subjective, which is much, much harder to gauge, and objective, which is much easier to gauge. It's somewhere in between there, and probably leaning more towards the subjective layer than anything else. But finding that it's somewhere in between. And then you have subjective, which is just free-for-all. There's several, it's a gradients of judgment on a film. You could talk about how the film stock was bad and you can't make out what's happening on screen when that isn't the case, like when it's not supposed to be the case. There are several layers to this, Joseph.
To give an example, I can't remember. I think it was part of one of the best of the worst that I saw from Red Letter Media, but it was just some schlocky like sci-fi movie, and during one scene, a female character like flat out dies. She gets shot in the head. They have a funeral for her, and then later in the movie, you can see the exact same character in the background doing engineering work. That is an objective problem with the movie.
Yes,
like that. There's just flatly an editing issue.
Yeah, it's just you are misunderstanding the nature of criticism at this point, or at least at this point in your career. You've misunderstood what the purpose of it is and how to approach it. And I don't strictly blame you for this. The internet does a very poor job of actually helping people understand it. Hell, it took a while for me to understand it. There's a couple of videos in my backlog that I don't really like anymore because I don't think I went about them the right way. It's why my Silent Hill F video is taking so long. I'm trying to make sure I have as airtight of analysis as I can. And if I don't have that, I leave the room open for other people to disagree. I mean, I do it anyway, even when I think I'm airtight, because I understand that even as airtight as I can make an argument, room for interpretation can always exist. So
Sure.
it feels like you chronically misunderstand this. So many reviewers chronically misunderstand this, and it's a shame to see.
Yeah, like fundamentally, it's using philosophy to dodge accountability. That's what this is.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good way to put it.
That's all this has been. Okay, I've said this before, but every single time this has happened, we're going 3 for 3.
This guy makes me shiver. Don't worry, he's only horror themed. You don't need to worry that much.
Oh shit! Yeah. So yeah, his horrendous video is just horror themed, guys. Okay, let's just calm down. But like every time this has happened, it never comes from somebody who legitimately believes in these things beforehand and made it clear from the get-go in their video. Because if they did, you wouldn't even be having this problem in the first place, ironically enough. It always happens when a reviewer or a critic made it seem like they are about that, normative critical landscape kind of life. And then when the rubber hits the road and they failed at properly critiquing something and their audience responds to it poorly, then they have to suddenly they just put on some robes, take off their pants, and pretend they're fucking Socrates for 20 minutes. Like, what the fuck are we doing here?
Chip Manley
All
says,
of this bullshit is unnecessary. And this is ironically, they prove why this standard exists. It's to weed out fucking fakes like this so we can properly have conversations about the things that we like and dislike.
Yes. Chip
Do
Manley
not
says,
be like this, motherfucker.
fair enough. Counterpoint, your opinion is bad. Thank you. I'm of the opinion that I want to listen to how they interpret my word. Don't worry, no, you're not a subject. On one hand, I don't mind using coarse language, but I also don't like insults are just one of those things I don't like throwing out there, even if you're trying to say she's not one. Anyway, I think we've exhausted this well, at least for now.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Now.
It was fun to rant at
Some of
least.
these statements,
Yeah.
man, it's just so you're really just tone deaf.
Dude, it's just like the core video. It's just like fucking banger after banger line. Holy shit.
All right, well let's wind down.
Could be worse.
Oh
yeah,
how could it be worse?
It could have been 20 minutes instead of 15.
Oh,
Then we'd
Christ.
make it a two-parter.
It could have been an hour.
Yeah. Oh God, a 6-parter.
Does anyone have anything they want to talk about? Or say announce or shill before we start really winding down here?
No.
I'm working on a video. Not gonna say what it is. Just gonna keep chugging it along. Normally I have Saturday night gaming streams, Eastern Standard Time, around 4-5:30. But this week I may be skipping because I have some other.
Okay. I guess Kaiser,
well,
you
I
want to
guess
go
in
next?
my case, yeah, freaking, I'm still working on a video currently, and I'm hoping to get that done
Engagements.
pretty soon.
Oh my
What is it?
God! Did you cut out that entire time?
Damn, son.
Huh?
Hello?
It's like I may
Oh.
not be doing it this week because I have prior, and I just kind of put the word like engagements in, and I thought you just kind
Oh.
of stopped, but you just cut back in like a solid minute and a half later.
Damn, son.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Discord
Yeah.
is so weird today.
I think they got the intent.
Yeah. Yeah, so I may not be streaming Saturday, but like normally, and Saturday afterwards, I will probably go back to either Kingdom Hearts or I really want to go back to XCOM because people seem to really like that one. We've got a lot of people engaged, and I'm sure a lot of fun watching their characters get killed. Which, if I do go back to XCOM, if you guys ever want to like see yourself in XCOM, you want like your character to be someone like I play, you can just comment on any one of my videos or let me know. I will make a version of you in XCOM, and next time I return to that game, he will show up, or she.
Yeah.
We don't discriminate.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Kaiser, what
Yeah.
are you gonna say?
Yeah, I'm still working on that video, which is comparing the first episodes of Spice and Wolf, the original and the remake, which may or may not be a collab. I think we'll see. But it'll be a familiar face to all of you once we get to that point. Other than that, be excited for Mahar Voln this Saturday.
I was gonna
All
touch
right,
on that
we're-
this Saturday on this
Oh, yeah.
channel, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Everyone playing with our favorite crew, who are still in the wilderness trying to head home.
Fucking jungles, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking
To be fair, it's
jungles.
more like eel things that destroyed your boats. Anything you
Fucking
want to
eel
announce? I know
things.
nothing.
Well, the craziness of publishing has gotten so bad. I'm still fighting it to the point where I possibly might be releasing a new comedy series. I have an entire comedy book written out.
Oh my god.
Awesome.
Oh
I'm
god.
super jealous of everyone that can write books faster than me, but yeah.
The general premise is Code 3, just to give an elevator pitch. Everyone knows Code Red, Code Blue, what have you. Code 3 is designated the third most dangerous man on the planet, and he is basically tasked with figuring out who killed Code 1. Everyone thinks he is this Machiavellian genius, the third most dangerous man on the planet. Then it shifts to his perspective. He has no fucking idea how he got here. One made him the third most dangerous man as a joke.
I love stories like that.
Yeah.
So yes. What about bad fanfiction night? There will be bad fanfiction night this week. Friday night
Always.
at 10
Yeah.
p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Someone asked, what is your can we get regular your schedule? We have regular schedule effectively. JYCT is every single Wednesday night at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Then Bad Fanfiction Night is every Friday night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we try to have our Hunger of Mahar Voln streams every other Saturday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's like consistent. So Glass Onion, but good. Oof.
Oh.
Also room for bad. Yeah, bad. Don't worry, guys. Bad Fanfiction Night is coming. Watch live action One Piece. I'll be a broken record on this because of episode 1 and season 2 made me love it even more. Look, there's just so much we need to do. I'm juggling there's so many balls, man. I'm juggling. Oh my god, I'm so many balls.
All the balls, man.
Speaking
All
of the biggest one that I'm juggling right now, my Silent Hill F script. I mentioned it, but for those who didn't hear it, the script is technically done for the first draft. I'm going through and editing the second draft, which I'm taking a break on for the next 2 days just so I can, celebrate my birthday. But I'll be back.
There
to
was
it
a
soon
lot.
enough.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there is a lot. I'm hopefully there are things I have managed to pare back. There are things I've had to add because I realized I didn't touch on them when I needed to. So
Oh boy.
it not that much. It's like, sentence here, sentence there, back and forth. But I'm looking forward to it because I'm reading through it. I'm like, okay, this is flowing. It's flowing as I'm reading it. There are some points where I got to a line and I'm like, wow, I was fading out when I wrote that. I cannot understand what I was trying to say. It's Kelt's birthday.
How
if
many
he's still
pages
interested.
did you pare down?
I have not. I don't want to say I've pared it down yet. For the record, guys, the first draft ended up being 195 pages.
Yeah.
It's
no
over
joke.
110,000 words. It's a
Surprisingly,
long.
that's still less than I thought it was gonna be.
Yeah, you
Honestly,
just
yeah.
by an inch. You got it within
Sorry, I can-
10,000.
I was like, I wanted to look back at my Fate script, and I was like, okay, so how many words and how many pages did I put in that? But like a little bit longer, and that was the basis for my guess.
Oh
Yeah.
God, I really hope that video does well. Oh my God, I've chunked
say,
like
The mental anguish.
I spent like a quarter and what was it? Almost a half a year at this point into writing this or into working on this. At least it feels that way. Anyway, yeah, that's
Oh, you'll be fine.
yeah, but that's I think everything for now. depending on whether or not I've burned myself out or not, I might be strong-arming Twi into at least watching me and friends play through different Resident Evil games. That will more than likely be over on her channel,
Yeah.
which will be fun. I don't know if I burned out quite yet. I decided to go play Resident Evil 5 and grind money to buy all the weapons that I want so I can just breeze through it.
Well,
But yeah, that's all I think. If there's nothing else anyone wants to talk about, oh, that's right. Get you Sam. There's a fan subreddit that's unofficial. If you guys want to check it out, it would be Reddit/Team Jacked, I believe it is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, actually, and I recognize that they said earlier that they got a bunch of like different video response suggestions. on there.
We do have that there to pull things from. So, all right. Well, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all had fun. Thank you all so much for the birthday wishes. I appreciate it all. And we'll catch you all on the flip side.
Goodbye.
See y'all around.
Stay plat.